Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Sister Shien, you were right. So I rejected this task, but it seems that Lord Third Generation is a little unhappy. Yagami Ryosuke said, "It's okay, Ryosuke, as long as you don't make mistakes. Even Hokage can't do anything to you." Yuzuki Shien said, suddenly thought of something, and asked worriedly, "However, the Danzo who assassinated you last time, will he take this opportunity to attack you again?" "Danzo? He's probably hiding at home right now. He doesn't dare to go out. He shouldn't have much time to meddle in my affairs," Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. The truth, though, is that Yagami Ryosuke doesn't take Danzo seriously at all. It doesn't matter whether he dares to send someone to assassinate him again. If it comes, just kill it. If he didn't come, Yagami Ryosuke wouldn't bother to talk to Naokichi. Let him experience the joy of being a woman first. After Konoha collapses the plan, Danzo is completely useless, so he can just deal with it. Next few days, Yagami Ryosuke still works in Umbu, as usual. The tasks I do every day are patrols and the like. But few people know that Ryosuke, the night god who patrols in the Umbu uniform every day, is actually just a wood clone of him. And he himself had already gone outside the village to practice. Because Shadow Clone was easy to be blown up before, Night God Ryosuke didn't use Shadow Clone to perform Umbu's mission much. But now that there's a more useful wood clone, Yagami Ryosuke will of course not continue to do these boring patrol tasks every day and directly hand over the task to a wood clone. I ran to continue to exercise myself. At the age of 12, 707 is growing up. In the past half a month, Yagami Ryosuke's height has grown by about 2 centimeters. He felt that his height in this life should be around 1.9 meters. After all, he is now 172 at the age of 12. Is it not too much to grow to 190 when you are an adult at the age of 18? Most of the ninjas in the Hokage world are actually quite tall. For example, Kakashi's official height is 1.81 meters, and Killer Bee is 1.92 meters tall. Night God Ryosuke feels that he is also a hunk, and he should not lose to Killer Bee in height. But he is still young now, and he is still tall, so don't worry. Work out every day, or date Hinata and Ino. Occasionally, I have a meal with Shihahong and the others. Another half-month passed in a blink of an eye. For half a month, Night God Ryosuke has not encountered any assassination. But the task of their Umbu 7th Squad is completely tied to patrolling. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to be deliberately trying to find something for Night God Ryosuke to do, and assigns them a heavy patrol task every day on the 7th Squad. However, the above reasons are still very good, saying that the Chunin exam is coming soon, and we have to start preparing. Look, what a good reason. Night God Ryosuke doesn't care anyway. It's just one of his wood clone patrolling. He has been practicing on his own body, and he has hundreds of shadow clones to assist him. Every day I can feel my strength improving. This day, Night God Ryosuke's wood clone is patrolling the village with members of Umbu's 7th Squad. Today's task is to investigate whether there are spies from other countries in the village. Although such tasks have always been performed by Umbu, but it is almost impossible to catch spies from other countries. You caught a few today, and a few new ones will come tomorrow. So such a task can be performed almost repeatedly, and it is one of Umbu's long-term tasks. At this moment, Wood Clone, who was on a roof, suddenly saw Naruto running with a big burden on the road. Strange, aren't Naruto and the others doing those D-level missions today? Wood Clone thought to himself. Tion sure also kept an eye out. Not long, he saw several other members of the 7th class near the entrance of the village. Sasuke, little Sakura, and Kakashi. There was an old man standing beside him, drinking all the time. "Excuse me." At this time, Naruto also ran over with that big burden on his back. "Naruto, do you know you're late?" Little Sakura shouted angrily. Are you late?" Naruto scratched his head in surprise. At this time, Kakashi, who was next to Naruto, helped Naruto out and said, "Okay, the time is just right, since everyone has arrived. Let's go." "Yeah, I'm finally going out of the village to perform the mission." Naruto jumped up happily, a look of excitement. "But Naruto, what is this on your back?" Kakashi suddenly looked at the big bag Naruto was carrying and asked. "It's just some change of clothes and the like, as well as iron pots, bowls, and so on." Naruto snapped his fingers and said, "How can anyone go out of the village to carry out a mission with a pot? It seems that there is no such thing as nothing." "Naruto, you don't need to bring these things. Put them down," Kakashi said speechlessly. Don't you need to bring it?" Naruto had no choice but to put down the equipment that he had finally bundled into a big bag. "Let's store it here at the entrance of the village for now. We don't have time for you to put things at home," Kakashi said. "Will be stolen?" Naruto was a little worried about his babies. "Don't worry, no one will steal your junk," little Sakura said with a twitch. "Naruto, these things are not broken. They're all my treasures." Naruto lowered his head and muttered softly. Sasuke looked at him, walked over and said, "Let me help you." "Woo, you are the best, Sasuke." Naruto looked like he was about to cry. Sasuke took a step back with a look of disgust. "If you dare to put snot on me, let me tell you, I will definitely kill you," he said viciously. Naruto giggled, and then the two of them went over together and deposited Naruto's big bag in the sentry box at the entrance of the village. "Don't worry, we will take care of these things of yours," Gang Ziti said with a smile. "Then I'm counting on you, Uncle." Naruto also laughed. "Big Uncle?" The smile on Gang Ziti's face froze instantly. However, Naruto has been urged away by Sasuke at this moment, and he didn't see Gang Zijian's secretly hurt expression at all. "I'm only in my 20s. Why would a 12-year-old kid call me uncle? Do I look very old?" Gang Ziti felt a touch of sadness. "Is this why I can't find a girlfriend? Because of being too old?" Not to mention Gang Ziti, who doubted life over there. Naruto's 7th squad also set off with the target they need to protect this time. Inwood Clone, who saw all this in his eyes, also found an excuse to leave first, and then secretly separated a Shadow Clone, told the Shadow Clone about this situation, and let the Shadow Clone dissipate by itself. Somewhere in the Land of Fire, under a huge waterfall, in the rumbling water, Yagami Ryosuke was carrying a huge boulder weighing about 40 tons and was doing squats under the washing of the waterfall. He stepped on the swift water. "While exercising, I am also improving my ability to control chakra." Although Night God Ryosuke is already very good in this respect, but it is still far from the effect that Night God Ryosuke wants. Phew! Now he still has most of the ninjutsu that he can't release directly without making seals. There are only a small number of low-level ninjutsu, like 3 body technique or some sea-level escape techniques, in order to save this process of printing, and others still can't do it for the time being. 7,996, 7,997, 7,998, 9,999, 10,000. Complete 10,000 consecutive squats. Night God Ryosuke pushed both hands violently, and the 40-ton boulder smashed into the water flow of the huge waterfall instantly with a bang, flew out a full 100 meters away, and then landed on a shallow super minister in the distance with precision. With a bang, the ground shook a few times. The Night God Ryosuke also jumped out from the waterfall at this time and landed steadily on the shore. Memories from Shadow Clone? Oh, it's the Kakashi team. This is the mission that has been received from the Kingdom of Waves. So the time has reached this time. Night God Ryosuke suddenly received a memory from Shadow Clone. It wasn't the Shadow Clone that he assigned to practice, but another one that brought him back an important piece of information. The mission of the Kingdom of Waves, so Naruto and the others will meet again and again. Yagami Ryosuke touched his chin and thought for a while, then turned around and went back to put on his clothes and left here directly. He's going to visit the country of waves. Certainly, Night God Ryosuke didn't do this to worry about Naruto's safety. Naruto and Sasuke's current strengths are both at the proper Chunin level, and they are relatively strong among Chunin. As long as you don't directly confront Zabujan, there will be no danger at all. Not to mention, there is still half a Nine-Tails inside Naruto. No matter who has an accident, Naruto will not be able to leave the group. After all, Nine-Tails will not just let Naruto die. Night God Ryosuke's main target on this trip is actually Shiro. Exactly. A talent entry transformed from Bai. He set his sights on Bai's Ice Escape Blood successor. This blood follower is actually very strong, but the Mizuki clan left the stage too early, and Bai was too young, and he was kind-hearted, so he didn't show much of the power of Ice Stun. But if you develop this ability well, maybe it can achieve the effect of frozen fruit in One Piece world. Certainly, it's just possible. But Night God Ryosuke wanted to give it a try. Anyway, it was nothing more than arranging a few more shadow clones to practice. Multiple shadow clone technique this ninjutsu is really too buggy. The more Night God Ryosuke uses it, the more he feels that this ninjutsu is too powerful. I don't know how Senju Tobirama developed this ninjutsu in the first place. I have to say that Senju Tobirama, apart from being inferior to Senju Hashirama in terms of hard power, is really better than Senju Hashirama in other aspects, especially in research on various forbidden techniques. Think about it. He can develop forbidden techniques like impure world reincarnation, infinite chakra, and how both immune to death's impure world reincarnation body. This is so G titanium. Fortunately, the body of impure world reincarnation can also be sealed. Otherwise, wouldn't it be invincible below the Six Paths level? Immune to death, what can you do? The country of waves. This country is a small country across the sea from the land of fire. He doesn't even have his own ninja village. Even the daimyo is just a puppet. In the kingdom of waves, the most powerful person is called Kado. Is a super rich. More money, bad temper. Typical capitalist face. Dazna is a well-known bridge builder in the land of waves. His biggest dream is to build a bridge connecting the land of waves and the land of fire, so as to awaken the people of the land of waves and bring new life to the country. This time he hired Konoha shinobi to go back and build the bridge. But Dazna was too poor to afford the high employment fees. He could only conceal the specific circumstances of the mission and only paid a reward for a sea-level mission and took the Kakashi team on the road. As a result, just before noon, they were attacked by Ghost Brothers. Fortunately, Naruto and Sasuke are not bad in strength, and they often practice together, and they cooperate very well. Although he had no combat experience, he managed to subdue the Ghost Brothers without any risk, and learned from their mouths that they were coming for Dazna. Naruto, Sasuke, you guys did a great job. Kakashi praised the two of them. Then throw them a handful of kunai. Get rid of them, Kakashi said. Naruto. Just when Naruto was still hesitating whether to strike, Sasuke stepped forward with a blank face and stabbed a Ghost Brother in the neck. Puff! The blood spewed out instantly as kunai was pulled out. The pupils in Sasuke's eyes also contracted violently a few times, and Sharingan didn't know when they opened automatically. A black hook jade inside was spinning rapidly, and a second hook jade was faintly solidifying. But when Sasuke's mood calmed down, the second hook jade in his right eye still couldn't be completely condensed. But the second hook jade in the left eye has already appeared. It made him into a strange appearance with two hooks in the left eye and a single hook in the right eye. Ryosuke, the night god who observed this scene hidden in the dark, also looked at it curiously. Sharingan is so eye-opening. To be honest, Uchiha Sasuke is probably the only one in the world. Naruto, it's your turn. Sasuke turned to look at Naruto, who was still standing behind him hesitantly. Isn't it because you're afraid? He laughed deliberately. What? Fart Sasuke, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. How can I be scared? Naruto blushed. Hara's feet jumped. Then, as if to prove that he was not afraid, he walked over holding kunai and then raised one hand high. Little ghost, can you do it? In the sealed space, Ninetales also saw the situation outside through Naruto's eyes and couldn't help laughing. Oomph. As Ryosuke said, a man can't say he's bad. Naruto yelled, and then with his eyes closed, he pierced the neck of the last ghost brother heavily with the kunai in his hand. Puff! Blood splattered, even splashed Naruto all over the face. He reached out and wiped the blood from his face. His face turned pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. "Hi, are you okay?" Sasuke asked arrogantly. "Of course I'm fine," Naruto said stiffly. Obviously, both hands were trembling, but they insisted on holding on. "You two are doing well." Kakashi came over at this moment. His eyes stayed on Sasuke's pair of Sharingan for about 2 seconds. Then he looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, are you sure you're okay? I see your hands are shaking all the time." "Of course I'm fine." Naruto shook his arm vigorously. "Look, Kakashi-sensei, I'm fine." Although he knew that Naruto was being stubborn, Kakashi didn't get to the bottom of it. Anyway, if he can do it, it's enough. How can a ninja not kill someone? The direct nature of ninjas is born to kill people. Why are samurai eliminated? It is because the killing efficiency of the samurai is not as high as that of the ninja. Then you decide whether to continue this task or not. Kakashi threw the 0-4 questions to Naruto and Sasuke. As for little Sakura, well, Kakashi has completely ignored the existence of little Sakura. Anyway, as long as Sasuke agrees, little Sakura will definitely agree unconditionally. That being the case, then little Sakura's opinion is not important. Go ahead, Naruto, what about you? Do you want to go back and do those boring D-rank tasks? Sasuke's choice is definitely to continue the mission. He finally got the opportunity to go out of the village to perform the mission. And the more difficult the mission, the more benefits he can gain from a mission this time. This does not. Just at the beginning, his Sharingan got a big promotion. Isn't that enough to explain the problem? The plants in the greenhouse will never grow into towering trees. Fart Sasuke, don't underestimate people. Of course, I also choose to continue the mission. Naruto yelled, "Mr. Kakashi, let's continue the task. No matter what, Uzumaki Naruto, will definitely send Uncle to the land of water." Naruto, although the teacher is very satisfied with your enthusiasm, you are wrong. The place we're going to is called the Land of Waves, not the Land of Water. Kakashi shook his head and said, Isn't it the Land of Water?" Naruto was dumbfounded. In this way, the 7th class continued on the road, heading all the way to the Land of Waves. In the night, god Ryosuke, who was hiding in the dark, directly surpassed them at this time, and arrived in the Land of Waves first. Shipping Company, the largest and most magnificent building in the entire country of Waves. This is the shipping company affiliated to Cardo. In the towering building, located in the huge office on the top floor. The boss of the company, Kadwa, was yelling at several of his subordinates at this moment. "I can't even look down on a mere Dazna. What am I raising you for? Get out. Get out of here immediately." Kato spit and reprimanded him a few times. And the subordinate who was scolded also lowered his head and dared not talk back. After all, Cardo gave too much. They don't want to lose the job. At this time, the office door was suddenly kicked open. The solid wood door flew out with a bang, hitting the cashmere carpet in the office heavily. Who? The subordinates, who were born as gangsters, immediately looked behind them vigilantly. Outside the open office door, a figure walked in with his hands in his pockets. "You are Cardo?" Knight God Ryosuke looked at the short, middle-aged man. "Who are you?" "Security." "Security," Cardo yelled, but no one answered him. "Stop shouting. Your group of trash wandering warriors have already been dealt with when I came up." Yishun Ryosuke paced forward, and Kato's subordinates wanted to draw their swords and rush forward. They were kicked one by the knight, God Ryosuke. All of them had their hearts broken, and they hung on the wall spraying blood, just like several oil paintings. Kato, who saw this scene, also looked at Ryosuke, who was getting closer and closer with trembling legs. "What do you want? Money? I can give you lots and lots of money." Cardo tries to pay for his life. "Ninja, it's not all about making money. As long as you give money, why can't Tion buy it?" "Money? How much can you give me? Yagami Ryosuke paused and asked. I have a lot of money, and this safe is full of money. Kato quickly pressed a button next to him, and with the sound of mechanical gears, a huge mural behind him slowly moved away, revealing a huge safe nearly 4 meters high behind. It's full of money. I can give it all to you. Kato gestured. Open to take a look. Night God Ryosuke pointed and said, You have to promise not to kill me first. You have to send it. Kato said. Hearing this, Night God Ryosuke glanced at him indifferently, and just as Kato swore he would not kill him, suddenly a knife flashed. Plop! A headless corpse fell to the ground. Kato's glaring head rolled a few times in midair before landing on the carpet beside him. Too much bullshit. Night God Ryosuke pouted. Immediately, he slashed out again, and a cross knife slashed on the huge safe. He cut open the metal safe door with a ninja knife, revealing a gap in the shape of Chien. Subsequently, Yagami Ryosuke directly opened the thick safe door with his hands. The thick metal gate was constantly deformed in his hands, opening a hole big enough for one person to enter. Let go of your hand, and the handprint of Night God Ryosuke is left on it. Wind style. Wind rolling technique. With a clap of hands, a gust of wind immediately rolled up piles of money in the safe, circled them, and landed in front of Night God Ryosuke. The towering money mountain was piled up to a height of 3 meters. Besides, there are also some gold bricks, land deeds, and the like. The total value is probably enough to exceed tens of billion taels. To know, the S-level missions of the ninja villages of the 5 great nations started with only 1 million taels. That is to say, the value of this pile of things in front of you is the reward for 10,000 S-rank missions. 10,000 S-level missions. No matter how strong you are, it is impossible to complete so many S-level missions from the birth of the 5 Kingdoms ninja village to the present. 10 billion taels. Is that enough to feed how many ninjas? Anyway, the capitalists make money faster. Ninja? That's money earned by working hard. But how much can even an elite jonin earn in a lifetime? It's more powerful. Hundreds of millions of taels are as high as the sky. This is the money that 100 elite jonin can earn in a lifetime. Yagami Ryosuke has never seen so much money. He picked up 2 gold bricks and weighed them a few times, then nodded to the mountain of money next to them. There was a TSK sound in his mouth. This time, Yagami Ryosuke actually came to find Zabuza and Shiro. When he arrived, he found that both of them were gone. It is estimated that they went to intercept Kakashi and their 7th squad. Then, based on the principle that everyone has come, Yagami Ryosuke thought about getting some pocket money here. It turns out that this card is quite fond of saving money. There is so much money in the safe of his own company. Isn't this cheap for nothing, Yagami Ryosuke? If you don't kill him, you'd be a fool. With so much money in Kakuzu, wouldn't it be over if you just robbed him? You're so stupid to accept some missions to get rewards. If it were Kakuzu, Kakuzu would have robbed Kadwa a long time ago. Night God Ryosuke really can't understand the brain circuit of Zabuza. You said that you're a traitor who kills people without blinking an eye. Why do you still abide by the rules of regular ninjas? You are not rebellious at all. Just when Night God Ryosuke reaped tens of billions of windfall. On the other side, Squad 7 was also attacked by Zabuza. Because the strength of Sasuke and Naruto is much stronger than it was at this time, so that when Kakashi was trapped by Zabuza's water prison technique, the two teamed up to quickly defeat Zabuza's water body. Forced to stop, I had to withdraw the water prison technique and release Kakashi. And Kakashi, who felt ashamed in front of the students, did not plan to save Chakra anymore. The firepower was fully fired, and within a few rounds of the fight, Zabuza was defeated with a big waterfall technique. At this time, a ninja who claimed to be Mist Shinobi's hunting force suddenly appeared, and then took away the corpse. And Kakashi also passed directly because he consumed too much chakra. After 1 hour, Bai carried the unconscious Zabuza back to their current hiding place. After putting Zabuza on the bed, Bai also reached out and took off the mask on his face. What was revealed was a face that was delicate enough to make most women feel inferior. No wonder Naruto and the others mistook Bai for a girl. He looks so good-looking. Who would have thought that he was a boy? The pants that are not cut off are all soaked. Should I change a pair for him? Bai stood by the side, hesitant and faintly expectant in his heart. After a while, Bai also took a deep breath, then slowly turned around and took out a pair of clean pants from the side cabinet. Why two? Which man only wears one pair of pants? After a while, Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's not that I'm tired, mainly because I was too nervous. Remove the bandage on Mr. Bujan's face, or else something will happen if the blood doesn't come out. Bai caringly considered all aspects of 810, so he took out another handful of kunai, intending to make a small cut directly on the bandage on Zabuchu's face. At this time, just now it seems that I have been in a coma, so I don't want to cut. Then he grabbed Bai's wrist. Okay, Bai. Zabuza opened his eyes, looking at Bai in front of him with a guilty conscience. Ah, Mr. Zabuza, you are awake, Bai said happily. Then he blushed again suddenly and asked, Mr. Bujan, just woke up? Don't chop again. Nonsense, of course I just woke up, Zabuza said in a very angry tone. But no matter how I listen to it, I feel a little guilty. Okay, I'll do it myself. Zabuza felt ashamed and angry, snatched the kunai from Bai's hand, then cut the bandage on his face, and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground from his mouth. Sorry, I shouldn't have hit so hard. Seeing the appearance of not beheading again, Bai also said with a guilty face, If you know, be gentle next time. Said indifferently, like a heartless man with no feelings. However, Bai was obviously used to the tone of Zabuza's speech. Not only was he not angry, but he even narrowed his eyes with a smile. Dell, she looks more and more like a girl. So much so that I almost blushed if I didn't cut it again. Hateful. How many times have I said it? Don't laugh like that. No longer cut a black face and said. He won't admit that the reason why he doesn't let Bai laugh like this is because every time he sees Bai laughing like this, he feels his heart flutter. Hateful. When I saw Bai for the first time, to be honest, I thought that the one I picked up was a little girl. But later it turned out that it was a little boy. Outrageous. Mr. Zabuza, since there are ninjas from Konoha participating this time, and the famous Hatake Kakashi, why don't we give up this mission? Bai suddenly said, looking at Zabuza in front of him with worried eyes. Nonsense. As a ninja, how can you give up the mission? Zabuza stood up abruptly, glaring at Bai in front of him. No but. Bai still wants to persuade Zabuza to give up this task, but Zabuza is obviously determined to complete this mission. I don't know if his temper is too stubborn, or does he feel that he is underestimated by Bai, thinking that he is not as good as Kakashi? Disappointed, trying to prove something. Okay, since you were so persistent, Mr. Bujan. Bai nodded helplessly, but he thought in his heart that when Mr. Bujan fights against that Hatake Kakashi next time, he must help. Then Mr. Bujan, you should take a good rest first, and I will wash your pants for you. Bai bent down and picked up the pants on the ground, ready to go down. Zabujan looked at him a little embarrassedly, and was about to say something when his face suddenly changed, and he suddenly looked towards the door. There, standing impressively, was a mysterious man in a black windbreaker covering his whole body and a white mask on his face. Who are you? Zabuza reached out and grabbed his own beheading sword. He looked at the man at the door with a serious face. Bai also swiped to reveal his Qianban and looked at the other party vigilantly. I'm sorry to disturb the interest of you two, but I'm here today mainly for this gentleman, the night god Ryosuke, who changed his appearance with a wood-style transformation technique and put on a mask and black long trench coat. Also explained his purpose at this time. Bai pointed at himself, then shook his head and said, I'm sorry. I'm Mr. Bujian's tool, and I won't go with you. And Zabuza looked at Night, God Ryosuke, with extremely angry eyes. Want to take Bai away from me? Dream. I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't express it clearly enough. I don't want to take you away. I just want something from you. Yagami Ryosuke said. Stop talking nonsense, you weirdly dressed guy. Bujan jumped up angrily. No matter his body hadn't recovered yet. He rushed forward, dragging the beheading sword. Night God Ryosuke shook his head. Immediately, the figure flashed, and the speed was so fast that he was blown to the wall by his blow without even reacting. Cough. No longer chopping. He suddenly coughed up a big mouthful of blood. Don't hurt Mr. Zabuku. Shiro rushed forward and stopped the knight, God Ryosuke. Ice escape. You are too slow. A voice rang in Bai's ear. Next second, he felt that one of his hair had been pulled out, and when he turned around, he found that the other party had disappeared. Knight God Ryosuke got a white hair and took away a drop of blood that would not be cut off. Then he turned and walked out the door. Oh right. Knight God Ryosuke suddenly paused, turned his head, and said, Kato has been killed by me, which means that your employer has disappeared, and this time the mission has failed. If I were you, I would choose to leave here. After all, even the employer is gone, so there is no need to continue any tasks. Finished. Yagami Ryosuke didn't care whether Zabuza and Shiro would listen to his persuasion and leave Pneumonia directly. He had already got what he wanted, and he disappeared from Zabuza and Shiro's sight in a blink of an eye. Damn, who is this guy? Zaibujan clutched his chest, staggered, and almost fell. Fortunately, Bai came over to support him. Mister, don't chop again. Don't move anymore. It will make the injury worse. Bai looked at him with a heartbroken expression. Bai, am I useless? Zabuzin suddenly said with some disappointment. First it was Hitaki Kakashi, and now it's this strangely dressed guy. Is it true that Zabuzin is so weak? No, that's not the case. Bai shook his head excitedly and said, Mr. Zabuzin has always been the most powerful ninja in Bai's mind. I will not allow Mr. Zabuzin to say that about yourself. White, don't kill Mr. again. In fact, the knight, God Ryosuke, who hadn't gone far just now, couldn't help but get goosebumps when he heard the calling from the room. I don't know who is attacking and who is receiving. He shook his head, really gone this time. Somewhere in the land of waves. Yagami Ryosuke found a random place to sit down. Then he took out the white hair. Systemize it. Ding. Conversion successful. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. So cute must be a boy, Blue. No. System. Is your talent entry getting skinnier? Can you play less jokes? I beg you, okay? Yagami Ryosuke rolled his eyes and was speechless. Is there no ice escape? What he is most worried about now is not that there will be any strange attributes in the entry, but whether there will be no ice escape in this entry. To know, Night God Ryosuke is coming to Bingdu. If it is found that there is no ice escape in the end, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Certainly. It's not a waste of time. At least he got tens of billions of taels of money. This suddenly became Hokage's top 50 richest people in the world. But Night God Ryosuke actually doesn't need that much money. He was not short of money. A daily income of 100,000 taels is being received. What money can he lack? So, the most important thing is actually the ice escape. There are actually some strange places in the world of Hokage, and Night God Ryosuke can't understand it. For example, the ninja clearly holds the strongest power in the world, but they need to obey the order of the daimyo. Even the shadow of a village needs the help of a daimyo to take the position of shadow. What a joke. Big name. Just an ordinary person. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he has no power to restrain the chicken. Why does he have such power? If it is said that the daimyo has a large group of extremely powerful ninjas who listen to his wisdom, it can still be explained. But the question is where the ninja is under the daimyo. The top is the jonin level. There are so many big names that don't even have an elite jonin. Just such force. Why order the world? Because of their big faces? And rich people like Cardo. The world of Hokage is not a world ruled by law, where killing people is a common thing. You are a group of ordinary people who hold most of the wealth in this world. Excuse me, why is no one robbing them? A trader like Zabuzin still needs to rely on working for a rich man like Kadwa to earn mission rewards. When did ninja become so civilized and polite? These are things that Night God Ryosuke doesn't understand very much. He doesn't care what the other ninjas are like. Anyway, he himself has no psychological constraints in this regard, if it makes him unhappy. So what if you are the name of the 5 great nations? The same is true for killing. Immediately, Night God Ryosuke opened the character panel nervously and found this new talent entry. So cute must be a boy, blue naturally beautiful. It is hard to give up. It is not your fault to be beautiful. Who said that only girls can be beautiful? Boys can be beautiful too. Appearance plus 50%. Comes with Ice Escape. Attributes increase appearance. Night God Ryosuke first felt a thump in his heart, and then saw that there was an attached ability behind it, and it was exactly the Ice Escape he wanted, and he was relieved. Fortunately, being done is still there. But what's the point of increasing my appearance? I'm already so handsome. No matter how handsome I am, there is no reference to compare with. However, it is good to have Ice Escape. Everything else doesn't really matter. That is, this entry does not have an attribute that increases the power of Ice Escape, which is a bit disappointing. But it's okay, because Night God Ryosuke still has experience points. You can upgrade at a level. In an instant, Night God Ryosuke directly invested 1,000 experience points into this new talent entry, and immediately saw the original blue entry, which directly changed to a more noble purple. So cute. It must be a boy. Purple. Charm plus 300%. Ice Escape power plus 400%. Attached. Ice Escape. It's appeared. Ice Escape power enhancing attribute. Night God Ryosuke looked at the upgraded entry. Unexpectedly, the name of the entry itself has not changed. It is still the name that makes Night God Ryosuke can't help but want to complain. However, the attributes have indeed changed a lot. Let's not talk about the fact that the value of the face becomes attractive. Care. The key is, finally, the attribute of Ice Escape power bonus appeared, and it's directly a 400% bonus. Very good. Great. In this way, Night God Ryosuke's Ice Escape is 5 times as powerful in nature as the normal Ice Escape. In this case, I don't know if it can achieve the effect of frozen fruit in the world of frozen fruit that Yishan Ryosuke envisioned. Let's not talk about others. Develop an element first. Who said the world of Hokage can't be elemental? Take a look at the hydration technique of the Ghost Lamp family. Isn't that elemental? Hydration technique can do it. So why can't Night God Ryosuke's Ice Escape? By the way, can I combine Ice Escape with Flying Thunder God technique? Night God Ryosuke had another whim. In fact, Yagami Kyo had thought about this problem when he got with style. For example, imprint the imprint of Flying Thunder God technique on Wood Style. In this way, wherever his Wood Style hits, he can teleport there directly. If a Tree World descendant has the imprint of his Flying Thunder God technique on every tree, then he can directly shuttle freely within the Tree World descendant. And the trees made by Wood Style are not so easy to break. Even if someone finds out, it's not easy to destroy it. The same reason. He can also leave the mark of the Flying Thunder God on the Ice Escape. For example, if you use the Ice Escape to create a large area of kunai, it doesn't have to be kunai. In short, it just needs to be the right size. Such a large piece is thrown out, and each one has the mark of Flying Thunder God on it. Then there is no need to learn the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique anymore. And as for the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, he has to study it himself to see how to turn it into a kunai shadow clone technique. Otherwise, the shuriken is too small to leave the mark of Flying Thunder God. But being done is different. He can make as much ice as he wants, and for as many days as he wants. You can come here wherever you want. Yes, you can try to study this. Night God Ryosuke thinks his idea should be feasible. A few shadow clones will be assigned to study later. Equipped with this new talent entry, Night God Ryosuke tested the effect of Ice Escape. Because Night God Ryosuke doesn't know any Ice Escape ninjutsu, so he simply found a small river, and then used the energy of Ice Escape after consuming a small amount of chakra. A large section of the entire river was directly frozen. The effect is very good. Yagami Ryosuke looked at the frozen river in front of him with satisfaction. He tried to melt the ice with fire style. I found that even with fire style, it is difficult to melt the ice made with Ice Cave. It wasn't until Night God Ryosuke increased the output of fire style that the frozen river water gradually began to melt. Normal fire style has no effect on my ice escape, and this is just the most basic use of ice escape. As long as I study some ice escape ninjutsu, the effect is only will be better than this. Speaking of ice escape ninjutsu, in fact, there are several ready-made ones now. It's Bai's ice escape ninjutsu. But to be honest, Night God Ryosuke doesn't like those ice escapes a bit. It felt so petty. Even if it is a secret technique, sunglasses, ice crystal. To be honest, the effect is SOSO. So Night God Ryosuke intends to study ice escape ninjutsu by himself. Bai's ninjutsu was actually developed by himself. Since Bai can research the use of these ice escapes, it doesn't make sense that Night God Ryosuke can't research it. He is cheating. If he can't research any powerful ice escape, he can use it. That's too bad to be pregnant. When the time comes, divide a few shadow clones to let them study and study. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. This kind of thing, of course, is left to shadow clone. As for Night God Ryosuke himself, just think a good idea once in a while. Specifically how to develop. Also watch the shadow clones. The Land of Waves is on the newly built bridge. A group of the 7th Shift is in charge of protecting the workers who are building the bridge. Have you heard? That Kato seems to have been killed. Really? Kato is dead. I also heard that the employees of Kadwa Company seem to have run away. I heard that a powerful ninja came to the door. I guess it is some kind of enemy. Good to die. Great to die. Kato, you have today too. Long live Ninja-sama. He got rid of the big villain Kato for us. I want to build a statue for him, and it will stand on this bridge. That's right. That's our great hero. It must be remembered by future generations. Hearing the workers' discussions, little Sakura couldn't help but ask Kakashi, who was leaning on crutches. Mr. Kakashi, they said that Kato died. Is it true? It seems to be true. Kakashi, who was looking down at the book, raised his head when he heard the words, and after thinking for a while, he said, no matter what, we still have to be careful of another attack by Zobu-Jan at any time. Although Kato is dead, the rebellious temper like Zobu-Jan is elusive. Maybe he wants to take revenge because he lost me last time. Kakashi is right. Zabuza really thought so at the beginning. Pity. Under Bai's repeated persuasion, he still agreed to leave the country of Bo. No revenge on Kakashi. Kakashi probably didn't expect that the majestic Ghost Momochi would give up revenge because of the persuasion of his subordinates. The following few days, the new construction of the bridge went surprisingly smoothly. Because Kato was killed, no one came to stop the construction of the bridge. Even because of this, more residents of the Land of Waves came to join in the work of building the bridge, which greatly accelerated the progress of the bridge. So much so that the bridge was built in just 6 days. On the newly built bridge, at the head of the bridge on the side of the Country of Waves, there is a statue more than 10 meters high. The statue is carved out of rock. It is the best sculptor in the Land of Waves who personally performs the knife. It's so lifelike, it's like a work of art. I'm so envious. It would be great if someone erected a statue for me sometime. Naruto looked up at the statue enviously. Isn't your dream 850 to become a Hokage? As long as you become a Hokage, you will naturally be able to leave your own statue on the Hokage rock. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and said flatly. At this time, the little Sakura on the side suddenly asked suspiciously, but why do I think this person's attire doesn't look like a good person? Long windbreaker, wear a mask. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like the image that a hero should have. Little Sakura, please don't say this in front of the people of the Land of Waves, or you will be beaten. Kakashi shook his head and said, in fact, he also felt that this person's attire was not a good person, and there is always a feeling of déjà vu. But I can't remember where I saw it. Mr. Kakashi, I'm not Naruto. Little Sakura said with her arms akimbo. Little Sakura, are you calling me? Naruto leaned his head over and asked with a giggle. Go away, you. Little Sakura angrily pushed Naruto away. Let's go, our mission is done. It's time to go back. Kakashi said at this time. He glanced at Sasuke, who was silent all the time. This kid's face is gloomy and ugly. Damn it, that one who doesn't kill him even ran away. Sasuke was still angry that the opponent he was looking forward to ran away. Of course, the opponent he was looking forward to was not Zabuzi, but the one who rescued Zabuzi last time. Kakashi said before, that person's strength is still above him and Naruto. Sasuke is not convinced. After all, during this period of time, his strength has improved a lot. It feels like Naruto's winning percentage has increased from 50 to 70 to 30. It's time to be confident. He really wanted to prove his ability to Kakashi. He must be better than that guy who hides his head and shows his tail and dare not show his true colors. But in the end, the so-called ghost touty didn't cut it off and ran away. What kind of rubbish? I bother. Sasuke had a dark face and was in a very bad mood. But Naruto, who has no eyesight, came over with a smile at this moment. Sasuke, we're going back to the village. Are you happy? Sasuke pushed him away angrily. After returning to the village, you have to do those D-level missions again. Are you happy? Etch, he said coldly. Don't. When Naruto heard it, his expression changed drastically and he shouted. Kakashi dug his ears beside him and rolled his eyes helplessly. Next day, the 7th class returned to Konoha. Let's disband. I'll hand in the task. You guys go back and have a rest and continue with the new task tomorrow. After Kakashi spoke, he disappeared instantly. Sasuke, shall we go get something to eat? Little Sakura walked over shyly and invited Sasuke to eat together. No, I'm going home to practice. Sasuke said something coldly, turned and left directly. Little Sakura froze for a moment. She thought that after this mission, her relationship with Sasuke had gotten closer. But why has Sasuke's attitude become so indifferent these 2 days? Just when little Sakura was puzzled, a head came over. It's Naruto. Sakura, why don't we go eat together? Naruto said with a giggle. No, I'm going home to rest. Little Sakura bypassed Naruto nonchalantly and went straight home. Don't you want to eat? Naruto stood there a little disappointed. At this time, Naruto, are you back? Ryosuke. Naruto, who was still lost just now, turned around and saw that night god Ryosuke, who was following Ino, was standing not far behind him and looking at him. Ryosuke and Ino. Naruto happily ran over. Ryosuke, let me tell you, the mission we performed this time is amazing. Night god Ryosuke smiled and looked at Naruto, who kept describing how he performed bravely in the mission. After a while, Naruto finally finished talking about the 300-round battle between himself and Zabuza, and then looked curiously at Night god Ryosuke and Ino. Ryosuke, are you dating Ino? He asked stupidly. That's right, today their 10th shift is on vacation. Yagami Ryosuke said. Naruto, I really envy you who can go out of the village to perform missions, unlike us who have been doing those boring D-level missions all the time. Ino looked at Naruto enviously, then complained again. Mr. Asuma is really too. Obviously our strength is so strong. We can go out of the village to perform some C-level missions. Ino, you guys will have this chance, but now our 7th class is ahead. Naruto said with a smug smile. Chatted with Naruto for a few words. And by the way, I heard that the Naruto Bridge was completed, and it was named Hero Bridge, but when the night god Ryosuke heard that the people of Naruto carved him into a statue and stood on the bridge head, is also regarded as the hero who saved the land of waves. This makes night god Ryosuke feel a little bit weird. After all, his original intention was never to save the country of Bo, even shot to kill Kato. It's just because he has a lot of money. Did not expect. The people of the land of waves actually misunderstood. But a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. It's pretty good to be a hero or something. Farewell to Naruto. Yagami Ryosuke and Ino continue to date. I really envy Naruto and their 7th class. Kakashi seems to be much more reliable than Teacher Asuma. Ino is still brooding over the fact that their 10th class is behind the 7th class. Yagami Ryosuke smiled and patted her head. Okay, don't think about it. If Asuma thinks you can do it, He will arrange more advanced tasks for you. But Ino, you have to be mentally prepared. I'm already mentally prepared, Ino said confidently. Evening. Night god Ryosuke sent Ino home. At the door, Ino boldly kissed him on the cheek. Night god Ryosuke clearly felt a murderous gaze staring at him. He didn't need to look to know that it must be Yamanaka Heizo, No's father. I always feel like my old father-in-law is going to kill me. Yagami Ryosuke rubbed his nose and thought to himself. In fact, in terms of other aspects alone, Yamanaka is very satisfied with Ryosuke, the prospective son-in-law of the night god. Regardless of appearance or talent, they are all outstanding. But only one thing. It's just too sweet. He actually dated 2 girlfriends at the same time. This made Yamanaka unacceptable. He can accept that other women fall in love with the same man. Even he himself has such an idea, but it cannot be realized due to some reasons. He absolutely cannot accept that his daughter fell in love with the same man as another girl, even if that girl is the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. Why? That's my baby girl. Yamanaka glared viciously at Ryosuke, who turned and left downstairs. He wanted to cut off the relationship between the two of them, but he found helplessly that he seemed to have no choice. Just very annoying. In a few days, somewhere in the land of fire, there is an underground gold exchange. Wearing a black windbreaker and a mask, Ryosuke the night god came in from the entrance of the gold exchange, carrying a bag in his hand, and threw it in front of the manager of the gold exchange. "Not a village man, inspect the goods," he said coldly. The manager of the gold exchange took a look at him, then opened the bag in front of him, and inside was a glaring head. "It's Mr. Inada, that's right." After checking, the steward confirmed the identity of the target, and then put a box on the table. "Guess this is the bounty of Inada Mureo. Would you like some?" Yagami Ryosuke reached for the box and opened it directly, revealing the full amount of money inside. 23 million taels. This is the bounty offered by the Rice Paddy Village man. For a Jonin, this bounty is not low. After all, not everyone is a Sarutobi Asuma. After all, he was a guard for the Fire Nation daimyo, and he was also the son of Konoha 3rd Hokage. Although the strength is a bit pulled down, but identity, where the status is, the bounty will not be so low. The reason why this Daotian villager can have a bounty of 23 million taels is because he greened up several rich men, and those rich men jointly wanted him, and offered a reward of 2,300 taels. 10,000 taels. And Night God Ryosuke is testing some ninjutsu effects developed by himself during this time. Need someone to help test it. So I thought of the underground gold exchange. While making a little money, the main thing is to test ninjutsu. After all, in terms of money, Yagami Ryosuke's net worth of tens of billions is there. There is no shortage of these tens of millions. That's the right number. After Yagami Ryosuke counted the money in the box, he turned around and left the gold exchange. The steward behind him smiled and looked at the rebels following up, but didn't say much. Such things are too common in underground gold exchanges. But the guess just now is quite strong. According to the information he received, the other party has killed 7 ninjas with the strength of Jonin in the past half-month. Guess it has the strength of elite Jonin level. Those guys who just followed may capsize in the gutter. Leaving the underground gold exchange, Yagami Ryosuke stopped after walking for a while with the money box in his hand. "After following for so long, don't you plan to do anything?" he said without looking back. Dark place. The ninjas who followed Night God Ryosuke all the way here looked at each other. Equal split. Equal split. So the next second, 5 Jonin strength ninjas strike instantly, attacking the target ahead from different directions. 5 Jonin. Just to test this trick, Night God Ryosuke put down the suitcase in his hand. Then a sheet of frost froze the ground around him. Following the Night God Ryosuke's 5 fingers, the frozen ground rolled with a loud bang and turned into countless frost behemoths, rushing towards the 5 attacking Jonins. What ninjutsu is this? I escape. The 5 Jonin on the opposite side watched this scene in surprise. while attacking one after another. They were surprised to find that the power of these frost behemoths is astonishingly great, and their defense is also very strong. They use fire-style ninjutsu to attack, and they can't even break through the frost armor on the outside of the opponent. Outrageous! Rumble. Hundreds of frost behemoths are rampant. Trample the large area ahead into ruins. After a while, Night God Ryosuke slapped his hands together, and with a bang, those raging frost monsters stopped one after another, turning into lifelike ice sculptures and standing in place. He walked over and looked at the ninjas who were beaten to death by the frost giants. It's miserable, but the power of my move is really good. Generally, when Jonin encounters, there is only one dead end, unless they all know the Flying Thunder God technique. There was a satisfied smile on Ryosuke's face under the mask of Yagami. The use of this trick of ice escape is the secret technique of ice escape that he has only recently researched. 100 Beast's Crazy Strike can instantly use the ice escape to create hundreds of frost behemoths to attack the target group dash. Whether it's against a single ninja or against a ninja unit, all have great effects. The key is, the so-called 100 Beasts in this move is actually just a general term. At present, the Night God Ryosuke can only produce 200 to 300 frost monsters, but if it continues to be developed in the future, the secret technique of Wild Beast Attack can produce thousands or even tens of thousands of them at the moment of operation. The Frost Behemoth comes. In that way, Night God Ryosuke alone is equivalent to the army of a country. Moreover, the Frost Behemoths he created couldn't even be melted by the fire style performed by ordinary Jonin. In terms of strength, their power is comparable to physical Jonin. Imagine hundreds of thousands of Jonin coming towards you. You know how scary this must be. No wonder the 5 Jonin didn't even have the ability to resist at all, and couldn't even escape, so they died under the ice escape technique of the Night God Ryosuke. It's not that they are too good. It's that Night God Ryosuke's secret technique is too strong. Sanyuan Town. Night God Ryosuke passed by here, and it was almost noon to see the time. So I decided to have something to eat in town before continuing my journey. It's just that night, God Ryosuke just walked into the town when he saw a group of people shouting, "Look for her, don't let her run away," holding sticks, samurai swords, and other weapons. Looking for someone with a vicious look. "Hey, that kid over there, take off your mask and let us see what you look like." At this time, this group of people stared at Night God Ryosuke. Seeing his mysterious dress and wearing a mask, they immediately surrounded him and ordered him to take off the mask. "I'm not who you're looking for." Night God Ryosuke guessed that they should be looking for some kind of enemy, but Night God Ryosuke was obviously not their enemy, so he didn't want to get acquainted with a group of ordinary people like them. "You don't think so?" Wearing a mask, mysterious and mysterious. "Quickly take off the mask and let us see." "Boss, maybe the family is too ugly, so I'm too embarrassed to come out to meet people." "Huh, that makes sense." This group of people laughed, pointing and commenting on Ryosuke, the night god. The big bald man at the head even put a samurai sword in his hand on the neck of Night God Ryosuke. "Take off the mask. Don't make me say it a third time." The bald man sternly threatened. At the same time, in an alley not far away, 2 furtive figures were looking towards this side. "Master Tsunade, that person seems to have been mistaken for you. Should we go over and help him?" Shizun, who was holding the piglet, looked at the scene on the road outside and couldn't help but asked worriedly, "Stupid, if we go out now, they just happen to be caught by them." Tsunade patted Shizun on the head angrily and said, "Besides, that kid is also a ninja, and ordinary people won't do anything to him." That's how it is." Shizun nodded. Since he was a ninja, then this group of casino thugs who were just ordinary samurai must have no way to do anything to him. After all, no matter how weak the weak are, they're much stronger than these warriors. The reason why she and Master Tsunade avoided this group of people was because they owed a lot of money to the casino opposite. To be precise, Tsunade owed the other party a lot of money. Shizun was just dragged down. Wait for them to fight later. We will take advantage of the chaos and leave here, Tsunade said to Shizune. Shizune nodded, although he felt that it was a little rude to do so. At this time, the casino thugs surrounding the masked man suddenly yelled in horror, turned, and ran away. However, the masked man, who was still threatened and laughed at by them, just clapped his hands, and a large piece of ice blade appeared in the air and then flew towards the escaped casino thugs. In an instant, the screams became one. The thugs in dozens of casinos were almost killed and injured in an instant. Oops! Tsunade's expression changed when he saw this scene. As a ninja, unless it is required by the mission, otherwise it is never allowed to hurt ordinary people. This is a rule established in the ninja world. Certainly, fighting back doesn't count, but the counterattack method of the masked man is obviously too fierce. He killed so many people in one fell swoop. This made the kind-hearted Tsunade look a little ugly. Shizune was even more taken aback by this scene. Brush. Just now, Tsunade, who was planning to take advantage of the chaos and leave, rushed out of the alley in an instant and stood in front of the masked man. Shizune, who was half a beat behind, also followed closely behind and fell to the side. Stop! Tsunade yelled. Hey! Knight God Ryosuke was about to kill the remaining garbage, but found a familiar figure blocking in front of him. Tsunade? Shizune? Looking at the two women in front of him, Knight God Ryosuke's eyes also became weird. FFLX. What this group of people were looking for just now. Shouldn't it be Tsunade? Did this woman lose her bet again and have no money to repay the debt, so she broke the road? Think of all those gambling debts that Tsunade owed in memory. Knight God Ryosuke also shook his head secretly. It looks like I accidentally blocked the gun for Tsunade. But at this stage, Tsunade still suffers from hemophobia, right? Princess Tsunade of Konoha, are you going to stand up for these people? Yagami Ryosuke looked at Tsunade in front of him and said lightly, You have gone too far. They're just a bunch of ordinary people. Tsunade looked at him with a serious face. Fortunately, those casino thugs who were killed were directly frozen by the ice blade, so they couldn't see any bloody scenes. Otherwise, Tsunade, who was still suffering from hemophobia at this time, would not have the ability to stand up and stop the opponent. By the way, is this ice escape? Tsunade glanced at the frozen people around him. A descendant of the Minazuki clan? Tsunade looked at the masked man in front of him and thought. So, Princess Tsunade must leave for them. Stop it. You should calm down now. They have paid the price. Tsunade said. But what if I say no? Wisps of frost condensed on Ryosuke's hand, turned into ice crystals, and danced at his fingertips, gradually forming a puck the size of a ping-pong ball. Ice escape. Mini Rasengan. Not good. Tsunade punched the ground in front of him instantly. There was a loud noise, and the entire ground was instantly split open by her punch, and the raised ground blocked Tsunade's face, blocking the oncoming frost storm. Bang! The mini Rasengan condensed by the ice escape exploded instantly when it landed on the ground, and the frost storm formed directly swept across a fan-shaped area in front of it. It spread hundreds of meters away before stopping. At this time, the 100-meter-long fan-shaped area in front of Ryosuke, the night god, has completely turned into a scene of ice and snow. Boom! It was a loud bang. Two figures rushed out from the ice and snow. It was Tsunade and Shizune, who was shivering from the cold. Clap, clap, clap. As expected of Princess Tsunade, one of Konoha's Sannin, Yagami Ryosuke clapped his hands and praised with a smile. Damn! Tsunade glanced at the few casino thugs who were still alive just now, and they had also been frozen into ice sculptures. Not alive at all. Watching these people being killed in front of his eyes made Tsunade furious. You want to die? Tsunade rushed forward angrily. It hurts. Zero. Asking for flowers. Boom. The ground was instantly torn apart by Tsunade's kick. The damage caused directly caused the land around the night god Ryosuke to sink into the ground within a range of more than 10 meters. However, night god Ryosuke flew to the other side on a frosty ice bridge. It was completely unaffected by Tsunade's blow. At the same time, Yishun Ryosuke clapped his hands, and the ice bridge disintegrated instantly, turning into a 100-meter-long ice dragon, attacking Tsunade lifelike. Ice escape. Ice dragon technique. Monster power fist. Tsunade jumped tens of meters high, bursting out with a terrifying force, directly smashing the head of the ice dragon condensed by night god Ryosuke. Humph. It's not useful to look good. Tsunade snorted coldly after landing and said with a sneer. But in fact, the hand she used to smash the ice dragon's head was broken. At this time, if she hadn't used medical ninjutsu secretly to heal her, she might not be able to move her hand for a while. Obviously, Ryosuke's ice dragon technique is not just about looking good. Tsunade did blow up his ice dragon technique, though. This also shows that the effect of ice dragon technique is far inferior to wood style technique. As expected of Konoha Sannin, the strength is really good. Night god Ryosuke verbally praised Tsunade's performance. This made Tsunade even more upset. Because the other party always judges himself from a superior perspective, this makes Tsunade feel that he is underestimated. Does your ice escape have any other moves? If not, then wait to be beaten up. Tsunade clenched his fist and said viciously. Jiraiya is probably the person who knows the fate of Tsunade's beating. It's not as simple as a bruised nose and a swollen face. But a bad one may directly paralyze half of the body. Any other ice escapes? Night god Ryosuke shook his head. Of course, he still has other ice escape moves that are useless. But apart from the fact that Beast Attack has some effect against Tsunade, the other ice escapes that have been researched so far are not of great significance. Although Tsunade suffers from hemophobia, he is also a Kage-level strongman, and the meat will heal again. Unless it is to take advantage of her weakness, otherwise it will be somewhat troublesome to defeat her simply by relying on being done at this stage. Night god Ryosuke said trouble, not impossible, if he keeps using the ice dragon technique or the wild beast attack. Winning Tsunade is definitely no problem. That doesn't make much sense. Yagami Ryosuke already had a better idea in mind. Tsunade, you don't think I'm just an ice escape, do you? Night god Ryosuke suddenly said with a mysterious smile. Instinctively, Tsunade had a bad feeling in his heart. Next second, her hunch was confirmed. Susanoo, boom! A huge energy surged from the body of Night god Ryosuke. His eyes had opened the Mangekyo Sharingan at some point. As the black energy gathered, a huge half-length skeleton image of Susanoo appeared in the open space outside the town. Gudu. Shizun, who was standing in the distance and was signaled by Tsunade not to approach, looked at the bust of Susanoo, which was more than 100 meters high, and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. His face was pale with fright. What kind of monster is this? Shizun has never met Susanoo, so of course he doesn't know the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. But Tsunade is no Shizun. She recognized at a glance that this is the ultimate power in the Uchiha clan that can only be used by turning on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo, Uchiha, aren't you a descendant of the Minazuki clan? Tsunade's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in disbelief. Minazuki? Who told you that I belong to the Minazuki clan? Yagami Ryosuke had a playful smile on his lips and said, Listen clearly, my name. Uchiha's face is numb. Uchiha noodles? Tsunade kept retrieving the name from memory. But no matter what she thought, she couldn't think of such a number one person in the Uchiha clan. And didn't the Uchiha clan die out a few years ago? What happened to this guy in front of him? According to information learned by Tsunade, only Uchiha Itachi, who is still alive, and Uchiha Sasuke, who survived the genocide, are the only ones left. Just these two people. I have never heard of Uchiha noodles. Could it be the Uchiha clan who live outside? Tsunade thought of the ice escape that the opponent used just now, and instantly thought of a certain possibility. Maybe this Uchiha face hemp is a child born when a member of the Uchiha clan combined with a member of the Minazuki clan when he was out on a mission. As for why the other party didn't return to Konoha, There are several possibilities for this too. The first is that his father in the Uchiha clan does not want to recognize him as a son. The other is that his father in the Uchiha clan simply didn't know that he had such a son outside. After all, there has never been a shortage of ruthless scumbags these days. Although the men of the Uchiha family are quite good at noodle stalls, it is not ruled out that such people exist. Therefore, only this Uchiha can escape the genocide incident a few years ago, and the outside world doesn't even know that such a Uchiha exists. So, this guy is the B************ D child of the Uchiha clan left outside. Tsunade made up his own brain and thought that his guess should be very close to the truth. However, is this Uchiha's face-numb talent so outstanding? He has awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. These are Tezebo Madara's awakened eyes. Zero, Uchiha, that is a legendary ninja who is famous in the ninja world with Tsunade's great-grandfather. Compared to the legendary Sannin that she formed with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are the true legends and legends. A ninja god, a ninja shura, a wooden golem, a Susanoo. It directly ended the troubled times and created the ninja village era. Such feats, even after 1,000 years, will continue to be sung by people, right? Although Tsunade doesn't like the high-level people who rule Konoha now. But for Konoha, her feelings are still very deep. After all, it was the village her great-grandfather built. Can the feelings be deep? Tsunade, as a member of the Senju clan, you should be very aware of Susanoo Hiei's power, right? But have you ever experienced it yourself? Night God Ryosuke, who maintains the first form of Susan, spoke proudly to Tsunade in front of him. No matter how powerful Susanoo is, you Uchiha are nothing more than the defeat of our Kaisho clan. Tsunade snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "The underdog? Hee. Your Senju clan is only a Senju Hashirama, but Senju Hashirama is already dead. Is there anyone in your Senju clan who can use with style? Oh, by the way, I almost forgot that Konoha no longer has any pros." Night God Ryosuke said in a strange way, "What about you, Uchiha? Being exterminated by your own people really gives Uchiha Madara a face." Tsunade sneered back, "That's just a fool, and sooner or later I'll send him to meet the ancestors of the Uchiha clan. Let him personally apologize in front of his ancestors." Yagami Ryosuke feels like he has entered the drama, and he really feels like he is a Uchiha. Really? Who can't brag? Tsunade scoffed. "Okay, let's stop talking nonsense." Susan, the Night God Ryosuke, raised his huge skeleton arm, and the terrifying power was bred in it, as if he would tear everything in front of him into pieces at any time. "Now, let me show you the ultimate power of my Uchiha clan." It's only in the form of a skeleton. Tsunade snorted coldly. Then he clenched his fist and rushed forward. Bang! A circle of shock waves swept away. The two fists, one big and one small, collided in an instant, and the burst of force directly sent Shizen flying away, who was watching the battle from a distance. Shizen managed to stabilize his body, and then staggered to the ground. She looked up. In the distance, an afterimage was constantly blasting towards the tall half-length Susanoo. Shining green chakra energy. Shizen is all too familiar. "Master Tsunade, come on." Shizen silently cheers for Tsunade. Boom! Strange power fist. Bang! It hurts. After Tsunade's fierce attack, he was exhausted and out of breath, but the incomparably huge half-length Susan in front of him seemed to have nothing to do. Night God Ryosuke's 5x pupil skill bonus can also be applied to Susanoo. Susanoo is also a kind of pupil technique, but is not a pupil technique awakened according to each person's heart. It is the ultimate pupil technique power that every Uchiha can possess after opening Mangekyo. Certainly, according to different openers, some details of Susanoo will also be different, such as color, such as appearance, and weapons. And Night God Ryosuke has strengthened the first form of Susan by 5 times, and its defense is stronger than the normal second form of Susan. comparable to the state of the third form with Tengu armor. So defensive. No matter how much Tsunade attacks with all his strength, it can only leave a few traces on the surface. But it's back in the blink of an eye. Tsunade raised his head, looking weakly at the huge, half-length Susan in front of him. The opponent didn't fight back at all. Just stand there and resist her attack casually. It is easy to disintegrate all her efforts. Damn! Tsunade hated himself for being weak again. The first time she hated her own weakness was when Sannin teamed up and lost to Hanzo of the Salamander. The second time was when his brother Nawaki died. Now this is the third time. These years, because of the death of his younger brother and Kato Dan, Tsunade has been using alcohol and gambling to anesthetize himself. Live a life of indulgence every day. She even forgot how long she hadn't seriously practiced ninjutsu. Although, her physique from the Senju clan, even if she didn't practice, her strength still hasn't declined much compared to the past. There is absolutely no progress. If, all these years, she has transferred all her grief to cultivation, instead of using alcohol and gambling to anesthetize herself, she would use the pain and pressure of cultivation to anesthetize herself. At this moment, she won't feel powerless like she does now. Princess Tsunade of the Senju clan, are you just this level? Yagami Ryosuke said with a tone of disappointment. The Senju clan, who once suppressed the ninja world, have now fallen to such a state. It's deplorable and even more pitiful. I don't need your pity, Tsunade shouted angrily. Yagami Ryosuke looked at her coldly. So, since you have tried your best, let me show you why the ultimate power of my Uchiha clan is called the ultimate power. Tsunade actually has a useless move, but once that trick is used, she really has no cards left. Before you figure out what the other party wants to do, Tsunade will not show his last hole card. And, to put it bluntly, even if Tsunade really uses her last hole card, it may not be able to break the defense of this half-length Susan. So, let's keep it, and see if it can be used when escaping later. Yes, Tsunade was ready to run away. For Tsunade, who has experienced 2 ninja wars, running away is not shameful. Only a fool would stay knowing that he must die. Moreover, she still has to get Shizen out of here. What will happen to Shizen if she dies in battle today? Looking good. This is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Yagami Ryosuke shouted. Moment. An even bigger pupil power emerged from his pair of Mangekyo. With the infusion of huge pupil power, visible to the naked eye, layers of meridians and skin began to attach to the original skeleton Susanoo. With the covering of flesh and blood, Susanoo's body also became bigger. This, Tsunade subconsciously took a step back. She admitted that she was indeed frightened by the terrifying power emanating from this Susan. And it's not over yet. With a set of Utenga armor attached to Susan's body, its lower body also grew out. Tsunade kept looking up. The bust of Susan, who was nearly 200 meters tall in front of him, now grew to an astonishing 500 meters in height after growing his lower half. What is the concept of more than 500 meters? Standing in front of such a giant, a person is as insignificant as an ant on the ground looking at a human being. Tsunade felt his legs go limp at this moment. A deep sense of powerlessness made her feel hopeless. Susanoo, 4th form. This is also the final form that Night God Ryosuke can achieve at present. As for the full body form later, the required pupil power is too huge. Even he can't support it now, and it may take a while to open that form. However, only the 4th form of Susanoo is already strong enough to make people desperate. After all, Night God Ryosuke Susan not only has 5 times more Susan than other people's Susan, even attack and defense are 5 times stronger than other Uchiha Susan. That is to say, his 4th form of Susan, in terms of strength, is actually not inferior to the normal full-body Susan. Even in terms of body size, it is even bigger than the perfect body. More than 500 meters, even Uchiha Madara's complete body Susanoo is not so big. Sometimes, size is also a measure of strength. Night God Ryosuke thinks that if his fourth form of Susan fights against Uchiha Madara's full-body Susan, the one who wins will most likely be his fourth form of Susan. At this time, Night God Ryosuke himself also appeared on the head of Susanoo. He is condescending, overlooking the small Tsunade below like a god. Looking good. This is the power of God. Boom! The air exploded in an instant and made a loud noise, the source of which was just an action of the Night God Ryosuke's, Susan raising his arms high. Susa slash. Bang! Paint. The black energy gathered on Susanoo's hands, forming two huge swords with a length of 500 meters. Slash down with the sword. 2,000-meter long, pitch-black blade lights blasted into the distance in an instant. The impact caused by the flying light of the knife directly swept across a large forest on the ground. Instantly, the mountain is collapsing. Forest smash. The ground is scorched black. The knife light flew 10,000 meters away in an instant, ruthlessly sliced through a 1,000-meter mountain peak 10,000 meters away, and directly blasted the entire mountain, and then continued to fly thousands of meters away without losing momentum. Dissipate. Because the distance was too far, Tsunade did not see the terrifying scene of 5.9, but she saw the red land in front of her. I could hear that loud bang. The ground under his feet shook like an earthquake, and it lasted for a long time before it calmed down. At this time, Night God Ryosuke also removed Susanoo. The body slowly fell back to the ground. To be honest, it is also the first time for him to use the fourth form of Susan, and he did not expect the destructive power to be so terrifying. As expected, the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo, so terrifying. Night God Ryosuke couldn't help but admire in his heart. Immediately, his eyes fell on Tsunade, who was looking sluggish in front of him. Have to say, Tsunade's figure, nothing to say. I believe that any man who saw it with his own eyes would find it difficult to take his eyes off her. How does the ultimate power of my Uchiha clan compare to the wood style of your Senju clan? Night God Ryosuke asked suddenly. Tsunade, who fell into silence for a while, didn't know how to evaluate. She hasn't seen her great-grandfather use wood style at all, so she can't comment on it. To be honest, before today, Tsunade never thought that ninjas could have such terrifying destructive power. Compared with Susanoo of Night God Ryosuke, the power displayed by other ninjas in the entire ninja world is like comparing the urine of a child to the rivers, lakes, and seas. Small, so tiny. It seems that you have realized the gap. Night God Ryosuke is very satisfied with Tsunade's silence, because silence is the best answer. Certainly, that's because Tsunade hadn't really seen the power of Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, Tsunade's shock right now would definitely not be as great as it is now. After all, the strength displayed by Night God Ryosuke at this time is actually only comparable to Uchiha Madara in the battle in the Valley of the End. And Night God Ryosuke doesn't have a nine tails yet. Of course, Yagami Ryosuke also has an advantage that Uchiha Madara says doesn't exist, such as the much larger chakra, such as stronger physical fitness. Of course, these may not be enough to raise the upper limit of Night God Ryosuke's overall strength. But don't forget that Ryosuke, the Night God, also has two entry attributes to improve his strength in an all-round way. A Destiny's Son, the soul of a working man, enough to enhance his all-round strength by 800%, which naturally includes the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. At that time, even Uchiha Madara, who has turned on the prestige outfit Susanoo, is probably not as good. Even Senju Hashirama, who shot with all his strength, can split 50-50 with Night God Ryosuke. Now, Night God Ryosuke dares to say that he is already at the peak of Chowing strength, below the Six Paths level. He is invincible. What do you want? Tsunade raised his head suddenly, looked at Night God Ryosuke, and asked, just to say hello. After all, you and I are both descendants of the two top clans in the Sengoku era, and you are the last descendant of the Senju clan. I am afraid that after you die, the Executioner clan will also have a true sense of justice, re-existed. Night God Ryosuke said lightly. Are you laughing at me? Tsunade was a little angry. She can't beat Night God Ryosuke, but she is not for others to laugh at. What's more, Night God Ryosuke laughs at the entire Senju family, not just Zero for herself. Laugh. Night God Ryosuke shook his head. No, I'm just explaining a fact. Is it possible that you, Princess Tsunade, can live forever? Tsunade. In fact, she knew very well in her heart that what Ryosuke Yagami said was the truth. After she dies, there will be no more Senju clan in this world. Although Tsunade abandoned Senju's Shungshur long ago, the outside world has always been known by the name Tsunade. But from the bottom of his heart, Tsunade still thinks that he is a member of the Senju clan, thinking that there will be no Senju clan members in the ninja world in the future. Tsunade couldn't help feeling a sense of sadness in his heart. You Uchiha are no better than our Senju clan. Although he agreed with Yishan Ryosuke's words in his heart, Tsunade still replied stiffly on the surface. Indeed, as he said, the Uchiha clan is not much better than your Senju clan. So have you thought about how to solve the problem? Yagami Ryosuke said. Tsunade looked at him suspiciously, always feeling that this guy seemed to have some crooked ideas. What do you mean? Asked Tsunade. It's very simple. To continue the family blood, Princess Tsunade is also an adult. Don't you understand what I mean? Yagami Ryosuke looked at Tsunade in front of him, but what he said made Tsunade's face black instantly. You mean me and you? She gritted her teeth, looking fierce. That's right, you're the last blood of the Senju clan, and I, although not the last blood of Uchiha, are the best. The combination of you and me can give birth to an even better next family. Yagami Ryosuke looked at Tsunade with a playful look in his eyes and said, B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** can't beat you. So you can do whatever you want. Thinking of doing that to my old lady, don't even think about it anyway. Tsunade clenched his fists, looking like he might explode at any moment. This is just a proposal. You can think about it. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Seeing Tsunade's furious look, if he didn't know that he couldn't beat him, he might have made a move by now. Dream, I won't promise you even if I die. Tsunade said. Night God Ryosuke shrugged when he heard this. It's okay. Maybe you will change your mind in the future, and it's time for you to beg me. Tsunade, are you out of your mind? What made you think that I will come to beg you later? Tsunade felt that the guy in front of him, who called himself Uchiha, was a little sick. Nothing else? If nothing else, I'm leaving. Tsunade stared at him and said, and one more thing. Night God Ryosuke suddenly disappeared in front of Tsunade. Brush. Tsunade almost instinctively backed away for a distance, and then looked at the night god Ryosuke, who suddenly appeared in front of him at a close distance. What are you doing? She stared at him warily. Nothing, you have a white hair. I unplugged it for you, don't thank me. Yagami Ryosuke said. Ill. Tsunade muttered something in his heart, then turned and walked away angrily. Night god Ryosuke didn't stop her either. Watching her greet Shizen over there, the two left together and quickly disappeared from sight. As expected of Tsunade, Night God Ryosuke suddenly said something inexplicably and then disappeared in the same place in an instant. After more than 2 hours, Night God Ryosuke chopped off the head of the target in front of him, then packed it in a box, sealed it in a sealing scroll, and put it away. What is a Wagikyure's traitorous tolerance? And he also said that he has the strength of an elite jonin. So, this is also considered an elite jonin. Night God Ryosuke is not happy with this goal. He didn't even test a few newly developed ice escape ninjutsu, so he was easily killed. With his strength, is he really an elite jonin? But the bounty of 30 million taels is quite a lot. Almost caught up with an Asuma. Let's test it here for the time being. Some ninjutsu still need to be modified, and the effect is obviously not as good as expected, and there are still some flaws. Yagami Ryosuke walked toward a nearby underground gold exchange while thinking about the situation of those new ice escape ninjutsu. Half an hour later, Night God Ryosuke came out from an underground gold exchange, holding a box containing money in his hand, as before, to see if he could catch a few small fish. But this time it didn't seem to be successful, maybe because the ninjas I met this time are more cautious, did not act hastily, or maybe he felt that his strength was insufficient, so he gave up the temptation of 30 million taels. After the night god Ryosuke walked for a while, he didn't find anyone following him, so he took the box of money away. They all learned to be smart, but no one was fooled. Night god Ryosuke shook his head, slightly disappointed. Late at night, the night god Ryosuke, who had already returned home, first withdrew the wood clone who performed the Umbu patrol mission on his behalf. After receiving the memory passed by the wood clone, he found that there was nothing important. That is, the Chunin exam seems to be about to start. The whole village is already being arranged, and their Umbu's missions gradually increased, but the missions that their 7th shift received seemed to be patrol missions. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen planning to wait for the Chunin exam before attacking me? Night god Ryosuke analyzed Sarutobi Hiruzen's idea. It is nothing more than waste utilization. After all, Night god Ryosuke is still Jinin now. If he can hit those Jinin from other ninja villages hard in the Chunin exam, he can earn a wave of those rich merchants. The goodwill of the human race will enhance Konoha's status in the minds of those wealthy businessmen. After that, come back to kill the donkey and find a chance to deal with the Night god Ryosuke secretly. This can be regarded as the last time to use him to make a profit before eliminating the Night god Ryosuke. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's character who likes to use others for his own benefit, it is very likely that this is the arrangement. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you won't be able to see that day. Yagami Ryosuke thought with a sneer. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen never dreamed that he would die in this Chunin exam that he carefully arranged to improve Konoha's prestige. After all, who would have thought that Orochimaru would have such audacity? How dare they come to Konoha to kill their Hokage-sama? Not every rebel can have such courage. Look at the rebellious ninjas in other ninja villages. Which one dares to do this? Which one really succeeded in killing the shadow of a village? Only Orochimaru, should I say it or not, as expected of the legendary Sannin, Longjun Orochimaru. It's not comparable to the rebellion of those three-legged cats. It's just past midnight. Night god Ryosuke, who was still asleep, also sat up from the bed, and then took out that Tsuna's hair from the system's biological information warehouse. Let me see what kind of talent entry Tsunade G, one of the legendary Sannin, can transform. Night god Ryosuke's communication system consumes today's transformation times and transforms the hair on his hand. Moment, the hair on his hands disappeared, and at the same time, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for obtaining the talent entry. Legend Sannin, Purple talent entry. Not beyond the expectations of Night god Ryosuke. After all, unless it is a special case, the talent entries transformed by Kaga-level ninjas are usually purple. Tsunade is clearly on this list. Look at the entry attributes. Night god Ryosuke immediately opened the character panel and found this new talent entry. Legendary Sannin, Purple, one of the legendary Konoha Sannin. If you gather the other two legendary Sannin entries, it can be fused into gold. Legendary Sannin entries. Physical technique power plus 400%. Medical ninjutsu effect plus 400%. Comes with wet bone forest sage mode training method. Can the terms be combined? Night god Ryosuke did not pay too much attention to the attributes of this entry, but was attracted by a section of the entry introduction. It was the first time he saw that talent entries could not be merged. Why haven't I encountered it before? Is it because there is number 940 entry with the same name as Legend Sannin? But among those white and green entries, many names are the same. Those entries have not been seen to be integrated. Why is the legendary Sannin talent entry so special? Is it because of the base level or something else? Perhaps it is because it is said that Sannin was originally the name of the three people, so the three talent entries transformed from the three people can be integrated with each other. Night God Ryosuke guessed in his heart. There are several possible possibilities, but what exactly it is, he doesn't know. But this is undoubtedly good news. 3 purple talent entries are exchanged for 1 golden talent entry. Even if they're not equipped, they could be disassembled. The former can only get 3,000 experience points, but the latter can get 10,000 experience points. Eyelid value. No matter how you look at it, you have earned it. Certainly, even Ryosuke, the night god, can't really be disassembled. He is not so arrogant. Not to mention the special case that this Legend of Sannin entry can be fused with 2 other Legend of Sannin entries. Just the attribute of this entry itself is actually very good. Up, numerically, increased physical power and medical ninjutsu effects. But Yagami Ryosuke doesn't seem to have learned medical ninjutsu. The latter can be ignored, but the former is of great use. Besides, the attached Wetbone Forest Sage mode practice method. Although it is not directly for the night god Ryosuke to learn the Sage mode of the Wetbone Forest, he still needs to learn it by himself. But it undoubtedly gave night god Ryosuke a way to learn Sage mode. Before this, night god Ryosuke also considered whether to contract a certain holy place and then go to the 3 holy places to practice Sage mode. After all, after meeting those guys from the Otsutsuki clan, any ninjutsu using chakra is useless. Only physical and immortal techniques can cause substantial damage to them. In terms of physical skills, Yagami Ryosuke is already learning, and the effect is good. He doesn't have any grasp yet. It is said that the emergence of the entry Sannin can be said to help the night god Ryosuke solve this problem. But will the entry of the Golden Legend Sannin come with a better Sage mode training method, or just let me learn Sage mode directly? Night god Ryosuke couldn't help guessing. It's not impossible, and the possibility is very high. In the next few days, Yagami Ryosuke did not continue to find those wanted traders to conduct ninjutsu tests, and he spent most of his time doing physical exercises. Because Tsunade's Legend Sannin entry is equipped, let the night god Ryosuke's physical skills improve a lot, although the process of cultivation is tiring. But Yagami Ryosuke enjoys the feeling of rapid recovery after exhaustion. It fascinated him a little. Blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. On this day, Wood Clone, who was on patrol, was notified and came to Hokage's office. As soon as he opened the door and walked in, Wood Clone found a large group of people standing in the office. Looking carefully, almost all of them were Jonin, the leader of the previous graduates. Kakashi is among them. Master 3rd generation, are you looking for me? Wood Clone glanced over these people, and then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting there with the old god. Ryosuke is here. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been thinking about how to get rid of night god Ryosuke these days, but when it comes time to meet, he can still maintain a kind old man who appreciates young people. Have to say, this acting skill, in the entire ninja world, no one dares to say it is above Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? Ryosuke, I called you here this time, mainly to ask for your opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen then briefly explained the Chunin exam to night god Ryosuke. That's how things are. This time the joint Chunin exam will be held in Konoha, and you're still Jinin now? So the old man wanted to ask, would you like to take this Chunin exam? Obviously, they want to use night god Ryosuke to suppress Jinin in other villages, but they still show a respect for night god Ryosuke and his personal wishes. But there were so many Jonins present, they all seemed very convinced. If night god Ryosuke knew Sarutobi Hiruzen's background and what he had done in the past, he would have been fooled by this old guy's superb acting skills. But words and facial expressions can deceive people. But in the perception of good and evil, the full of malice cannot deceive people. I'd like to take the Chunin exam, but doesn't this exam require a group of 3? I'm alone, can I take it? Would clone of night god Ryosuke raised a doubt. Of course there is no problem with this. Although the practice of the Chunin exam is a group of 3, the old man, can give you a special permission to take it alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette with a smile and seemed to be particularly optimistic about Yagami Ryosuke and said, "With your strength, Ryosuke, it is more than enough to pass the Chunin exam by yourself. This time, you will just go through the motions. If this is the case, then I am willing to take the Chunin exam this time." The wood clone of Night God Ryosuke nodded and agreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also quite satisfied after getting the affirmative answer from Night God Ryosuke. So, he can use him one last time before getting rid of Night God Ryosuke, the future confidant. As for how to get rid of God Ryosuke, regarding this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been thinking for a long time and finally let him think of a way. He was going to do it after the Chunin exam. Exactly. At that time, Night God Ryosuke was promoted to Chunin, and he could use this as an excuse to arrange a special task for him. Okay, about the Chunin exam this time. Do you guys have any recommendations for leading the Jonin? Sarutobi Hiruzen took care of Yagami Ryosuke's side and looked at the other leader Jonin in the office. At this moment, Jonin, who led the team, also recommended the Jinin team he led, including the team leader Jonin, who led several graduating classes this year. They all recommended their own classes. If that's the case, then take this registration form back with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Irika, who was his assistant, to hand out a stack of registration forms, handed over to every leader Jonin present. This registration form needs to be signed by all 3 students in your respective class to pass. If someone is unwilling to participate, then the entire class will not be able to participate in this Chunin exam. Go ahead and break the news to the little ones and let them make their own choice to go or not to go. The leading Jonins who got the entry form nodded. Then they left the Hokage office one after another. Master 3rd generation, I will go down first. The wood clone of Night, God Ryosuke, also resigned after seeing this. Well, go ahead and prepare well for the Chunin exam in a few days. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and let him go down. Evening, Night God Ryosuke returned to his home with Flying Thunder God technique. Just came back and saw Wood Clone standing in the room waiting for him. Ontology, you are finally back. Wood Clone said. What happened? Asked by Night God Ryosuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to me today. Forget it. You can see for yourself. Wood Clone didn't bother to explain again, so he took the initiative to disperse, and a wave of chakra returned to the body of Night God Ryosuke with a memory. Immediately, Night God Ryosuke also understood what Wood Clone just said. Chunin exam, it's finally time for flowers. Night God Ryosuke didn't mind that Wood Clone accepted Sarutobi Hiruzen's invitation for himself. Anyway, he will appear in the last Chunin exam with another identity. I got an entry of Legend of Sannin from Tsunade before, and I just took advantage of this Chunin exam to get 2 other entries of Legend of Sannin from Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Yagami Ryosuke did not take the initiative to look for Jiraiya and Orochimaru during this time, because he considered that both of them would appear in Konoha in the Chunin exam in the near future. That's why I didn't take the initiative to find the 2 of them. Since people will deliver it to the door by themselves, why should he bother to find it by himself? Anyway, he was in no hurry. Besides, after the Chunin exam this time, there will be 2 important characters appearing in Konoha. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Kaki. These 2 cannot be let go. Here are 2 more Kage-level ninjas. The talent entries transformed from them are at least 2 purple levels. It cannot be missed in vain. By the way, before the 3rd exam, Orochimaru will start to ambush 4th Kazekage Luosha on the way. I have to get Luosha's biological pheromone before then. Night God Ryosuke suddenly thought that Luosha, this unlucky guy, would be ambushed by Orochimaru in the near future and then become another Kazekage who died unexpectedly, saying, "Is there some kind of curse in this Feng-Ying?" 3rd Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage in the previous generation, also died unexpectedly. And it was Tsunagekyu's genius ninja, the Red Sand Scorpion, who killed him, and 4th Kazekage died at the hands of Orochimaru again. On the other hand, the previous two, Fenging, did not know how they died. This night, God Ryosuke doesn't know much about it. After all, he was not so careful when he watched anime in his previous life. It is impossible to remember all the details clearly. Such unimportant characters. I almost forgot about it. He doesn't even know what the name of third Kazekage is. I only know one Luo Sha. That's because he was Gaara's father and was mentioned many times, so he remembered it. Because it is not clear when and where this unlucky Rosa will be ambushed by Orochimaru, Night God Ryosuke plans to send 10 would clone to Sunagakure to hide there. See when Luo Sha takes people out of the village and then follow them all the way first and then wait for the opportunity to do it. Anyway, with the Flying Thunder God technique mastered by Ryosuke, you can feel Sunagakure from Konoha in an instant. Maybe Namake's Minato can't support such a long-distance one-time teleportation and needs to divide it into many teleportations. But for Chakra's huge Night God Ryosuke, this ultra-long-distance teleportation is completely trivial. Not to mention, Flying Thunder God technique is not some blood-following ninjutsu. Although it was recorded in the Book of Seals, it was because it was too precious and difficult to learn. One bad word could even send half of one's body away, leaving the other half where it was. That's why it was recorded in the sealed book. But it is still ninjutsu after all. Therefore, you can enjoy the attribute of ninjutsu power bonus of several entries of Night God Ryosuke. With a tenfold increase, the main improvements are the teleportation distance of Flying Thunder God technique and the reduction of chakra consumption. Therefore, let alone from Konoha to San Shinobi, even from Konoha to the moon, Night God Ryosuke can teleport there at once. But, first of all, he has to have a Flying Thunder God imprint on the moon. Ryosuke this way. From a distance, Shin Hinata waved at Night God Ryosuke. You guys are here so early. Yagami Ryosuke is wearing a small black jacket today with a white lining and a pair of white trousers, looking very casual. Coupled with his face, which surpasses 99.999% of men in the ninja world, it could be said to be full of lethality. Along the way, many eyes have frequently fallen on the Night God Ryosuke, and without exception, they are all women. Ants in their 30s and 40s, down to 6 or 7-year-old kid. After all, the precociousness of the ninja world is too high, and there are not a few people who fall in love at the age of 6 or 7. Yagami Ryosuke himself, Ino, and Hinata also fell in love when they were 10 years old. Even now, the three of them are only 12 years old. However, there are not a few ninjas who get married at the age of 14, 12 years old. For a ninja, he is already a mature ninja who can stand on his own, not a normal child. Ryosuke, I find you more and more attractive recently. Ino hugged Yagami Ryosuke's arm with a smile, smiled and winked at Hinata beside him, and said, Hinata, don't you think so? Well, Ryosuke is getting better and better. Hinata nodded, feeling the same way. Really, maybe she sure is in the eye of the beholder. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Shitsu? Who is that? Ino asked, puzzled. She's a very beautiful woman from a long time ago. Yagami Ryosuke explained casually, and then asked the two about the Chunin exam. Is Ryosuke going to take the Chunin exam too? Sure enough, Ino and Hinata were distracted by the topic of the Chunin exam and stopped caring about what is good and bad. Well, third generation has invited me to participate, and I have already agreed. Yagami Ryosuke nodded. Then when the time comes, should the three of us form a team? Ino said with a smile. As for Shikamaru, there are 4 boys from Hinata's 8 class, and they can form a team by themselves. Although Hinata on the side didn't directly agree with Ino's proposal, it can be seen that she's indeed a little moved. I just feel that doing this seems a bit unworthy of my 2 teammates. I'm not ashamed to say it directly. This should not be possible. Every time the Chunin exam takes each Genin class as a small group. Before the last individual competition, the competition is basically a team competition. Lee's elimination means that the entire team will be eliminated together. Yagami Ryosuke said, No, Why are there such rules? When Ino heard this, he immediately said, dissatisfied. In this case, what if Shikamaru and Choji hold me back? Yagami Ryosuke, W. He looked at Ino dumbfounded. Although Shikamaru was a bit lazy, Choji wasn't competitive either. But if you want to say that you're slowing down or something, it is still not enough. Nothing else. Their last names alone do not allow them to be eliminated in the previous 2 games. So much embarrassment to the Nara and Akamichi families. To know, Shikamaru and Choji are both the eldest sons of their respective families. If they can't even pass the first 2 rounds of the Chunin exam, then the rest of their family will inevitably gossip behind their backs. This kind of thing, as long as it is a slightly larger family, will inevitably exist. Not to mention, neither Nara nor Akamichi are ninjas of ordinary size. Excluding the 2 clans of Sarutobi and Hyuga, Dei is the strongest among the 3 clans. At this point, even the Shimura family behind Danzo was almost embarrassed. No way. On the surface, Sarutobi Hiruzen valued the friendship of the past, but in terms of interest, he would not be polite to these old friends at all. The one with the most benefit from the entire Konoha is the Sarutobi family. Next is Shimura, then Ino, Shika, Cho, the Pro-Okage ninja, and Mito and the family behind the 2 elders. Hey, Ryosuke, look, isn't it Naruto and little Sakura over there? Why do they seem to be fighting with someone else? At this moment, Ino suddenly pointed in the direction ahead, with a surprised expression on his face. Night God Ryosuke and Hinata also looked over there. Sure enough, I saw Naruto and little Sakura, who were arguing with 2 ninjas who were dressed a little differently from Konoha's ninja. One of them has a face painted like a cat, and is taking out a mummy-like thing from behind, staring at Naruto in front with a fierce expression. It's like a dagger is on the verge of breaking out. It's the ninja from Sand Shinobi. Yagami Ryosuke said. Sand Shinobi? Is it the ninja who came to take the joint Chunin exam this time? Ino looked curiously at the 2 Sand Shinobi ninjas. After all, she has never seen ninjas from other villages before. Ryosuke, there's another one on the tree over there. Hinata reminded suddenly. Well, it's very murderous. Night God Ryosuke nodded. He also noticed the little panda, standing on the tree over there, although there was no movement, but he still felt the strong, murderous aura, even with some restraint. Besides, he also found Uchiha Sasuke on the other side. This guy seems to be watching. Let's go too. Night God Ryosuke said to the 2. Then the 3 of them walked over there. Naruto, little Sakura, Night God Ryosuke came over and greeted the 2 of them. Ryosuke, come and see, I caught 2 spies from another village. Naruto's eyes lit up when he saw Ryosuke, the night god, and pointed at Kankuro and Temari over there. B***************. D. We are not spies. Kankuro has a bad temper and directly angered Naruto, holding his own crow, ready to move at any time. At this time, his older sister Temari suddenly held him down. Kankuro, back off. Kankuro. He looked at his sister Temari inexplicably, and then saw Temari walking towards the Konoha shinobi who had just arrived over there. What is this for? Before Kankuro could figure it out, he couldn't help covering his face with his hands in the next scene. Hello, my name is Temari, from Sunagakure. Are you a ninja from 397 Leaves? What's your name? Do you have a girlfriend? Temari stared straight at the night god Ryosuke in front of him, and everyone could see the admiration that was about to overflow. Yagami Ryosuke. No, is Temari so direct? This can't handle the night god Ryosuke. But in fact, to put it bluntly, the charm of Yishun Ryosuke is too great. He is handsome in the first place, and his temperament is also because of his strong strength, which makes people feel that he stands out from the crowd and is extraordinary. Then, if it was just that, Yagami Ryosuke would not have asked Temari what his name was when he came up directly and asked him if he had a girlfriend. After all, Temari is not little Sakura. But, because the talent item, so cute must be a boy, has a charm plus 300% attribute, which directly triples the already powerful charm of Night God Ryosuke. Attracted by such a powerful charm, Temari made a move that made Kankuro, the younger brother, feel ashamed. Temari actually felt a little embarrassed when he finished speaking, but she still mustered up the courage to look at the young and handsome Konoha shinobi in front of her, hoping to get an answer from him. Ryosuke, you are so charming. Even this ninja from Sunagakure is fascinated by you. Ino on the side said with a little taste. Ryosuke? Is it his name? Temari glanced at Ino, who had the same blonde hair as himself, and standing next to Night God Ryosuke and holding his arm affectionately, made Temari very upset. This girl looks so annoying. Temari thought to himself. At this time, Yagami Ryosuke also said, Temari, right? My name is Yagami Ryosuke. As for the girlfriend, he looked at Ino and Hinata on the left and right. Sorry, I already have two. Temari and Kankuro. No. Are your leaves so open? Although there is no strict rule of monogamy in the ninja world, but there are not many people who are so careless and bring two girlfriends together on a date, right? Aren't you afraid of jealousy? Temari just thought that Ino was Ryosuke's girlfriend. Did not expect. She's just one of them. At this moment, Tamarichu didn't know how to answer the conversation. She looked at the Night God Ryosuke in front of her. This man was the boy who gave her the feeling of being moved when she met for the first time. But he is a playboy. This confuses Temari. Do you still want to continue? Or turn around and walk away? Give up on this playboy? When Temari was struggling with how to make a choice, Kankuro looked at Temari, who was not moving, and couldn't help but jumped out and said, Temari, what are you doing? Don't forget our mission this time. Task? Temari, who was reminded by his younger brother Kankuro, was also surprised. Immediately remembered that they came to Konoha this time, not just to take the Chunin exam. What's more important is to invade Konoha in the Chunin exam, so as to collect resources and bring them back to your own village. That is to say, they Sand Shinobi will soon become enemies of Konoha. And the Night God Ryosuke in front of him is Konoha's ninja. They're destined to become enemies. Thinking of this, Temari felt very sad. It was not easy for her to meet a boy who fascinated her so much. She didn't expect that the two would become enemies soon. Kankuro, let's go. Temari glanced at Yagami Ryosuke reluctantly, then turned and said to Kankuro. Kankuro secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my sister reigned in the cliff. Otherwise, God knows what impact it will have on their mission this time. Smelly brat, we will settle our debt with you next time. Kankuro glared at Naruto viciously and was about to leave with his sister Temari. Hey, stop. Naruto ran over in an instant and stopped Kankuro. What mission did you just say? Is it a spy mission? Temari glanced at him before she wanted Kankuro to try these Konoha Genin levels, but now she is not in the mood anymore. It was very uncomfortable, and I wanted to find a place where no one was alone. We're here to take the Chunin exam, not spies. After Temari finished speaking lightly, he walked straight forward. So that's the case. Naruto scratched his hair embarrassingly. I thought you were spies from another village, he said with a laugh. The little Sakura beside him couldn't stand him anymore. Stupid. If they are spies, how could they with a forehead protector of their own village? Is that so? I didn't notice it just now. Naruto said embarrassedly. Brush. At this time, Ryosuke, the night god who was still in place just now, suddenly disappeared. Immediately after a bang, a figure flew out from the bushes over there. With both arms in front of Gaara, she slid backwards for a while when she landed before stopping. He looked over there indifferently. Hey, so you're also from Sand Shinobi? I thought someone was spying on us from there. Night god Ryosuke pretended not to know Gaara's appearance, jumped down from the tree, and said, Gaara. Kankuro looked at Gaara in fear. In fact, he is Gaara's older brother, but it's a pity that Gaara is the Jinchuriki of the village, a monster who kills without batting an eye. Even Kankuro, who is an older brother, is very afraid of Gaara. Shut up, or I'll kill you. Gaara glanced at Kankuro coldly, then looked at Night God Ryosuke over there and said, You are very strong. Are you also Konoha's genin? Yes, Ryosuke is the strongest among us. Naruto yelled, bluffing. Gaara glanced at Naruto and always felt that this guy gave him a very special feeling. But what he cared about most right now was obviously the Night God Ryosuke, who just kicked him. The opponent's strength in other aspects is not clear, but physical skills are indeed very strong. He almost didn't react to that kick just now. Even the sand that he automatically defended was kicked by the opponent. The sand armor on his body was cracked. If a person with such strength dies in his hands, Gaara's eyes gradually became a little crazy. Brush. At this time, another figure came down from the bushes on the other side. It's Sasuke. Sasuke. As soon as little Sakura saw Sasuke, she ran over with a look of nympho. Cut. Fart Sasuke. Naruto couldn't help curling his lips when he saw it, with a displeased look on his face. Naruto, what are you doing again? Sasuke ignored the little Sakura who ran over, but walked up to Naruto and said to him, in the 7th class, only Naruto is really recognized by Sasuke. As for little Sakura, feel sorry. That's just a useless accessory. And it's annoying. Sasuke, little Sakura, who was left out again, also looked aggrieved. This made Ino on the side see it, and couldn't help shaking his head secretly. It's really painful to fall in love with a man who doesn't like you. Fortunately, the person she likes also likes herself. Ino looked up at Yagami Ryosuke beside him, with a happy look on his face. It's all Konohamaru's fault, huh? What about Konohamaru and the others? Just as Naruto wanted to shake off the blame, he found that the person who threw the blame had disappeared. He looked around and saw Konohamaru and the others not far away who were shopping for food. Wow, Konohamaru, you're going to eat alone. Naruto was about to run over with all his teeth and claws. In the end, he was held back by Sasuke. Stop making trouble. I have something to see you. Sasuke said. Sasuke, do you need me? Naruto blinked at him. Well, come with me my house. Sasuke said, put his hands in his pockets, turned and left. Ryosuke, little Sakura, then I'm going first. Naruto greeted them and quickly followed the upper floor. Sasuke, the little Sakura ran over and wanted to join her, but Sasuke turned her head and gave him a cold look and stopped her footsteps for an instant, not daring to follow. Cut. That brat is so stinky. 1 inch. Kankuro looked at the two people who were disappearing with a bit of displeasure. Satoshi. The look of his assistant made him think of Gaara. He dare not say Gaara, but if it was someone else, he would not be afraid at all. Night God Ryosuke. I hope to meet you again in the Chunin exam. Gaara looked at Night God Ryosuke coldly and said, it was hard to hide his surging, killing intent. If it weren't for his sanity, he couldn't help but want to kill this person here. Forget it. You are not a beautiful woman, and I am afraid that I will accidentally beat you to death. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Gaara is useless to him because he has just obtained the opponent's biological pheromone from Gaara. Kill me. Gaara was expressionless, but the terrifying murderous aura was boiling in the air. Both Ino's and Hinata's expressions changed. Terrible, killing intent. Is this guy really genin? Gaara, let's go. Temari doesn't want Gaara to fight with Night God Ryosuke. One is her younger brother, and the other is the only boy who makes her heart fall. She didn't want either of them to be hurt. Gaara glanced at Temari indifferently, then turned and left. Before leaving, Temari reluctantly looked back at the Night God Ryosuke, and then quickly followed Gaara in front. What a scary guy. This guy is even scarier than the Chunin I met in the last mission. Ino patted his chest and said, Ryosuke, if you really meet this guy during the Chunin exam, be careful. Hinata next to him also looked at him worriedly, her little hand tightly grasping Night God Ryosuke's hand. Don't worry, he is not my opponent. Yagami Ryosuke said confidently. Evening. After sending both Hinata and Ino home, Night God Ryosuke returned home. I'm back. He changed his shoes in the hallway, then walked into the living room. In the kitchen, Kami Mizuki, who was preparing dinner, looked back. Ryosuke is back. Wash your hands. Dinner will be served soon. Okay, Mom. Night God Ryosuke went to wash his hands, took out a small piece of skin that he had collected before, and let the system convert the corresponding talent entry. I don't know what kind of talent entry can be transformed from Gaara. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Ding! Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Sura who only loves himself? Purple. Huh. The name of the talent entry this time is unexpectedly serious. Night God Ryosuke thought that the system would come up with some unscrupulous names. Open the character panel, and Ryosuke checks the attributes of this entry. Sura who only loves himself. Purple, you have never felt the love of people around you since you were a child, and everyone hates you, fear you. So you turn into a Shura and find my true self in the blood and killing. Ninjutsu power plus 300%. Murderous effect plus 400%. With sand control. Finally, there is an entry that increases the power of ninjutsu. When Night God Ryosuke saw the first attribute of this talent entry transform from Gaara, he couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Thus, the ninjutsu power bonus he has obtained in many talent entries has reached 1,300%. 13x bonus. Even if it is an ordinary C rank ninjutsu, it will be able to display the power of S rank ninjutsu. But the consumption of chakra is still only the consumption of ordinary C-level ninjutsu. It's very bug. In addition, a murderous boost effect. Murderous aura is used in the ninja world when it is mainly used to frighten the weak. For example, when Kakashi and his 7th squad were performing the mission of Naruto, they used murderous aura to frighten Naruto and the 3 of them. At the beginning, Naruto and the others were still stunned by the murderous intent of not killing anymore, and it was difficult to even move for a while, and it was not until 10 o'clock later that they finally got used to it. And in the Chunin exam, not long after, they will encounter Orochimaru again. Orochimaru's murderous intent was much more terrifying than no cut. But murderous aura is only used to frighten the weak. It is completely useless to face those with similar strength, or those who are stronger than oneself. Therefore, even if the increase is 400%, the effect is very general. This attribute is useless for Night God Ryosuke, but better than nothing. Finally, there is the incidental ability that will appear in some talent entries. The additional ability of the entry Gaara is the sand control ability, which allows Night God Ryosuke to control the sand with ease and perform various sand ninjutsu. No printing required. Unfortunately, not magnet style. Night God Ryosuke felt a little pity. However, magnet style can be obtained from Luo Sha. Sand handling is also good, although it has no effect on the strength improvement of Night God Ryosuke. But there is one more method, just like a new toy. At least it can be played for a while. In general, the talent entry, Sura, who only loves himself, is the most useful attribute for Night God Ryosuke, or the attribute of ninjutsu power plus 300%. This property will never go out of style. Next day, it was past 8 o'clock in the morning. Yagami Ryosuke put on his clothes and forehead protector, set off from home, and went to the ninja school to take the first written test of the Chunin exam. As soon as he walked to the gate of the ninja school, he met Xiao Ji and the 3 of them. Xiao Li, Tian, Niji. Night God Ryosuke greeted the 3 of them. Xiao Li was very enthusiastic, and at the same time asked Yagami Kyo if he knew where Naruto and the others were. But Yagami Ryosuke thinks that this guy wants to know where Naruto is secondarily, and mainly wants to know where Sakura is. I remember that Naruto and Xiao Sakura once met Xiao Li, who was practicing in the village. Because Naruto and Xiao Li had known each other for a long time, they said hello. As a result, Xiao Li fell in love with Xiao Sakura at first sight. He even confessed on the spot. Pity. Xiao Sakura rejected it on the spot, and even complained that Xiao Ji's eyebrows were too thick. I heard that Xiao Li and Naruto had a fight afterwards. The two were tied. Certainly, that was when Naruto didn't use Rasengan, and Xiao Li didn't open 8 inner gates. Night God Ryosuke also learned about this from Naruto afterwards. I also find it very funny. Unexpectedly, Xiao Li, who met in advance, still fell in love with Xiao Sakura at first sight. Could it be that little Sakura has the kind of physique that is particularly attractive to hot-blooded men? Naruto is also a hot-blooded guy, as is Xiao Li, and both of them like Xiao Sakura. Seeing Ryosuke every day, I noticed that there were no Ino and Hinata around him, so I greeted him with a smile and behaved generously. Yagami Ryosuke quite likes Tion, especially her national style dress, and she has a very good personality. Yagami Ryosuke has visited her ninja shop several times. I also gave a discount to Ryosuke, the night god, every day. Hyuganiji on the other side is not as enthusiastic as Xiao Li and Tion. He just nodded indifferently and then walked forward without saying a word. Ryosuke, let's go together. Tion smiled and invited the night god Ryosuke. Yagami Ryosuke did not refuse and walked to the front teaching building together. Along the way, Yishan Ryosuke chatted with Tion, and his humorous words made Tion laugh like silver bells and occasionally made a little naughty accent, and Wei would sleep gently on Yishan with blushing little hands on Ryosuke. Looking at Xiao Li in front of him, he looked envious and adored. Ryosuke is so good. I wonder if I can ask him for tips on how to chase girls. Xiao Li muttered. Niji next to him heard him talking to himself and couldn't help but look at Xiao Li and said, "Forget it. You can only attract girls if you are handsome, and it's useless to learn any skills like you." Plum. No, Niji, we are teammates on the same team. Is that how you hit me? Xiao Li felt that his heart had been stabbed deeply by Niji, and his whole body spirit was instantly sluggish. A listless look. Seeing it, Niji also shook his head speechlessly. Unexpectedly, this passionate idiot would also fall in love with girls. Niji used to think that Xiao Li only had a passion for gymnastics in his heart. Corridor on the second floor. There have been quite a few genins gathered here. Two ninjas blocked a doorway, preventing these genins from entering. There was another person in front who quarreled with each other, but was beaten to the ground in 2 or 3 times, and it was embarrassing for no reason. When Yagami Ryosuke and Tion arrived, they happened to see this scene. Niji, do you think we should pretend we're weak first? Xiao Li suddenly asked Niji next to him. Boring. You can do whatever you want. Niji said flatly. Obviously, he has no interest in this kind of thing, but if Xiao Li wants to play by himself, then he can play by himself. Anyway, he won't pretend to be weak. Forget it. Niji in your team was the chief student of the previous term. Xiao Li, if you pretend to be, they won't ignore you. Night God Ryosuke reminded. Yes, Xiao Li suddenly realized. Then stop pretending. I'll go fight with them to see who is better. Xiao Li rolled up his sleeves and planned a fight. The result was stopped by Niji. Don't mess around. It's not the first exam room. It's just an illusion. Niji said. No. Xiao Li didn't see any illusion at all. He is only good at physical arts, and his perception of illusion is also quite bad. Let me do it. Night God Ryosuke walked over, and then easily broke through the illusion that was quite clumsy in his eyes. Moment. The entrance of the original examination room suddenly became an upper staircase. What? Is this an illusion? Oh my God, I just didn't see it at all. Damn. These two guys actually used illusion to trick us. Who is that person? He is the one who lifted the illusion. I know him. He is the chief student who graduated this year, Ryosuke Yagami. He is a genius among our common people. Night God Ryosuke? Looks really strong. 0. Seeking flowers. Cut. It's nothing special, but it's just a commoner. Hey, what do you mean? Look down on civilians. The group of people in front of them started arguing as they talked, and they gathered together, rolling up their sleeves and preparing for a fight. And at this time, Yagami Ryosuke had already greeted Shangtian and the others, and walked directly towards the building. On the 3rd floor, at the entrance of the examination room, Night God Ryosuke met Kakashi, who was waiting for someone here. Ms. Hong. Yagami Ryosuke greeted Kurini Yuhi with a smile. It's Ryosuke. Please do your best. Kurini Yuhi smiled and wanted to touch Ryosuke's head, but Ryosuke dodged it. Sister Hong, I'm not a child anymore. Don't touch my head all the time. Night God Ryosuke said helplessly. then give you a cheering hug. Kurenai Yuhi smiled, and then embraced Yagami Ryosuke with open arms. Asuma looked at it with a look of taste. Very upset. If it's Ryosuke, there's no problem passing the Chunin exam. After Kurenai Yuhi hugged Night God Ryosuke, she let him go, and she has full confidence in Night God Ryosuke. After all, they Jonin have already heard the news that Night God Ryosuke defeated Elite Jonin, and also know that he has learned the Flying Thunder God technique, which is the 4th generation special ninjutsu. With such strength, passing a Chunin exam, isn't it just a hand-in-hand? 0. On the other side, the 3 of Niji, who were accepting Might Guy's instructions, also turned their heads to look at the Night God Ryosuke. Even Jonin thinks so much about him. Humph. I won't admit defeat. Niji's eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. He knows that Ryosuke, the Night God, is very powerful. After all, being able to join Anbu as Jinin is enough to explain everything. But Hyuga Niji is not bad either. Niji, who has learned Revolving Heaven by himself, is quite confident in his own strength. I don't think I'm better than Yishan. How bad is Ryosuke? After Might Guy told the 3 students a few words, he let them in. But Yagami Ryosuke did not enter the examination room in a hurry, but stayed here chatting with Yuahong. This made Asuma on the side even more upset. Especially the physical contact between the two from time to time made Asuma really unable to treat Yagami Ryosuke simply as a child. I always feel that this guy will be the biggest obstacle in my pursuit of Yuahong. On the side, Kakashi, who has been concentrating on reading and learning knowledge, also glanced at Asuma next to him. After noticing Asuma's expression, Kakashi shook his head secretly. Asuma probably doesn't even know where he lost. Kakashi thought to himself. Coincidentally, he just saw a chapter in the past 2 days in which 2 men pursue a woman at the same time. The description of a supporting actor above is a bit similar to Asuma. A man must pay attention to the management of his own image, and he must also understand the woman's preferences so as to win the other party's favor. Kakashi glanced at this passage in the book and felt that it made sense. Asuma just doesn't pay much attention to her own image management. And even Kakashi noticed that Kuriko Yuhi doesn't like men who smoke, and it turned out that Asuma couldn't leave his cigarette all day long. That's it. How do you still pursue others? He is born to stand on the point that the other party hates. If there is no competitor, maybe there is still a little chance. But look at the Night God Ryosuke and Kakashi who are leaning on him to tease Kurenai Yuhi. You know that Asuma has no chance at all. However, Ryosuke is really capable. It feels like he understands women better than the protagonist in the book. Or should I ask him for advice? Kakashi murmured in his heart, but after careful consideration, he gave up the idea. Forget it. It's good to read books. Women and so on are actually quite troublesome. Kakashi eventually gave up. In essence, he himself is resisting contact with the opposite S***X. Otherwise, just rely on his appearance and ability. Say goodbye to being single. A few minutes later, Naruto and the others also arrived at the examination room. Mr. Kakashi, why are you here? Naruto walked over carelessly, seeing Kakashi standing at the entrance, a little surprised. Already, instead of answering Naruto's question, Kakashi asked the 3 of them. Of course, it's just a Chunin exam. Uzumaki Naruto can pass it with one hand. Naruto laughed and said with his hands on his hips. Kakashi looked helplessly at Naruto, who was speaking wildly. Among the 3 students, he was actually most worried about Naruto, because the first test was a written test, and when Naruto was in the ninja school, his grades in other subjects were good, but only the culture class, it was really a mess. Stupid. Keep a low profile. Little Sakura tugged Naruto angrily. This guy looks like he deserves a beating when he is arrogant. Don't make them be targeted by other candidates. That would be terrible. Okay, since you have already chosen to participate, let's go in. Kakashi pointed to the door behind him and said to the 3 of them. Then Kakashi-sensei, we're selected. Naruto was about to walk in with a smile, but he saw Ryosuke chatting with Kurenai Yuhi just after walking a few steps. Ryosuke, what did you come? Naruto, ran over laughing. Naruto, I just arrived not too long ago, Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Then why don't you go in? Naruto asked curiously. Wait a while, the exam hasn't started yet anyway, Yagami Ryosuke said. At this time, Sasuke and Lil Sakura also came over. 463. Ryosuke, I will never lose to you again this time. Sasuke looked at Night God Ryosuke with a full face of fighting spirit. Sasuke felt that his strength had improved a lot since he turned on the single-eyed double god Jade in the Wave Country mission last time. This time, he will definitely not continue to lose to Night God Ryosuke again. Oh, come on then, Night God Ryosuke said perfunctorily. Sasuke, damn Ryosuke, it's like this again. Sasuke stared angrily, then pulled Naruto beside him and walked towards the examination room in front. Sasuke, let me go. I still have something to ask Ryosuke. Ask what to ask? You can ask me if there is anything you don't understand. Huh? Sasuke, is it really okay? Shut up. Don't make any strange noises. Little Sakura. Looking at Sasuke, who pulled Naruto away, the little Sakura felt as if she had been abandoned, so she could only follow with a bitter face. Sasuke and Naruto, little Sakura muttered, feeling that Sasuke and Naruto are getting closer recently. On the contrary, she was the only girl in her team, and she felt excluded by the two boys. Even Naruto, his own licking dog. Little Sakura also felt that he seemed to be hiding something from herself. Kakashi's 7th class is kind of fun. Uehong smiled and looked at the 3 little guys who had gone away. Yeah, Naruto and Sasuke are really interesting. Yagami Ryosuke nodded in deep agreement. What about little Sakura? Uehong asked him. Little Sakura. Yagami Ryosuke thought for a while and said, it's probably a pendant. Sunset Red. She patted Yagami Ryosuke angrily. If you say that, it would be so sad if a girl heard it. Sunset Red said, that's right, Night God Ryosuke. It's really impolite for you to say that. I think that Haruno Sakura is pretty good. He's a type of glue in the team. Every Genin team can't lack such a person. At this time, Asuma, who was on the side, suddenly came over and educated the Night God Ryosuke like an elder. Nah, this guy Asuma is hopeless. Shaking his head, anyway, all the students he brought went in. So, Kakashi left directly. As for Asuma, feel sorry. His relationship with Asuma wasn't that good yet. Adhesive? Isn't that just a pendant? Yagami Ryosuke glanced at Asuma lightly. Your words. Asuma wanted to say something else, but Ei Rihong had already pulled Yagami Ryosuke to go. Seeing this scene, Asuma's face turned blue and white while standing there. Very ugly. Be disgusted. He looked at Uehong, who made no secret of his dislike for him, and felt very uncomfortable. Obviously, the two are still classmates. When we were in school, how can we be considered friends? Why is Hong so indifferent to herself now? Do you even hate the way you look? It must be because of this Night God Ryosuke. It's this nasty kid. That's why Hong hates me. Asuma thought to herself. His intuition told him that this brat must be whispering something bad about him behind his back. Otherwise, why would Hong hate herself so much? Night God Ryosuke doesn't know these thoughts in Asuma's mind. If he knew, he would definitely shout innocent. He has no habit of speaking ill of people behind their backs. Asuma is wronging him. Obviously, Uehong hates him because of the smell of cigarettes all over his body and all kinds of stalking pursuits. As a result, Asuma decided to blame all this on Ryosuke, the night god. How innocent he is. Ryosuke, don't talk to that guy. Kurini Yuhi pulled Yagami Ryosuke to the side and said to him, does Miss Hong hate Asuma? Yagami Ryosuke glanced at Asuma, who was performing a face-changing skill, and asked, that guy is so annoying. I told him I don't want a boyfriend anymore, but he's still stalking him all day and trying to take advantage of being Hokage's son. Arrange the 8th and 10th shifts together to perform tasks. Is there such a thing? Yagami Ryosuke has never heard of it. It's just a C-level task, but I rejected it. Sunset Red said. She didn't want to be on a mission with an annoying guy like Asuma. In that case, she felt that her ears would definitely get old. That's really annoying. Yagami Ryosuke nodded and said, "Do you want to teach him a lesson and make him stay away from you in the future?" "Don't, Ryosuke, don't mess around." Kurini Yuhi pulled Yagami Ryosuke nervously. Although Asuma is annoying, he is also Hokage's son. If you conflict with him, it will not do you any good. "Sister Hong, are you worried about me?" Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. "You are my younger brother. Isn't it normal to care about you?" Yui Hong's eyes moved away unnaturally, and suddenly she didn't dare to look at Yagami Ryosuke. "Is it just my brother?" Yagami Ryosuke suddenly took a step forward, leaning against Kurini Yuhi, and asked in her ear. Feeling her waist being embraced by Yagami Ryosuke, Yui Hong, who was a little flustered, couldn't help but blushed and whispered nervously, "Ryosuke, don't do this, there are others here. Is it okay when there is no one else?" Night God Ryosuke asked her. "No way." Yui Hong gave him a gentle push and pushed him away. "Damn, how dare they?" Asuma looked angrily at the two people who were flirting with each other over there. It felt as if there was a green light in my head. Yagami Ryosuke didn't do anything further with Kurini Yuhi here. He just wanted to see Kurini Yuhi's attitude toward him. Now it seems that Shia Hong is not just treating him as a younger brother. That's enough. Next, of course, the future will be long. He's only 12 after all. A few minutes later, Yagami Ryosuke walked into the examination room of the first exam together with Ino's 10th class and Hinata's 8th class. In the examination room, most of the candidates have already arrived. They are discussing the content of the next exam in groups of 3 or 4. Yagami Ryosuke glanced and saw many familiar people, like the guard trio over there. There are also Yakushi Kabuto, who wears glasses and looks harmless to humans and animals, and the trio of Odanin, who will receive a box lunch soon. There are quite a lot of acquaintances. Yagami Ryosuke said heartily. Next, without the intervention of Night God Ryosuke, Yakushi Kabuto has come to make acquaintance with Naruto and the others. For this reason, he was taught a lesson by the Sound Ninja Trio and hid his glasses. Have to say, this Yakushi Kabuto's acting is really good. With the weak and small appearance that he pretended to be, there is no flaw at all. Soon, Ibiki Marino, the chief examiner of the first exam, also arrived. Marino Ibiki is Konoha's special jonin, who is good at torture work. As the chief examiner of the first exam, he scared many candidates with small brands after 10 appearances. Subsequently, the rules of the first exam were also announced by Marino Ibiki, hearing that if caught cheating 5 times, the whole team will be eliminated. Many confident candidates also showed worried expressions on their faces. "Now the exam begins," Marino Ibiki announced loudly. At this time, Yagami Ryosuke also turned over the examination paper on the table and looked at the questions above. Well, it's all quite difficult. Yagami Ryosuke found that the questions on the test paper were several times more difficult than those of the 6th grade graduation papers. Many of the above questions were actually a bit beyond the standard. But these are not difficult for him. At the time of the graduation exam, Yagami Ryosuke also got full marks in the theory class. Otherwise, why would he be the chief student? It was because he was number 1 in every subject that he was able to overwhelm everyone else and become the chief student of this class. Swipe, swipe. For a while, only the voices of candidates writing were left in the examination room. It took Ryosuke more than 10 minutes to complete all the questions on this test paper. Then he put down his pen and looked at the others around him. Naruto's position is not far to his left. Night God Ryosuke clearly saw that the test paper in front of Naruto was still blank, so he just wrote his own name. Sure enough, as expected of Naruto, Night God Ryosuke looked at Naruto, who was still scratching his head, and smiled. Then he looked at Ino and Hinata again. The two of them are writing hard at the moment, and it seems that they are answering the questions with their own knowledge reserves, but in fact they both rely on their own means to cheat to get the answers. Ino and Hinata clearly don't need Night God Ryosuke to worry about anything. What? Using the abilities of the two of them in this exam, it couldn't be easier to pass. But Sasuke on the other side, Night God Ryosuke found that he seemed to have copied the wrong line. It was clearly the answer to the previous question, but it was copied to the next question. But Sasuke himself didn't know it yet, so he looked confident. The corner of Yagami Ryosuke's mouth twitched a few times. Then he shifted his gaze to other candidates. This guy is quite leisurely. Marino Ibiki, who was standing in front of the podium, also found Ryosuke, the night god who had been looking around. But because he had already finished his answer, it didn't stop him from looking around so blatantly. Regarding the night god Ryosuke, even the reclusive Marino Ibiki has heard of him as a commoner group. It is said that Master Hokage valued him very much and deliberately arranged him for the Chunin exam every 5.7, so as to frustrate other villages. To this, Morinoi Bishi is looking forward to seeing the outstanding performance of this civilian genius. But just look at this first exam. The opponent is also worthy of being a commoner genius and Mr. Hokage's value. There are indeed some skills. You have 25 minutes left. At this time, Morinoi Bishi glanced at the time on the clock and announced loudly again. Some candidates who were already very nervous because they couldn't solve the questions became even more nervous. And when people are nervous, it is easy to make some wrong judgments. Ever since, in the next 10 minutes, candidates were continuously caught for cheating. And those who cheated more than 5 times were directly eliminated by the whole team. 10 minutes later, the first test is over. The remaining candidates all let out a long sigh of relief. They were so nervous just now. Fortunately, they didn't get knocked out like those unlucky ones. Next, I will announce the last question of the first exam. You can choose to answer or not. Seeing these relieved examinees, Morinoi Bishi couldn't help showing a ferocious smile on his face. The candidates who heard his words also looked at him curiously. Examiner, what is the last question? Someone raised his hand and asked. For the last question, you have 2 choices. Morinoi Bishi's cold gaze swept over the faces of every candidate in the audience. If you choose to answer, you may get the right answer, but you may also get it wrong. And if you answer wrong, then you will lose the chance to be promoted to Chunin forever. That is to say, you will be Genin for the rest of your life. What? Hearing this rule, some candidates were shocked. Only a very small number of candidates looked disapproving. Be Genin all your life. You are a special Jonin. Where do you have the qualifications to decide this kind of thing? Even if this is the rule announced by 3rd Hokage. Don't forget, there are candidates from other villages here. Hisaru Tobi Hiruzen can control Konoha's ninja. So is it possible that he can control other ninja villages? Use a question to decide whether a ninja will be a genin for the rest of his life. No matter how it sounds, it's just used to scare people. These examinees who have seen through everything probably already guessed the purpose of the chief examiner. It is to screen out the last batch of candidates who have no courage. If you don't dare to be a genin for a lifetime, how can you have the courage to face up to the difficulties in the face of the task of life and death in the future, without fear of hardships and life and death? People like this are obviously not qualified to be promoted to Dacia. Certainly, if you are smart enough to see through it all, that's another matter. Smart people are given preferential treatment no matter where they are. But if you simply have a smart mind without the strength to match it, then in the following exams, you will still be eliminated. Chunin cannot be promoted either. Isn't this too inhumane? I can only be Genin for the rest of my life. So how can I become Hokage? 05. Could it be possible to become Hokage directly from Genin? Thinking about it, I know it's impossible. Naruto listened to the rules of the 10th question announced by Marino Ibiki above and immediately scratched his head and looked at Sasuke not far away, hoping to get some improvement. But at this time, Sasuke's situation is no better than Naruto's. At this moment, he was also wondering whether he should answer the 10th question or not. If he can only be Genin for the rest of his life, how can he kill Uchiha Itachi to avenge his parents and clan? If that's the case, he might as well defect and leave the village. But if he really defected, where would he go alone? And, thinking of defecting, Sasuke's first thought was Naruto. What's going on with the inexplicable feeling of reluctance? Just when Sasuke and Naruto were secretly anxious and even thinking wildly, Ibiki Marino had already explained the rules of the 10th question and then announced that they would make a choice. Answer or not answer? Not for a while. Some timid candidates raised their hands and stood up. Choose not to answer the 10th question. These candidates, together with their teammates, were invited out of the examination room. About 5 or 6 minutes. The number of candidates in the examination room has decreased by 1/3. That is to say, only this 10th question reduced the number of candidates who were not eliminated by 1/3. In this moment, Naruto is still flirting with Sasuke, and the two seem to be communicating in some form of consciousness in a very novel way of communication. Without Naruto's inspiring speech, some candidates who were not determined enough to raise their hands left the examination room one after another. Soon, the remaining candidates in the examination room are only about half of the original number. Anyone else? Is there anyone else who wants to quit this exam? Morinai asked again. Seeing that no one quit, he showed a smile on his ferocious face. Very good. Congratulations on passing the test of the 10th question. Many candidates present looked at the examiner dumbfounded. The so-called 10th question is actually to test whether you have the courage to choose to continue answering the questions. If you don't even have this courage, you will not be qualified to continue the next exam. Ibiki Marino announced the true meaning of the 10th question. Those candidates who had already guessed the content of the 10th question just smiled lightly, as if everything was under their control. And those examinees who passed the test by chance looked like they had survived the catastrophe. So glad I didn't opt out. Right now, the glass of the window in the examination room was suddenly shattered, and a banner flew into the examination room and was nailed to the opposite wall. Brush. A figure followed and jumped into the examination room. Listen, everyone. I am the chief examiner of your second exam. Everyone follow me now. The heroic Mitarashi Anko feels that he must be very cool at the moment. However, in fact, everyone looked at her like a fool, especially Ibiki Marino, who was almost hit just now. The corner of his mouth twitched with the urge to yell. Why is no one talking? Are you scared by the way I appear? Anko also thought he was cool, haha. Yagami Ryosuke, who was sitting in the seat, slapped on the forehead, looking blind. This is funny, he thought. The examination room for the second exam, the periphery of the Death Forest. Outside the Death Forest, surrounded by barbed wire, candidates who passed the first round gathered here. Okay, listen to everyone. Anko announced loudly, the next second exam will be held in this Death Forest behind you, and each of your groups will get a piece of Earth Coiling Axis. And the team that collects 2 pieces of Earth Coiling Axis, you can go to the central tower of the Death Forest to qualify for the promotion. Remember, in the Dead Forest, any other team you meet may be your enemy, no matter whether they come from the same village or not. You only have 5 days, and the second exam will end after 5 days. Any team that fails to arrive at the central tower with 2 earth coiling shafts within 5 days will be considered a failure and will be eliminated. Hearing the rules of the second exam announced by Anko, all candidates realized that this time it was going to be serious. If one is not good, it will really kill people. Unlike the first exam, even if you're eliminated, you just lose the qualification to continue the exam. In this dead forest behind them, in the next 5 days, it is unknown how many people will lose their lives here. Thinking of this, some candidates who are not confident enough in their own strength are already starting to fear. And those candidates who are particularly confident in their own strength are now scanning their surroundings with confidence, as if every 10 other teams are their prey. Now, all squads come to me to claim the Earth Coiling Axis. Anko was satisfied with the expressions of these candidates. Ninjas are not just play games. Dead people are nothing more than a normal thing for ninjas. If you don't even have the courage to face death, then don't be a ninja at all. Go home and eat milk. Anko, give me the Earth Coiling Axis. Night God Ryosuke was the first to go there and received a copy of the Earth Coiling Axis from Anko. Hey, be careful yourself. Anko looked at the Night God Ryosuke in front of him, although the two would quarrel every time they met. But at this time, the Red Temple still cared about the safety of the Night God Ryosuke. Well, it's just a small scene. Night God Ryosuke shook the sky scroll in his hand, then walked to one of the entrances of the Death Forest. He didn't go in immediately, but stood at the entrance and waited for others. Each group of teams will be assigned a different entrance into the Dead Forest. Night God Ryosuke intends to help Hinata and Ino collect the Earth Coiling Axis first, and then go to Orochimaru. Soon, each team received their own Earth Coiling Axis and entered the Death Forest from different entrances. Night God Ryosuke stared at two of the teams, and when the other team entered the Death Forest, he instantly disappeared in place. In the Forest of Death, the sun's rays cannot reach the interior of the forest. Every plant here is astonishingly large. Big trees that need 20 or 30 people to embrace are everywhere here, and there are even various huge beasts. These beasts are also one of the tests that candidates who enter the Forest of Death need to face. At this time, somewhere in the forest, a 3-person team from Kusanagi village is advancing cautiously. Be careful. Our primary goal is to join another team first. When we gather 6 people, the other teams will definitely not be our opponents. This Kusanagi village team is on its way to join another 3-person team from Kusashi village. At this time, a figure suddenly stepped out from the darkness ahead, blocking their way. Careful. The 3 of Kusanagi village stood back to back in an instant. It seems like he's the only one. Be careful. His teammates may be hiding in the dark. Wait a minute. I remember he seemed to be the only guy who took the Chunin exam alone. One-man team? So it's Konoha Genin. It's okay. After realizing that the other party was really only one person, the Genin of the 3 grass ninja villages instantly relaxed. Since there's only one person on the other side, what else do they have to be afraid of? Could it be that the 3 of them can't beat the one on the other side? So what if it is the Genin of the 5 great nations? Hey, you Genin of Konoha, you really are not afraid of death. Cut. You think you are from a ninja village in the 5 major countries, so you look down on ninjas from small countries like us. Teach him a lesson. Let him know how powerful our Chao ninja village is. The Genin of the 3 Kusanagi village looked proudly at the Night God Ryosuke, who was walking over there step by step. Hey, hand over your earth-coiling shaft. Yes, hand it over. The 3 shouted. 257 was still happy in their hearts. They didn't expect them to be so lucky to meet the only softest persimmon. And at this time, Ryosuke, the night god who came out of the darkness, also glanced at the 3 people in front of him. Grass Ninja Village? I remember that there's a ninja named Xianglin in your village, right? Night God Ryosuke asked. Karen? You Konoha guy. How do you know about Karen's existence? Genin of the 3 grass ninjas looked at him in surprise. It looks like Xiangrin is not in your team. Night God Ryosuke shook his head. Forget it. Let's deal with you first. Stinky boy, don't be arrogant. There are 3 of us here. The 3 downs of Kusanagi village. After listening to it, he said angrily, a ninja from a big country is really annoying. Come on, kill him first. The 3 grass ninjas rushed towards the night god Ryosuke with a kunai in an instant. They were born in a small country and only learned some basic ninja skills. Ninjutsu? Feel sorry. 3 of them don't at all. At most, the 3 body technique is relatively proficient, but that's all. Yagami Ryosuke looked at the 3 Kusanagi who were killing him, and he didn't expect these 3 guys to be so stupid, but think about it carefully. If they have a little bit of skill, Uzumaki Karen. It is also impossible to be assigned to another team. In itself, Uzumaki Karen is not in their team, which already shows that their strength is very weak. Puff! 3 bloody lights flashed instantly. The figure of Night God Ryosuke appeared behind the 3 of them. He slowly put the ninja knife back into its sheath. Then he turned around and walked to the corpses of the 3 Kusanagi and found their earth coiling axes from them. Scroll of Earth. Unexpectedly, Night God Ryosuke's luck is not bad. The first team found was exactly the Earth Scroll he needed. Go and find the next one. Night God Ryosuke instantly disappeared in place. A minute later, Night God Ryosuke has found a second team. After killing the 3 outer village genin casually, I found another scroll of earth from their corpses and then left again to go to the 3rd team. A few minutes later, Night God Ryosuke has collected 2 sets of earth coiling axes. Immediately sensed where Ino and Hinata were, and used the flying thunder god kunai they carried on their bodies to teleport over there. Somewhere in the dead forest, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji walked carefully in the forest. Shikamaru, should we find a team to grab their scrolls now? Or should we find a place to discuss countermeasures first? Ino asked the smartest person in the team. At this time, Ino would not be stubborn and insist on following his own ideas. After all, if there is a smart teammate like Shikamaru who doesn't make good use of it, it will be useless. Let's discuss it first. Our strength is not strong among these teams. If we meet a strong team, we may be eliminated immediately. Shikamaru said. Choji, what do you think? Ino asked Choji beside him. I listened to Shikamaru. Choji said, okay, then let's find a place to discuss it first. Or how about going to the tree? Ino pointed to these big trees around. At this time, brush. A figure appeared in front of Ino. Who? The 3 were taken aback. It's me. Night God Ryosuke spoke. Ryosuke. Ino jumped forward with surprise on his face and hugged Night God Ryosuke. Shikamaru, behind him, also patted his chest. He was really scared just now. I said, why are you so elusive? Shikamaru said angrily. Isn't this a scroll for you? Night God Ryosuke took out a set of earth coiling axes from his arms. What kind of scroll are you? He asked. Ours is the scroll of heaven. Ino said immediately. Then take this scroll of earth. Night God Ryosuke handed them a copy of the earth scroll in his hand. Take them, you go directly to the central tower, and I will send a scroll to Hinata and the others, so I won't accompany you. But I will let one of my shadow clone follow you to protect your safety along the way. Night God Ryosuke separates out a shadow clone carrying part of his own chakra and arranges him to protect the 3 of the 10th squad. Ryosuke, won't you come with us? When Ino heard that Yagami Ryosuke was about to leave, he immediately showed a disappointed expression. Hey, you go to the central tower to rest first. I still have something to deal with here. Yagami Ryosuke touched Ino's small head, then kissed her on the forehead. All right then, come quickly. We'll be waiting for you at the central tower. Ino nodded obediently and didn't insist on letting Night God Ryosuke go with them. Ryosuke, you have to be careful. I feel that some of the teams this time are not quite right. Shikamaru reminded Night God Ryosuke. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. Yagami Ryosuke said confidently. I'm going first. We'll see you at the central tower in 2 days. After finishing speaking, Night God Ryosuke directly gave a flying thunder god and disappeared in place. Is this the flying thunder god technique? Shikamaru looked at the disappearing Night God Ryosuke, but thought in his heart, what is the matter that Night God Ryosuke said to deal with? He always felt that the Night God Ryosuke seemed to know a lot of things they didn't know. It was fine when I was in ninja school, but since they graduated, Shikamaru feels that Night God Ryosuke seems to be less and less trying to hide his specialness. If Night God Ryosuke knew these thoughts of Shikamaru, he will surely tell Shikamaru that the reason he's not hiding it more and more is just because he's important that he continues to do so. Powerful strength is the source of confidence for Night God Ryosuke. Certainly, Night God Ryosuke also knows that he is not invincible yet. At least his strength has not yet reached the 6 paths level, but at least in the ninja world at this stage, no one can beat him. By the time the fighting power of the ninja world is completely rampant, the strength of Night God Ryosuke must have already reached the 6 paths level. At that time, even the ninja world began to change into a flurry of gods and demons. He is also fearless. Akamaru, hurry up and find out where there are enemies. Let's try to go to the place where there are few people. Hinata, did your eyes see the enemy? Shina? Where did Shino go? I'm here. Aburame Shino patted Inuzuka on the shoulder, and the former jumped up 4 or 5 meters high with a groan in fright. Sure now, why did you run behind me? You scared me to death. Inuzuka Tooth rubbed his arms. Just now he even got goosebumps from fright. Aburame Shino was helpless. Because he has never changed positions at all, he has been walking behind Inuzuka Fong from the beginning, but this guy seems to have no memory at all. This kind of thing is not once or twice. In the past month or so, he can't remember how many times he has experienced similar situations. What can he say? Only one person can carry it all. Iba, Shino, there's a team coming over there 1 kilometer away. At this time, Hinata suddenly reminded. What? Then let's go to the other side quickly. Inuzuka Tooth said quickly. Aren't we going to grab the earth coiling shaft? Hinata asked puzzled. Of course we want to rob, but we can't rob so blindly. We have to plan. Inuzuka said seriously. For example, there's so many teams now, and we don't know whether the teams we encounter are strong or weak, so we have to observe first to see which teams are weaker. Let's go find those weaker teams. Bullying the weak and fearing the hard, I understand. Aburame Shino nodded, understanding Inuzuka's meaning. Hey, Shino, what do you mean by bullying the weak and fearing the strong? This is called strategy. I learned it from Shikamaru. Inuzuka emphasized that he learned this trick from Shikamaru, as if he wanted to prove that it was not Inuzuka who was bullying, but Shikamaru, and he just followed suit. At this time, the figure of Night God Ryosuke suddenly appeared in front of Hinata. Someone. Inuzuka was so frightened that he quickly threw several shurikens. Whoosh, whoosh. The shuriken flew past the Night God Ryosuke's ear. He didn't even move, so he didn't eat **********************************************. Yeah. Did you cheat in your shuriken throwing class when you were in school? Yagami Ryosuke looked back at the shurikens nailed to the ground and asked with a laugh. Inuzuka Tooth. What a shame. Damn, how could I be wrong? Ryosuke, are you okay? Hinata pulled Yagami Ryosuke worriedly to see if he was injured. It's okay, Ya's shuriken is so poorly aimed, it doesn't even rub the edge. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Inuzuka Tooth. What do you still say? What? I made it wrong on purpose. I already saw that it was you, Ryosuke. Otherwise, if it was the enemy, I would definitely aim at the opponent's head. Inuzuka argued stiffly. Aburame Shino stared at him from the side. Shina, what are you looking at me for? Inuzuka Tooth looked a little guilty. My bugs tell me you're lying. Shino said lightly. No, brother, people are tough. Why don't you even save me this last bit of face? Zeno, long time no see. Yagami Ryosuke smiled and looked at Inuzuka Tuba, who was getting angry from embarrassment, and then said hello to Aburame Shino. Long time no see. You're getting stronger and stronger. Aburame Shino nodded and said, My bugs are very afraid of you. Even if they're only close to them, they want to run away like crazy. Is your bug perception so sharp? Night God Ryosuke was a little surprised. He had deliberately restrained his breath. I didn't expect Shino's bugs to be able to sense it. Well, their senses have always been sharp. Aburame Shino nodded. But in fact, if the Night God Ryosuke hadn't restrained his aura intentionally, the insects on Shino's body would have been so frightened that they would have flown away. Even a Master Ji now couldn't stop that kind of thing. Now I can still stay with Shino. This is already the result of Yishan Ryosuke's deliberate restraint. Hinata, what scroll did you get? Night God Ryosuke looked back at Hinata and asked. It's the Scroll of Earth. Hinata replied. That's just right. I have an extra scroll of the sky here. You can take it. Night God Ryosuke took out a sky scroll and handed it to Hinata. Next, he said what he had said to Ino and the others before. After arranging a shadow clone to protect Hinata and the others along the way, they left here in an instant. After a few hours, the 3 of Ino's 10th squad finally reached the central tower. Finally here, this road is too dangerous, so we have Ryosuke's shadow clone to protect us. Ino patted the leaves and dirt on his body, while urging Shikamaru to take out the earth coiling shaft and open it. Ino, I heard your voice when I was inside, and when I came out, it turned out to be you." At this moment, Hinata's figure appeared dazzlingly at the entrance of the central tower. "Hinata, you're here so soon." Ino looked at Hinata, who came out from inside in surprise. "Our 8th class is the perception team, so the speed of the journey is relatively fast," Hinata explained. "Another white eye, another bug, and another dog's. Their 8th team directly avoided other teams and possible dangerous environments along the way and arrived at the central tower in less than 2 hours. But we are not the first to arrive. There is a Sunagakure team that arrived earlier than us," Hinata said. Anyone else arrived earlier?" Ino was even more surprised this time. After all, their 2 teams could reach the central tower so quickly. It was because the night god Ryosuke helped them send the earth coiling shaft. So they don't need to collect the scrolls. They just go straight to the central tower. But that Sunagakure team didn't have such treatment. That is to say, not only did they reach the central tower in the shortest time, but they also grabbed the earth coiling axis they needed from other teams in the middle. This is too great. The Sand Shinobi ninja with the gourd on his back is particularly scary. I just looked at him before and felt as if I was going to be killed by him," Hinata said with lingering fear. "Then are you all right?" Ino asked concerned. Hinata shook her head, indicating that she was fine. "After all, here is. The central tower already belongs to the safe zone. Hands are not allowed." "That's good," Ino said with a sigh of relief. Soon, Ino and the 3 of them also completed the final part of the second exam in front of the central tower, and then followed Hinata into the interior of the central tower for a rest. For the next 5 days, they can rest in the tower and wait for others to complete the exam. And so far, only these 3 teams have successfully reached the central tower, somewhere in the dead forest. Naruto was shouting and rushing towards the enemy in front of him. On the side, Sasuke folded his hands and stood there with a cold face to support Naruto, although the little Sakura next to him tried his best to attract Sasuke's attention. But at the moment, Sasuke's attention was on Naruto, and he didn't care about the little Sakura around him at all. A few minutes later, Naruto stunned a genin with a kick and successfully solved the genin team on the opposite side with 1 against 3. "Sasuke, little Sakura, am I strong?" Naruto ran back laughing, shaking the earth coiling shaft he found from the other party as if offering a treasure. "Naruto, check to see if it's an earth scroll," little Sakura urged. Hearing this, Naruto also checked the earth coiling axis in his hand, but they found that it was the sky scroll they already had, not the earth scroll they wanted. How could it be the scroll of heaven? Naruto looked disappointed and angrily threw the scroll on the ground. Pity, little Sakura also looked disappointed. "It doesn't matter, since it's not the scroll we need, then find another team." Sasuke didn't feel any pity or disappointment. With their strength, if they didn't get the scrolls their team needed this time, then they should find another team. Except for Night God Ryosuke. To be honest, Sasuke didn't put any other team in his eyes. In the Forest of Death, the 3 of them, Naruto and Sasuke, are eyeing a genin team again. At this time, the 3 of them were hiding their bodies on top of a big tree, eavesdropping on the conversation of the Sand Shinobi genin below. They seem to be discussing that Gaara, and their words are full of complaints and dissatisfaction with Gaara. Naruto looked at Sasuke not far away. The latter nodded. Next second, Sasuke jumped out in an instant, and at the same time quickly formed seals with both hands, performing fire-style ninjutsu. Fire-style. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball in the sky struck straight at the 3 Sand Shinobi below. The 3 obviously didn't expect that they would be ambushed, and they dodged slowly for a while. Then, as soon as the 3 of them avoided the great fireball falling from the sky, they were instantly paralyzed by another Sasuke walking in lightning style. Immediately, this Sasuke made another lightning-style false darkness. The flash of lightning pierced straight through the bodies of the 2 Sand Shinobi, instantly killed the 2 of them. Only the last one, Sand Shinobi, escaped by chance with terrified eyes and ran away without looking back. "Naruto!" Sasuke yelled. Next second, a yellow figure descended from the sky. Leaf hurricane. Boom! Sand Shinobi, who had just escaped, was kicked back directly by a heavy blow. Sasuke swiped forward and ended the life of this Sand Shinobi with the kunai in his hand. Plop! The corpse fell to the ground. Naruto and Sasuke also looked at each other and smiled. Found it. It's the Scroll of Earth. Over there, little Sakura found a copy of the Earth Coiling Scroll from a Sand Shinobi's corpse, which happened to be the scroll they needed. However, right now, the Dada. Who? The three looked vigilantly in the direction where the applause came from. Behind a big tree, a figure slowly came out from behind the tree. As expected of a descendant of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, I am really satisfied with your performance. Who are you? Sasuke stared at the man who came out from behind the big tree. The other party's cheeks were long and narrow, his eyes were like snakes, and his pale skin made him look like a dead man. At this time, Orochimaru, who came out from behind the tree, looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a smile on his face, as if he was admiring a certain piece of art. Uchiha Itachi, your brother's also very good. Orochimaru thought to himself. He will never forget what Uchiha Itachi did to him. When he was still an Akatsuki, he tried to win Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Pity. Orochimaru's soul was lacking because of changing the container again and again. Orochimaru, who was once fully capable and had almost no shortcomings, was killed by Uchiha Itachi with an illusion. This is definitely a great shame for Orochimaru, although that person is Uchiha Itachi, who slaughtered the entire clan. But he is also Lung Jun Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. In terms of seniority, he is the senior of senior Uchiha Itachi. When did Orochimaru, who once dominated World War II and World War II, be so embarrassed? Even when he defected from Konoha, he was not as embarrassed as that time. Therefore, after encountering the Uchiha Itachi incident, Orochimaru set his sights on the blood of the Uchiha clan. If he was just curious at the beginning and wanted to study Uchiha Itachi's pair of Mangekyo, then after being killed by Uchiha Itachi with an illusion, Orochimaru coveted the blood of the Uchiha family, hoping to make up for his weakness in illusion and at the same time take revenge on Uchiha Itachi. Kill two birds with one stone. This time, he launched the Konoha collapse plan. Not just wanted to give his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a ride. At the same time, it is also to come here to inspect my goal in person, Uchiha Sasuke. Let's see if he has the talent Itachi has. Now it seems, even if Uchiha Sasuke is not as good as Uchiha Itachi, he is worthy of the Uchiha family. At a young age, he already possesses the strength that can be called an elite among Chunin, and it will be more than enough to become a Jonin after another 2 years. Such talent is enough to satisfy Orochimaru. It's just right to be the container for his next reincarnation. Hey, who are you? What can I do with Sasuke? Naruto looked at Orochimaru, who had a malicious look on his face, and felt very upset, that the other party just stared at Sasuke, but completely ignored his own existence. His performance just now was obviously also very good. Naruto, come back, this guy is the enemy. Sasuke yelled at Naruto. Naruto looked back at Sasuke. At this time, Orochimaru stared suddenly, and the terrifying murderous aura of Japanese stocks instantly enveloped the three people in front of him. What? Sasuke suddenly felt as if he couldn't move. This feeling is even better than the Zabuza I encountered in the mission of the Land of Waves last time. The murderous intent of not beheading is already terrifying. Sasuke even had the idea of suicide at that time. But in comparison, the murderous aura of the enemy in front of him is more than twice as terrifying as if he didn't kill him. Under such a terrifying murderous aura, Sasuke found that he couldn't even do a basic counterattack and could only sit and wait for death. Damn, I've obviously been working hard to improve my strength. Why is it still like this? Sasuke gritted his teeth, trying desperately to move his body. While on the other side, in the sealed space inside Naruto's body, Ninetails also opened his eyes and glanced at the outside world. Orochimaru, isn't Naruto taking the Chunin exam? How did you meet this guy? Ninetails was a little puzzled. Although he doesn't care much about the affairs among ninjas, Because he is sealed in Jinchuriki's body, he can also observe the outside world through Jinchuriki's eyes. Therefore, he also knows a lot of things that happened to Konoha in the past. For example, when Orochimaru defected to Konoha, he heard Namake's Minato mention it. Naruto, you idiot! That's Orochimaru. With your current skills, do you want to rush up and deliver food to others? Run! At this time, Ninetales found that Naruto had rushed towards Orochimaru and couldn't help but cursed. Smelly fox, I don't care about it. Orochimaru Koshimaru, look at your Naruto gods, 3,000 Naruto bombs. Naruto rushed up, yelling. In an instant, hundreds of shadow clones swarmed towards Orochimaru. This trick of 3,000 Naruto bombs is learned by Naruto from Li Shaoli. At this time, he used multiple shadow clone techniques to perform this move. Hundreds of shadow clones swarmed up, and the power seemed to be full. Ninetales Kid, Orochimaru glanced at the hundreds of Naruto rushing up and made a cold voice. He is not interested in Uzumaki Naruto, the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Orochimaru's goal, from beginning to end, is only Sasuke. As for the other two, he didn't pay attention at all. I don't have time to play with you for now. Orochimaru casually separated a soil clone, and after letting the soil clone deal with Naruto, he rushed towards Sasuke himself. Sasuke, be careful! Seeing this scene, the little Sakura in the rear couldn't help shouting. Wind-style wind-cut technique. Several sharp wind blades were released from Orochimaru's hands, instantly cutting Sasuke in front of him into several pieces. Sasuke, little Sakura's eyes widened in fright, and she almost lost sight of it. Brush! Just then, a Sasuke appeared behind Orochimaru. At the same time, the Sasuke that was cut into several pieces also turned into a cut steak with a bang. Lightning-style, pseudo-dark. Sasuke shouted loudly, and a lightning spear in his hand instantly stabbed Orochimaru, who was facing away from him. But in the next second, Sasuke, this little trick is useless to me. A sticky, snake-like cold voice rang in Sasuke's ear. He widened his eyes in horror for a moment, and watched in disbelief that Orochimaru, who was pierced by the lightning gun, turned into a bunch of mud kings. And behind Sasuke, the real Orochimaru was laughing, grabbed Sasuke's neck with one hand, and smashed him to the ground. Boom! There was a cloud of smoke and dust. Sasuke coughed and hurriedly left the spot. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with both hands and directly cast a great fireball technique to blast over there. Wait until the flames from the fireball explosion spread to blow the smoke away. Sasuke found that there was an extra hole on the ground that was blown out by the great fireball. There was no one there at all. Where are people? Sasuke looked around vigilantly for a moment, carefully guarding against the opponent's sneak attack. The other side, the soil avatar that Orochimaru separated before also beat Naruto to the ground. At this time, Naruto was lying on the ground with a bunch of snakes entangled around him tightly, and there was even a big snake with arrogance crawling towards this side, swallowing snake letters. Ah! You stinky snakes, let me go! Naruto yelled and struggled. But the snakes summoned by Orochimaru are not ordinary snakes. They're stronger than ordinary snakes, and their bodies are also full of toughness. No matter how hard Naruto struggles, he can't break free. At this time, the big snake directly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Naruto on the ground together with the snakes that entangled him. Ah! Naruto, who was swallowed into the big snake's stomach, screamed again and again in fright, but soon the sound disappeared as the big snake's mouth closed. Damn! Naruto! Sasuke noticed this scene and wanted to rush to rescue Naruto in an instant. But at this moment, Orochimaru's figure suddenly emerged from the ground, hugging him from behind with a sneer. Sasuke-kun, you seem to care about your companion. Orochimaru sneered. B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e. Jinin definitely doesn't have your strength. Sasuke struggled to break free, and then looked at Orochimaru with fierce eyes. Haven't I introduced myself to Sasuke-kun? That's really my negligence. Orochimaru glanced greedily at Sasuke in front of him, and Sasuke didn't like the other's look very much, as if he was a dish on the other's plate. Very disgusting. Also disgusting. Sasuke-kun, you have to remember, I am Orochimaru. Remember this name well, because I will be the one who completely changes your destiny. Orochimaru said with a smile. Orochimaru? Sasuke recalled carefully and found that he had never heard of the name. Why are you attacking? Hit us, asked Sasuke. Of course it's because of you, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru said with a smile. Come on, Sasuke-kun. Let me see how far you can go compared to Uchiha Itachi. But I'm more interested in you. Uchiha Itachi? As soon as he heard the name, Sasuke's eyes changed instantly. Uchiha Itachi? Do you know Uchiha Itachi? He yelled. Tell me, where is he? Oh, does Sasuke-kun hate Itachi? Orochimaru sneered. He killed my father and mother, and also killed so many people. What's wrong with me hating him? Sasuke clenched his fists in anger and said viciously, Tell me quickly, where is Uchiha Itachi? Want to know the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi? Orochimaru smiled and said, Then Sasuke-kun must defeat me before I can tell you the answer. Then I will defeat you. Sasuke roared and rushed forward. Once things involve Uchiha Itachi, he loses his usual cool. This moment, Sasuke probably forgot how he was played by Orochimaru before. He even boasted that he would defeat Orochimaru. But Orochimaru appreciates Sasuke's enthusiasm. He also rushed towards Sasuke with a smile. Next, what Sasuke faced was naturally another battle like cat and mouse. It's a battle, but it's actually more like Orochimaru is testing Sasuke's abilities in all aspects to see if he has met his expectations. The test results are also quite satisfactory. But just this level is not enough to be his container, especially the pair of Sharingan. Only one has evolved to double-hook Jade. Orochimaru is also not sure if there is such a case of one-eyed evolution in the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Anyway, he had never seen it before. Brush. Night God Ryosuke suddenly stopped, looking toward a certain direction in the distance. Have you started fighting? He muttered. Immediately, Night God Ryosuke directly used the body flicker technique to disappear in place and rushed towards that direction at a faster speed. A few minutes later, Night God Ryosuke has seen this devastated forest area. He landed on a big tree and looked down at the situation below. A large snake with its belly exploded was lying dying on the edge, and Naruto, who was covered in blood, was being hanged by Orochimaru. The other side, little Sakura supported Sasuke, who seemed to have passed out. It's a bit late. It seems like it's almost over, Night God Ryosuke thought. At this time, Naruto was also bound by Orochimaru with his own body. This picture looks a little bit weird. After all, which normal human body can achieve such a level? But if the person is Orochimaru, then it's fine. Brush. Night God Ryosuke jumped from the tree and landed on the ground. Ryosuke, run! Naruto yelled as soon as he saw him. Tell Night God Ryosuke to run quickly. Oh, is it your companion? Orochimaru looked at the Night God Ryosuke, who had just arrived, and looked at him with dark eyes. Night God Ryosuke, I seem to have heard this name mentioned by someone. Orochimaru said with a sneer. Someone, Danzo? Night God Ryosuke smiled, pointed to Naruto who was tied up, and said, Excuse me, this guy's my friend. I wonder if you can let him go first? Stupid Ryosuke. Run. You can't beat this guy. Naruto was still shouting anxiously over there. Naruto, seeing you look so angry, I knew you should be fine. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Naruto, is now the time to say this? No. Why is Ryosuke even more reckless than me? At this time, Orochimaru also let go of Naruto, but at the same time his neck instantly stretched infinitely, appearing directly in front of Night God Ryosuke. Clang! Night God Ryosuke instantly pulled out the ninja sword at his waist and blocked the attack of the Kusanagi sword dangling in Orochimaru's mouth. The response was good. Orochimaru flinched back with a smile. This gentleman with a long neck is also very good. I don't know where he learned the skill of stretching and shortening his neck freely. I have a friend who also wants to learn. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Want to learn? Why don't Ryosuke-kun leave here with me? Forget it. I have no intention of leaving yet. Hehe. Is it just temporary? Orochimaru suddenly discovered that this night god Ryosuke is also pretty good, but it's a pity that he is not of Uchiha blood. Ryosuke, why don't you go? Naruto ran over and said to night god Ryosuke, Naruto, go over there and take care of Sasuke. He seems to have passed out. Yagami Ryosuke pointed to Sasuke, who was supported by little Sakura over there. As for this guy, just leave it to me. He said, Sasuke. As soon as he heard that Sasuke had passed out, Naruto immediately ran over to check the situation. Ryosuke-kun seems to be very confident in his own strength. Orochimaru looked at him with a grin. If it's just dealing with an enemy of your level, I don't think it's a difficult task. Night God Ryosuke said lightly, You're really confident. Orochimaru didn't take it seriously. Obviously, he didn't take Night God Ryosuke's words seriously, just sneered and looked at the young man in front of him. Who hasn't been young and frivolous, right? Zhang Jin's Orochimaru is as confident as the Night God Ryosuke in front of him. I think I can't lose to anyone. Then, just got taught by a guy called Hanzo of the Salamander. After, Orochimaru learned from the painful experience and began to do research, and his strength continued to improve with age. Just when he thought he was no longer the Orochimaru who was taught to be a man by Hanzo of the Salamander, another Uchiha, Itachi, ran out. Once again, I taught him how to be a human being, and this time he lost even worse. It was even killed in seconds. Let Orochimaru face disgrace. No face to stay in the Akatsuki organization, chose to defect again. Since then, Orochimaru has fully understood what it means to be beyond the heavens and humans. This made him understand a truth. That is to never take yourself too seriously. You never know whether the person standing in front of you will teach you how to be a human being. But Orochimaru apparently didn't think Ryosuke, the night god, could teach him to be a human being. After all, no matter how talented you are, there must be a limit. Uchiha Itachi is so strong. That's because he was born into the Uchiha clan. It was the Sharingan that gave him great strength. And what about Night God Ryosuke? A civilian genius. No matter how talented, nothing more than that. After all, age is there limiting him. In the forest of death, a chilling atmosphere permeated the air. Night God Ryosuke glanced at Naruto and Sasuke over there, and at this moment, Orochimaru in front of him suddenly launched an attack. A moment. Orochimaru seized an opportunity when the opponent was slack, and with perfect precision, as if he had rehearsed countless times, he stabbed the Kusanagi sword his hand into the chest of Night God Ryosuke. But the moment the Kusanagi sword pierced his body, Inji's expression changed. Because the next second, the whole world around him changed. The sky turned blood red, and the sun was hanging high above the sky. The surrounding trees became pitch black, and they bared their teeth and claws, as if an evil spirit was stretching out its claws. And Ryosuke, the night god who was impaled by him just now, is also gone. He even put himself on a crossbow. Illusion. Orochimaru's face suddenly became extremely ugly. What he hates the most is illusion. Mr. Orochimaru seems to dislike this place. Why? At this time, a burst of footsteps came from the front. Orochimaru looked over and saw the smiling night god, Ryosuke, walking towards him. Ryosuke-kun's strength is even better than I imagined. Although Orochimaru was trapped by night god Ryosuke's illusion, he didn't look panicked. Be worthy of the legendary Sannin. This strength alone is not something that ordinary ninjas can possess. Unfortunately, Mr. Orochimaru's strength has disappointed me a bit. Night God Ryosuke walked up to Orochimaru and stared at him. I thought that Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, could bring me some surprises, but unfortunately, I didn't expect that just this level of illusion would be helpless. Orochimaru's complexion also became more and more ugly following the words of Night God Ryosuke, being ridiculed by a junior and using the truth. This made Orochimaru couldn't help but burn with anger. He is a dignified Lungjuan Orochimaru, Since when did everyone seem to be able to laugh at himself? Orochimaru even had an illusion, as if whenever a ninja came, just using an illusion could kill him in seconds. But of course this is not the case. Although Orochimaru has a lack of soul, the resistance to illusion becomes very poor. But no matter how bad it is, he is also a Kage-level ninja. It's not true that any ninja with illusion skills will be able to settle him. The reason why Ryosuke's illusion can make Orochimaru unable to resist is because his illusion is too strong. Itself, the illusion he is currently performing is a combination of Sharingan's illusion that he transformed, and its level has almost reached a level. At the same time, Night God Ryosuke also has a 500% illusion bonus attribute. The actual effect of this illusion is only slightly worse than Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi. How can this level of illusion be used by ordinary ninjas? Even someone like Kurenai Yuhi, who uses illusion to become a ninja of Jonin. It is also completely impossible to use this level of illusion. So, not that Orochimaru is too weak, but Night God Ryosuke is too strong. Moreover, he directly attacked Orochimaru's weakest illusion as soon as he came up. Why not kill Orochimaru instantly? 0. Seeking Flowers 00. In the illusion space, Night God Ryosuke stabs Orochimaru. Orochimaru frowned at the severe pain. But I can endure it. Mr. Orochimaru is worthy of being a legendary Sannin, and his endurance is really good. Night God Ryosuke praised Orochimaru. However, this kind of praise, like the elders teaching the younger ones, made Orochimaru feel more uncomfortable and angry than being stabbed 100 times. I've always done things fairly. Mr. Orochimaru stabbed me before, so I will give you 10 knives back to Mr. Orochimaru. Mr. Orochimaru, you have to hold on. While speaking, Night God Ryosuke's hands didn't stop. He stabbed Orochimaru one after another. Soon, 10 stabs are over. Night God Ryosuke kept his word and put away the knife. Then on the side of the surrounding scene, Snake found that he could move freely. Come on, Mr. Orochimaru. Yagami Ryosuke gestured with his hand. Orochimaru stared at him with cold eyes and sat down after a while. Ryosuke-kun's research on illusion is really amazing. Even I have never heard of such an illusion space. Only then did Orochimaru think about the illusion space. The illusion space, as if in the real world, made it impossible for him to tell whether it was the real world or the illusion world. This kind of illusion, not to mention his lack of soul, is weak against illusion. Even in his heyday, it was quite difficult to resist or dispel such illusions. Orochimaru, what is your purpose of coming to Konoha this time? Yagami Ryosuke didn't greet Orochimaru anymore and asked him the purpose of coming to Konoha. Heard. Orochimaru's eyes flickered too, not knowing what was going on in his mind. Don't you want to say it? Yagami Ryosuke poured himself a cup of tea. Although this is an illusion world, many things feel the same as the real world. Like this cup of tea, whether it is the heat rising above or the feeling when drinking it. All are exactly like the real thing. I don't know what Ryosuke-kun thinks of Konoha. Orochimaru didn't immediately answer Night God Ryosuke's question, but instead asked his opinion of the village. What do you think? Konoha is my home, and there are people I love here, but my love is very narrow and cannot accommodate such a big village, so I don't care about things that have nothing to do with me and the people around me. Yagami Ryosuke took a sip of tea and said lightly. Hearing this answer from Yagami Ryosuke, Inshimuru also showed a knowing smile on his face. He understood the meaning of Yagami Ryosuke's words. He only cares about the people around him. As for the other people in this village, he doesn't care whether they are dead or alive at all. Is Ryosuke-kun interested in the position of Hokage? Orochimaru asked suddenly. Hokage. Night God Ryosuke shook his head. I'm not interested in this position. I don't want to spend all day in the office at a young age reviewing one document after another. Mr. Ryosuke sees it very clearly, Orochimaru said with a smile. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the Night God Ryosuke in front of him was not as annoying as before. Although this guy is a bit poisonous when he speaks, he likes to pierce his heart. But I have to say that in some respects, he is quite tempered with him. So, Ryosuke-kun, why don't you cooperate with me? Orochimaru said, My goal this time is my dear teacher. As for other things, I don't care. As long as Mr. Ryosuke doesn't stop my plan, we can be friends. What can I get? Yagami Ryosuke asked straight to the point. What does Ryosuke-kun want? Orochimaru asked. He doesn't know what Knight God Ryosuke wants. If he doesn't have what Knight God Ryosuke wants, he can't help it. Reanimation Jutsu. Knight God Ryosuke said, I want your improved reanimation jutsu. And some cells of strong ninjas I also need it. You just give me these things, and I don't care about anything you do in Konoha. Of course, the premise is that your plan will not hurt the people around me. Reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement with Knight God Ryosuke's request. Okay, I'll have someone bring you what reanimation jutsu and Ryosuke-kun need after it's done. Orochimaru said, No, I'll go to Inin village to find you then. Yagami Ryosuke shook his head and said. Hearing this, the pupils in Inin Snake's eyes couldn't help shrinking. Ryosuke-kun knows that I'm in Odanin village. He asked tentatively. Yagami Ryosuke glanced at Orochimaru in front of him, smiled and said, Orochimaru, I know far more things than you imagine, so don't use your cleverness in front of me. That will only embarrass you more. Orochimaru's mouth twitched slightly. He secretly scolded the knight, God Ryosuke, for speaking so badly that he didn't save face for him at all. Fortunately, this is the illusion space of Knight God Ryosuke. No third person can hear the conversation between them. Okay, we're done talking, you can go out. Yagami Ryosuke poured the remaining tea on the ground, and the surrounding scenery began to distort instantly. Next second, Orochimaru found himself back in the original Death Forest. The eyes of Ryosuke and Naruto have all disappeared. Knight God Ryosuke. Orochimaru chanted the name, and then his figure slowly disappeared into the Death Forest. Well, you'll be safe here. Knight God Ryosuke stopped and said to the three people who called 367 in front of them, Ryosuke, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, we would have been killed by that horrible guy. At this time, Naruto also looked terrified. When he fought just now, he was fearless, but now he calmed down and thought about it, and found that the situation just now was really extremely dangerous. Ryosuke, thank you. Little Sakura is also grateful to the Knight God Ryosuke. Okay, you guys take care of Sasuke here. This situation is a bit complicated. When you get to the central tower, explain it to Kakashi, and he may have a solution. Knight God Ryosuke glanced at Sasuke, who was still unconscious, and said to Naruto and little Sakura, in fact, in the view of Knight God Ryosuke, it is a good thing for him to let Sasuke go to Orochimaru. Konoha's sheep personality is destined not to be well cultivated. Only Kakashi taught Sasuke. There's no way to train Sasuke as well as Orochimaru. You must know that because Orochimaru regards Sasuke as a container for his next reincarnation, it can be said that he has spared no effort to invest various resources in the cultivation of Sasuke. If it weren't for Orochimaru, how could Sasuke have reached that level in just 3 years? If not follow Orochimaru, Sasuke will soon be thrown off by Naruto, who is taught by Jiraiya. And hope Jiraiya can teach Sasuke by the way? Forget it. If Jiraiya didn't think Naruto is the son of prophecy, he wouldn't even bother to teach Naruto. To know, Naruto is the son of Namake's Minato, and Jiraiya is the master of Namake's Minato. With such a relationship, Jiraiya has not come to Konoha to visit Naruto even once over the years. Although there are factors such as he is very disappointed with his teacher and does not like some political styles of Konoha's high-level officials. But to be honest, if it wasn't for Naruto's personality, Jiraiya wouldn't be so close to him. Even Naruto is like this, let alone the irrelevant Sasuke. Want to also know that Jiraiya can't possibly teach Sasuke, and Tsunade will not. After all, they have one Uchiha and one Senju. It is impossible for Tsunade to accept Sasuke as his apprentice. Only Orochimaru is the most suitable person to train Sasuke in the early stage. Certainly, if Night God Ryosuke is willing, he is actually more suitable than Orochimaru to teach Sasuke. On the one hand, the Night God Ryosuke will do more than Orochimaru. On the other hand, Ryosuke, the Night God, also has Sharingan himself, and his understanding of Sharingan is much more thorough than Orochimaru, which can better help Sasuke open his eyes. As we all know, most of the power of the Uchiha clan is concentrated on these eyes. So is Sasuke. No matter how high the eyes are opened, the level of his strength can be reached. At the time of Senju, it was elite Jonin. When Mangekyo is opened, it is Kage-level strength. After opening the Eternal Mangekyo, Sasuke has already reached a Super Kage-level of strength. And when Sage of Six Paths personally entered the arena to give Zwaming a cheat and help Sasuke open the Monocular Rinnegan, Sasuke's power once reached the Six Paths level. So, raising Sasuke is actually very simple. On the one hand, let him learn to control his own power freely so that he can fully exert it. On the other hand, it is to help him open his eyes. From Double Hook Jade to Triple Hook Jade, and then to Mangekyo. All can be successfully opened with the assistance of external factors. Only the Eternal Eye can be opened with the help of Uchiha Itachi's eye. But even if no one helps Sasuke in this step, Uchiha Itachi himself will send his own eyes to his dear brother. After all, Uchiha broke on well. But Night God Ryosuke never thought about it. Let him train Sasuke? With that time, he might as well go on a date with his girlfriend. So, Sasuke or something, I'd better leave it to God. That's why Night God Ryosuke didn't ask Orochimaru to remove the curse mark planted on Sasuke before. On the one hand, Orochimaru won't say yes. He would agree, but he thought it was a snake, and he might turn around and plant a new curse mark on Sasuke. On the other hand, it is also the Night God Ryosuke who intends to let Sasuke go to Orochimaru. So just ignore the matter of the curse seal. After placing Naruto and the others here, Night God Ryosuke left. After all, he is not Naruto and Sasuke's nanny. There is no need and no obligation to stay here to protect them or something. After leaving Naruto's side, Night God Ryosuke went straight to the central tower. He has collected the earth coiling axes for the day. Just got his biopheromone again on Orochimaru's body. Next, all that's left is Jiraiya's biopheromone. This is not urgent. Jiraiya is not yet in Konoha. Still have to wait a few more days. When Jiraiya arrives at Konoha, it won't be too late for Night God Ryosuke to look for him. It's only a few days anyway. After a few days, Night God Ryosuke will add another gold-level talent entry. Speak up. When a system was first awakened, Night God Ryosuke obtained 7 gold-level talent entries in a row 2 days ago. He almost thought that gold-level talent entries were easy to get. But later I realized that it was because Naruto and Sasuke were 2 sidekicks in the early stage. After the loss of Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi and Might Guy successfully transformed into 2 golden talent entries. Other than that, they are all purple or even lower-level talent entries. It's hard work, and now I'm going to add another golden talent entry, and Night God Ryosuke is also looking forward to it. Brush. Ryosuke, the Night God who was rushing to the central tower, stopped suddenly. He moved his ears and followed his gaze to the direction to his left. In the next second, he instantly changed his direction and flew towards the left. 10 seconds later, Night God Ryosuke stopped. At this time, in the forest below, a red-haired girl was looking in horror at a ninja from Rain Shinobi Village. Don't come here. Xianglin looked horrified and helpless at the 3 approaching Rain Shinobi in front of her and subconsciously wanted to shout for help, but then thought that this was the Death Forest and it was still in Konoha. No one will come to her rescue at all, and her 2 companions had already died in the hands of the 3 Rain Shinobi in front of her. She witnessed how the other party brutally killed her 2 companions. At that time, Xianglin was terrified, and she just ran away in a panic but accidentally narrowed her feet. Little girl, Don't be afraid. Brothers will love you well. Huh. I didn't expect to come to take a Chunin exam, and there will be such an unexpected harvest. Brothers, shall we go up together later? Or one by one? The three-ranged shinobi grinned grimly at Xiangrin, who had been forced to the point of no retreat, and completely ignored Kusunin, who would crook her feet even if she tried to escape. This kind of weak female ninja has no value at all except being bullied in the ninja world. Generally speaking, when a ninja encounters such a weak ninja, he will directly choose to kill it, because they're also afraid that they will accidentally capsize in the gutter. But these three-ranged shinobi are obviously more courageous, or be enchanted by ghosts. In short, they didn't want to kill Xianglin in front of them directly. Instead, prepare to relax, and relax first. Don't come here! Xianglin looked at the three-ranged shinobi in horror, and waved the only remaining kunai around indiscriminately, trying to scare them away. Pity. Xianglin's action obviously has no deterrent effect on the three-ranged shinobi. The other party is not afraid of her at all. Over. Otherwise, I should commit suicide. It's better than being bullied by them. Xianglin thought in despair. The kunai in his hand was about to be scratched towards his neck. At this time, "Hi, need help?" Xianglin, who was already desperate just now, suddenly heard a voice from above her head. Subconsciously raised his head and looked over. Under the rays of light passing through the dense leaves, a figure like a god stood on the tree with its back to the sun. Xianglin couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly, but this moment, she seemed to see a holy light shining on this man, making him look so sacred and majestic. "Stinky boy, stop meddling in your own business." The three-ranged shinobi frowned and looked at the night god Ryosuke on the tree and said viciously, "Of course they are upset when good things are interrupted. Being a scumbag is quite arrogant." Yagami Ryosuke laughed disdainfully. Next second, puff, a series of cutting sounds joined together. Follow closely. The three-ranged shinobi, who were still very arrogant, just now screamed and fell to the ground in an instant. Their arms, their legs, all were cut off by night god Ryosuke. At this time, blood gushed out from the wounds of their severed limbs, and the severe pain stimulated their hearts even more. Nervous, let them scream again and again. Saved. Seeing this scene, Xianglin instantly relaxed her tense nerves and then felt dizzy before her eyes. At this moment, the big hand that has been strong has supported her. "It's all right." A gentle voice rang in her ear. Dazed, Xianglin raised her head and looked at the savior in front of her. "So handsome." Xianglin's cheeks turned red instantly. It was red to the root of the ear. "May I have your name?" Night god Ryosuke asked. "Xiang 1.9, my name is Whirlpool Xianglin." Without even thinking about it, Karen told Yagami Ryosuke her full name. She completely forgot that her mother had told her countless times not to tell strangers her full name. "My name is Night god Ryosuke, a ninja from Konoha." Yagami Ryosuke said, "Are you hurt? Would you like to sit down and rest?" "He is so gentle." Xiangrin looked at the night god Ryosuke in front of her with fascination. "I feel that the sufferings I have suffered in the past suddenly become unimportant." She felt that the suffering she had suffered in the past were all in exchange for this encounter today. What is it called? This is called hard work. Xianglin swears that she will never marry the man in front of her in this life. "Xianglin? Xianglin." Yagami Ryosuke waved his hand in front of Karen. As a result, the other party stared at him obsessively, without any reaction at all. Although he knew that Xiangrin had the nympho attribute, Yagami Ryosuke didn't expect it to be so serious. Or, his charm is too great? Directly magnified Xianglin's nympho attribute? Ryosuke-kun, thank you for saving me. Xianglin finally came to her senses at this time. She quickly thanked the night god Ryosuke for saving her life, then looked at him stupidly and said, "I don't know how to repay you. Why don't you let me be your girlfriend?" Yagami Ryosuke. "No. Isn't that a little too direct? Stop talking nonsense. Where are your teammates?" Yagami Ryosuke did not agree to Karen's request, which made Karen a little disappointed. However, after hearing his question, Xianglin still replied honestly. He died, and he was killed by the three of them. The three ranged shinobi on the ground were dying in agony. Naturally, Xianglin couldn't hear her complaint at this moment. Then I'll take you to the outskirts of the Death Forest, and then you can go out by yourself. If Xianglin was left alone in the Death Forest, it would be as if she was waiting to die here. After all, they're not only the teams in the picture below who participated in the second Chunin exam in the Death Forest. At the same time, the wild beasts and poisonous insects in the forest are all fatal threats. So, Night God Ryosuke is also a good person to the end. Simply send her to the outskirts of the forest. As for sending it to the central tower, Xianglin didn't have an earth-coiling axis, and her teammates were all killed. Went to the central tower, also had to be kicked out. Ryosuke-kun, can I follow you? Xiangrin looked at Yagami Ryosuke with a look of reluctance, not wanting to leave his side. No, I still have to go to the central tower, but you can find a hotel in the village to stay for a few days, and I will go to you after the second exam is over. Yagami Ryosuke did not agree to let Karen stay by his side, but gave her a suggestion. Really? Xiangrin's eyes lit up and said, Ryosuke-kun, are you really going to find me? Don't worry, I will definitely find you. Yagami Ryosuke assured. Although Uzumaki Karen is a bit of a nympho, but if the nympho is for himself, Yagami Ryosuke said that this is not a disadvantage, but an advantage. Then it's a deal. You must come and look for it when the time comes. Xianglin looked up at Yagami Ryosuke eagerly, looking pitiful, like a kitten abandoned by its owner. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I say. Now let's take you to the outskirts of the Death Forest. Night God Ryosuke took Xiangrin's hand and immediately sensed a flying thunder god 05 coordinates left by him on the outskirts of the Death Forest, with her, and disappeared in place. The entrance to the Forest of Death, near Gate 15. Yagami Ryosuke appeared here with Karen. Xianglin was still a little dazed. We're here. You go out from this exit. Outside is the place where the previous exam started. There will be ninjas from Konoha guarding the outside. You just need to tell them that you want to quit the exam. Also, take the money and go to a better hotel to rest for a few days. Ryosuke told Xiangrin, and Hybe gave her another money. Not much. It's only 200,000 taels. It's just the pocket money of Yagami Ryosuke for 2 days. A lot of money. Xiangrin had never seen so much money. She looked at Yagami Ryosuke with a moved face. Her eyes were red. Ryosuke-kun, you are so kind to me. Why don't I be your girlfriend? Yagami Ryosuke. This is the second time, right? Let's talk later because... Yagami Ryosuke pointed to the exit over there. Although Xianglin was reluctant to give up, she still walked towards the exit obediently. Soon left the dead forest. Seeing that Xianglin left safely, Night God Ryosuke left again with the Flying Thunder God technique, returned to the previous position, and then continued to the central tower. Half an hour later, Night God Ryosuke successfully reached the central tower. He took out the earth-coiling shaft from his body and opened it in front of the tower. With a flash of smoke, Irika's figure also appeared in front of him. Congratulations, Ryosuke. Irika smiled and congratulated. You successfully passed the test of the second exam, and then you can rest in the central tower for a few days, and you can leave here after the second exam is over. Mr. Irika, all the candidates who come here for summoning are your shadow clone? Night God Ryosuke asked curiously. He's actually been pretty good about it all along. That's not true. Only the students of your class are following your explanation. Irika said. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, although he didn't know exactly what was going on here. But it can be regarded as an answer to a doubt in his heart. Go in and have a good rest. Irika said with a smile, and then the shadow clone disappeared with a bang. Just rest for a few days. Night God Ryosuke looked up at the tall tower in front of him, and then walked in. In the next 5 days, Yagami Ryosuke and others who had passed the second exam ahead of schedule rested in the central tower while waiting for the exam to end. In the middle, Night God Ryosuke also converted Orochimaru's biological pheromone into a talent entry and obtained the second Legend Sanin's entry. Orochimaru's Legend Sanin entry is similar to Tsunade's. However, Tsunade is similar to Tsunade's. However, Tsunade adds physical and medical ninjutsu, while Orochimaru's entry adds ninjutsu and the research ability of forbidden technique. In addition, there is also the Sage Mode practice method of Ryuchi Cave. Night God Ryosuke has already tried the Sage Mode cultivation method of the Wet Bone Forest before, and that thing needs a special environment and foreign objects to cooperate. Otherwise, the success rate is terribly low. Therefore, Night God Ryosuke did not study rashly. The practice method of Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode obtained this time is similar. And the Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave is also very easy to make yourself look like a ghost or a ghost. Night God Ryosuke doesn't like it very much. So there's also no real start to learn. He still intends to collect all 3 legendary Sannin talent entries, and then fuse them to get a golden legendary Sannin talent entry. Wait until then to see what the fusion high-level entry will look like. Sage Mode practice method. Wait until then to consider whether to practice or not, or which one to practice. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. Yagami Ryosuke had a rare 5-day rest. Every day is to accompany Hinata and Ino to walk around the tower, or to get together with other people to play chess or something. It's not boring after 5 days. I didn't feel the passage of time much, and the second Chunin exam was over. Naruto and the others arrived at the central tower at the end of the exam on the 5th day. Before, Night God Ryosuke almost thought that they were going to be behind time. Fortunately, they're not late. The reason why it took so long is actually because they still have a round relationship. And this burden is Yakushi Kabuto. This guy's strength is obviously at the elite Jonin level, but he has to pretend to be an ordinary genin. It's also because of his good acting skills. Neither Naruto nor Sasuke could see that he was acting. Yo, isn't this a wide forehead? Why are you so embarrassed? 1 floor of the central tower. All candidates who passed the second exam are gathered here. Yagami Ryosuke and the other candidates who arrived earlier also received the notification. As soon as they came in, Ino saw the little Sakura, who was in a panic and couldn't help laughing and joking. Ino pig, you're just being helped by someone, so why are you so arrogant? Little Sakura replied angrily. Ino smiled and hugged Yagami Ryosuke's arm. Not only not angry, but also very happy. Yes, I have Ryosuke to help me. I heard that Ryosuke saved you once before. Don't you plan to say thank you? Ino said with a smile. Little Sakura was so angry that she couldn't say Ino. No way. Who told Ino to say is the truth? Who made someone's boyfriend so powerful? And she, forget it. Little Sakura now feels more and more that she is a redundant person in this team. In the 5 days in the Death Forest, she was of little help in every battle. Although Sasuke and Naruto didn't say anything. But little Sakura could feel that neither of them regarded her as a force in the team, but more like a pendant. At this point, even Naruto, who is always in front of Sakura and behind Sakura all day long, actually thinks so from the bottom of his heart. No way. Little Sakura's strength can't even beat some genin. Compared with Naruto and Sasuke, whose strength is constantly improving, the gap is even bigger. Naturally, there was nothing I could do to help. If it was in the original book, during the coma of Sasuke and Naruto, little Sakura was still showing some performance. Then now, she really didn't have the slightest chance to express herself. I thanked Ryosuke long ago. As for you, you didn't save us. The little Sakura replied angrily, and then didn't want to talk to Ino. It's nothing else. It's just that I can't say it. I'm afraid that I will be timid if I say too much. At the moment when Sakura and Ino were bickering, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced that there would be a qualifying match before the 3rd official test. In this way, a group of people will be eliminated. Candidates who pass the 2nd Chunin exam can choose to continue or give up. This time, it was no longer a team battle, but an individual competition. So if you give up personally, it will not affect the rest of the team. I heard that there is no wide forehead. Otherwise, you should abstain. After hearing this rule, Ino deliberately said to little Sakura. In fact, she cared about little Sakura in her heart. Seeing her embarrassed appearance, she must be very tired. At this time, any preliminaries will be held, and it is almost certain to lose. Now that you have made up your mind, why bother to be in the third class? Better to abstain. Pity. Little Sakura didn't hear Ino's concern, thinking that Ino was laughing at herself. Originally, she really wanted to abstain. The main reason was that she felt that she was so useless, and it was impossible to win if she continued to participate in the qualifiers. It would be better to simply abstain. But hearing what Ino said, it made little Sakura not want to abstain. Not for anything else, at least not to be underestimated by Ino. I think you are the one who should abstain, right? Cut. What else can you do besides being stubborn? I can still hit people. Do you want to try my fist? Yo, 820. Is it a few months after graduation? Why don't we play a game later? Who is afraid of whom? Hit and hit. The two of them were arguing and about to start. Yueguang Gaifeng, who had just been assigned as the chief examiner, coughed twice to remind them that the preliminaries hadn't started yet. But Night God Ryosuke always felt that Moonlight Hiate's eyes were always sweeping over him. Is this guy still remembering what happened last time? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. The last time he had dinner with Yui Shiin, and he was not. Moonlight blast and see it. Then because this guy drank some wine, he got a little bit high, and the atmosphere at the time was very unpleasant. After that, Yuzuki Shiin also said that Moonlight Gale had come to her to apologize. Yuzuki Shiin also accepted his apology, but also said that everyone should be ordinary colleagues in the future. I don't know if he met a Soma there. Night God Ryosuke was thinking wildly. Along with the others, they came to the stands on the second floor. Really, after finally passing the second exam, why did Senior Do quit? Naruto was still whispering beside him, looking incomprehensible. Yakushi Ryosuke glanced at him and thought, if Yakushi Kabuto doesn't quit, it will be miserable if Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sees something. But as a genin who has taken so many Chunin exams in a row and quit before the third round every time, even if he didn't reveal anything, he is already very suspicious. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not stupid. He will definitely send someone to investigate him. However, after the Chunin exam, Yakushi Kabuto no longer needs to stay in Konoha as a spy. It doesn't matter if it's exposed. Sasuke, how is your body feeling? Kakashi walked up to Sasuke at this time and asked him. Just now Naruto and little Sakura have told him about Sasuke, and also mentioned an important name, Orochimaru. Kakashi didn't know if the Orochimaru Naruto and the others were talking about was the one he knew. If so, then this time a problem is serious. I could still hold on. Sasuke's face was a little pale, and the curse mark that had just been planted for a few days hadn't fully adapted to it, so that it caused him a lot of trouble. But he felt that he could hold on for a while, at least until the end of the qualifiers. Hearing Sasuke's answer, Kakashi frowned slightly. In his opinion, the most important thing now is to deal with the curse mark on Sasuke's body. After all, this is related to an S-rank rebel like Orochimaru. God knows what kind of curse mark he will leave on Sasuke's body. Seeing that Sasuke is unwilling to leave at the moment and insists on waiting for the qualifiers to finish before dealing with the curse marks on his body, Kakashi doesn't agree with it, but he can't hold back Sasuke, so he can only agree. If you can't hold on later, tell me immediately, Kakashi said. Hearing this, Sasuke gritted his teeth and nodded. While the ninja felt severe pain and dizziness, he looked at the famous minister scrolling on the screen over there. Match 1. Uchiha Sasuke versus Red Armor. The chief examiner, Yueguang Gaifeng, glanced at the name displayed on the screen and announced loudly, "Great, I'm the first." Seeing this result, Sasuke was also secretly delighted. Originally, he had endured very hard, but just now he was thinking that if he was ranked behind, it would be very disadvantageous to him then. I didn't expect to be ranked first. Go. Kakashi secretly heaved a sigh of relief seeing this result. It seems that the situation he reported to Master Hokage before has been taken seriously, so Sasuke will be arranged to compete in the second place. What? You say it's random? Hee hee. Then you're naive. You know, this is Konoha. As the organizer of the Chunin exam this time, how could Sleepy Leaf not give some preferential treatment to the ninjas in his own village. Black box operations like this are normal things in the ninja world. Almost everyone knows it. As long as it's not overdone, no one will pursue anything. And some ninjas in small countries, even if they feel upset, they can only hold back. After all, being able to participate in such a joint Chunin exam is itself an opportunity for these small ninja villages. In such a grand competition, they can show their ninja talents to those wealthy businessmen. Even if they are just familiar, when these wealthy businessmen need to issue tasks in the future, they may think of them. Compared with the ninja villages of the 5 major countries, the biggest advantage of these small countries is that they receive less mission rewards. If these wealthy businessmen want to save a little money at that time, naturally, you can choose to come to them to issue tasks. So, even if they were bullied by the ninja villages of the 5 major countries in the joint Chunin exam, these small countries would grit their teeth and bear it, and there will be another joint Chunin exam next time. They will still actively participate, will never be absent. Brush, brush. 2 figures landed on the playing field on the first floor. Sasuke's condition doesn't look good. He was a little unnatural when he landed. This scene fell into the eyes of his opponent, Chi Guankai, who couldn't help showing a sneer. Beat the dog in the water. For ninjas, there is no fair and just statement that must be fought. Ninja itself is a profession that is good at calculations and engages in all kinds of assassinations and sneak attacks. Fair and just. What do you think of samurai? Game start. After Moonlight Gale announced loudly, he withdrew to the sidelines. Little ghost, you don't seem to be in a good state, haha. This time, you will take advantage of me. The red armor smiled triumphantly. But Sasuke, who was opposite him, rushed forward in an instant, without any intention of talking nonsense to the other party. Mr. Kakashi, is Sasuke okay? Little Sakura grasped the railing with both hands and looked at Sasuke below with a worried face. Don't worry, Sasuke's strength is much stronger than his opponent. Even if he is not in good condition, nothing will happen. Kakashi analyzed calmly. The strength of the red armor is not very strong, and although Sasuke is not used to the cursed seal, his condition is extremely poor. But as long as the battle is resolved quickly, it is not a big problem to win this game. Almost at the moment when Kakashi's voice just fell, the battle on the field has already been decided. The red armor, who was very arrogant just now, was lying motionless on the ground like a dead dog. If you look carefully, you will find that his eyes are still spinning in circles. Has completely lost combat effectiveness. Uchiha Sasuke win. Moonlight Gale ended and announced the result of this match. That's great, Sasuke. Little Sakura jumped up happily. Sasuke, good job. Naruto also shouted happily. However, after returning to the stands, Sasuke almost staggered and fell to the ground. Brush. Kakashi appeared next to Sasuke in an instant and picked him up. I need to take Sasuke to the treatment. Then you guys cheer up. After Kakashi said something to Naruto and little Sakura, he took Sasuke and disappeared into the stands. Sasuke. Little Sakura stood there with a worried face, looking in the direction where Kakashi disappeared, full of worries about Sasuke's situation. Little Sakura, Sasuke will be fine. Naruto said, comforting her. Well, Sasuke will be fine. Naruto, you have to work hard later. It was rare for little Sakura to say cheers to Naruto, which made Naruto very excited, thinking that his efforts had finally touched little Sakura, as if he had seen the arrival of spring. Little Sakura, after the game, let's go and see Sasuke together, Naruto said. Little Sakura nodded absently. Her mind was already out of here at the moment. In the next few games, Night God Ryosuke watched and yawned. So boring. A bunch of Jinin fighting, really nothing to watch. Fortunately, at this time, it was finally the turn of the Night God Ryosuke to care about. Next match, Yamanaka Ino versus Hyuga Hinata. Moonlight Gale looked at the screen and announced with a voice. As soon as he finished speaking, his dispirited body couldn't help coughing, as if he was about to die on the spot at any moment, so frightened that Hinata and Ino, who had just left the stage, looked at the chief examiner with worried faces. Don't let the two of them decide the winner. The examiner, who has been coughing all the time, can't do it first, right? Fortunately, Yue Guang Haifeng's physical condition is not really bad enough. After coughing for a while, he announced the start of the game. Then he retreated to the sidelines. "Hinata, how long has it been since we tried to win?" Ino asked with a smile. "Half a year or so." Hinata counted with her fingers and said, "Last time, and the previous few times, it seems that I lost to you, but this time I won't give up easily." Ino said with a smile, but in fact, she really didn't have the confidence to beat Hinata. Ino is actually not the kind of person who is very self-motivated about his own strength. What she likes more is flower arrangement and cooking. She has been learning to cook since she was 11 years old. It has been more than a year now, and I have practiced my skills very well. At least in this respect, Hinata is no match for her. Just like Hinata has always wanted to help Ryosuke in the battle and fight side by side with his beloved man, Ino also wants to make his beloved man satisfied and happy to eat with the meals he cooks. As for fighting, leave it to Hinata. Ino knows her strengths and weaknesses. In terms of fighting ability, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't catch up with Hinata. So just spend 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets, and put more energy into other aspects so that at least Night God Ryosuke can have a hot and delicious meal after training. Ino, you are actually very good. I actually have a clear understanding of my strength, but Hinata, I can definitely do it. So, come on, show off your full strength, and let someone see your progress," Ino said with a smile. Hearing this, Hinata on the opposite side also raised her head to look at Yagami Ryosuke in the stands. Just as Yagami Ryosuke was also looking at her, their eyes met in midair. For a moment, Hinata couldn't help but blushed and nodded firmly following her eyes. "I will definitely do my best. The momentum is very good. Come on." Ino took a stance, waved his hands, and instantly threw 6 or 7 shurikens to attack Hinata on the opposite side. And Hinata also opened his eyes and waved his hands to bring up a burst of airflow, which directly swept away the shurikens thrown by Ino and threw them back to Ino himself. "Huh, it's this trick again. I've already told you about this trick, Hinata." Ino rushed forward with a smile, and the two immediately fought together. The stands. Night God Ryosuke looked at Hinata, who was trying to show her cultivation achievements below, and was also happy for her. Hinata, once Jean, was shy, inferior, and did not dare to look at each other when talking, and could not help but pass out after a few words with Night God Ryosuke. And now Hinata, be brave and confident. Dare to express your true inner thoughts under the eyes of everyone. No longer afraid to show your talents as in the past, and bravely face all kinds of difficulties in life. Night God Ryosuke doesn't feel like he's to blame for all this. Hinata's change today is the result of her own hard work. As for the Night God Ryosuke, it just played a role of supervision and just gave Hinata a motivation to work hard. Hinata is becoming a better version of herself, and so is Ino. They all found their purpose and meaning in life. And work hard for it. Keep moving forward. To be honest, Night God Ryosuke is very glad that he can be liked by them, and very glad that he is young and capable and not inferior. Otherwise, he really missed such an excellent girl. He has nowhere to cry. So, even if it is just to protect this hard-won love, I will continue to become stronger until I have the power to face any enemy without fear. Night God Ryosuke silently watched the two people fighting on the field, swearing inwardly. He will never allow anyone to hurt these two kind girls. Unexpectedly, the eldest lady of this clan has been working hard. Hyuga looked at Hinata, who showed superb 8 trigrams palm skills on the court, and couldn't help frowning. Although he didn't want to admit it, Niji had to admit at this time that the current Hinata was indeed the same as the one he had imagined in the past. Miss Zong, who can cry, is very different. It's almost like 2 completely different people. All of these. Is it all because of him? Niji looked at Night God Ryosuke, who was focusing all his attention on the 2 girls on the field, and was curious in his heart, what kind of magic power did he have that could make Zheng Jin, the eldest lady of the Zhong family, who could only cry, has undergone such an earth-shaking change? Is this the power of love? Niji felt like he didn't understand at all. He doesn't even have a girl he likes. How could he understand? On the other hand, Shaoli, who was at the side, was inexplicably moved and began to cry. Niji, who was still serious just now, suddenly became weird. He silently moved a few steps to the side, trying to pretend he didn't know this guy. While wiping away his tears and snot, Shaoli came over and hugged Niji. No, don't come here. Niji's face was full of resistance, but he was still hugged by the excited Shaoli. Shaoli, let me go. Niji felt that everyone around must be watching the two of them. Rao is that he always has a paralyzed face on weekdays. She blushed embarrassingly now. What a shame. How can I have such a teammate? This moment, Niji even kind of wishes he didn't pass the second Chunin exam. This way he at least doesn't have to suffer from this embarrassing situation. Side, Tian, who was a teammate of the two, had already sneaked aside at this time. I don't have teammates like that. I don't know either of them. I muttered silently every day. Pretend not to know these two guys. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. On the field, Hinata cast the gentle fist 8 trigrams palms of the Hyuga clan, surrounded Ino with 64 palms, and finally defeated him. The defeated Ino didn't look depressed at all. Instead, he smiled and waved to signal the referee to announce the result. This made Moonlight Hate, who was standing outside the court, return to the court a little speechlessly, and then announced Hinata's victory. Congratulations, Hinata. Ino hugged Hinata with a smile and hugged her around several times before letting her go. Ino, I didn't hurt you, did I? Hinata asked with some concern. Of course not. Ino patted his arm. Look, I'm fine, except that the chakra in my body is temporarily useless. Seeing that Ino is really okay, Hinata was relieved. She was just afraid that she really hurt Ino. That would be bad. The two returned to the stands and quickly ran to the side of Night God Ryosuke. Ryosuke, wasn't Hinata really good just now? Ino giggled and hugged his arm and said. Yagami Ryosuke looked at Hinata approvingly and stretched out his hand to gently embrace her. Being watched by so many people, Hinata blushed. Hinata, I'm proud of you. Hinata, who rested her head on Night God Ryosuke's chest, raised her head to look at him when she heard the words. The two looked at each other, and both saw their own figure in each other's eyes. Ryosuke, what about me? Ino said with an aggrieved look on his face at this time. Yagami Ryosuke looked at her with a smile, held her in his arms, and said, Ino, when the exam is over, I want to eat the tonkatsu you made. Okay, I recently developed a new method of fried pork cutlets. The fried pork cutlets will be more tender and juicy, so delicious. Ino giggled and said happily. The people around looked at the three of them, and many looked enviously in their eyes. It's nice to be young. Some people were emotional. I think it was the same when they were young. Certainly, they're not as lucky as Night God Ryosuke. They can hug left and right, and one is the young lady of the Yamanaka family, and the other is the young lady of the Hyuga family. To be honest, they could already imagine the grief-stricken faces of Chief Hyuga and Yamanaka. My cabbage, which has been raised for more than 10 years, was beaten by a wild boar like this? Can this not be heartbreaking? After a while after 950, Yuehong also came to congratulate Hinata on her successful promotion. Sister Hong, when the qualifiers are over, let's go to my house to celebrate. Night God Ryosuke suggested. Just celebrate with Hinata and the others. Kurinai Yuhi was a little afraid to look into the eyes of Yagami Ryosuke. Recalling the scene in the first exam, she still couldn't help her heart beat faster. To be honest, she really can't continue to look at Yishan now. This guy is greedy. Sister Hong, come together, Hinata, don't you think so? Yagami Ryosuke held Yuhi Kirin's little hand and said to Hinata next to him, That's right, Teacher Hong, let's go together. Hinata, also invited. Unable to resist the invitation of the two, Yuehong finally agreed. The other side, while the four of them were talking, another game on the court had also ended. At this time, Moonlight Gale also landed on the field. After looking at the screen, he announced loudly, "Next game, Rock Lee versus Kankuro. Mr. Guy, I'm going to go." Xiao Li jumped up excitedly and said loudly to the teacher, Mike Guy, beside him, "Go, Lee. It's time to prove yourself." Mike Guy smiled and gave Xiao Li a thumbs up with a proud face. Xiao Li is indeed the most proud disciple of Mike Guy. In contrast, if Tian Tian and Niji are the students he brought out, then Xiao Li is the outstanding disciple he has devoted his whole life to cultivate. There is still a difference between a disciple and a student. Brush. Kankuro jumped from the stands and landed on the field. "Hey, that watermelon head over there. Can you hurry up?" He impatiently urged Xiao Li, who was still inexplicably excited in the stands. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Xiao Li landed in front of Kankuro and said apologetically, "Stop talking nonsense. This time, my uncle wants to let you big leaf ninjas see how powerful crows are." Kankuro looked confident. The opponent is just an idiot with a watermelon head, and he doesn't worry about losing at all. Oh, is it Xiao Li's turn? Knight God Ryosuke also noticed Rock Lee on the field at this time, and looked at his opponent with some surprise. Did not expect. This time Rock Lee's opponent turned out to be Kankuro. In this case, Xiao Li can successfully advance to the third official competition. After all, as Xiao Li, he couldn't beat Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, but he still had no problem beating a half-baked puppet master like Kankuro. This one, Xiao Li is sure to win. Yishin Ryosuke saw that Kankuro on the field still looked arrogant and didn't take Xiao Li seriously, and couldn't help but look forward to his expression later. After being beaten up by Xiao Li later, I wonder if Kankuro can't be as proud as he is now. Ryosuke, do you like this, Rock Lee? Hinata found that the Night God Ryosuke seemed to appreciate this genin named Rock Lee. Because Rock Lee is the teammate of his cousin Niji, Hinata has also observed it before, and the opponent seems to be a ninja who only knows physical skills. Is this Rock Lee's physique very powerful? Rock Lee? His strength is almost the strongest in this Chunin exam, except for a few special cases. Night God Ryosuke still has a high evaluation of Rock Lee. Although there's only one king guy, Rock Lee's strength should not be underestimated. Kakashi, who just came back, looked at Yagami Ryosuke in surprise. It was the first time he heard Night God Ryosuke speak so highly of someone. "Young man, your vision is very good." Not far away, Mike Guy smiled and said to Night God Ryosuke. He looked happy. His disciple was praised, and the one who praised him was the super genius of this class, who possessed the strength of elite jonin at a young age. With such a person recognizing Xiao Li, of course Mike Guy will be happy for Xiao Li. Isn't this what Xiao Li has always wanted? Xiao Li is really strong. On the side, Naruto also nodded seriously. He often trains with Mike Guy's master and apprentice, so he knows Xiao Li's strength very well. Naruto has tried many times with Xiao Li before, but without exception, he never won. Certainly, that's without Naruto using Rasengan. But Xiao Li is also useless 8 inner gates. Night God Ryosuke's approval, Naruto's affirmation. It made Xiao Li on the field even more excited. On the other hand, Kankuro, who was opposite him, had an impatient look on his face. Just a watermelon-headed idiot. Still strong? I believe you, Ghost. As the Moonlight Blast announced the start of the game, Kankuro immediately controlled his puppet crow to charge up. Come on, Crow. Teach this watermelon-headed idiot a lesson. Kankuro is full of confidence. But in the next second, boom! With a leaf hurricane, Xiao Li kicked and rushed up more than 10 meters away. So much strength. Kankuro looked a little surprised. But if it's just a matter of strength, he just needs to let the crow avoid head-on confrontation with this watermelon-headed idiot. As a puppeteer, Kankuro thought it was too easy. Aid, it's not difficult at all. Watermelon head, you have no chance. Kankuro laughed, and again controlled the crow to charge up for the second time. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Xiao Li yelled and rushed forward, kicking the ground with a bang. Make a shallow hole. The dodging crow attacked Xiao Li from one side. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides are fighting back and forth. Kankuro looked very confident at the beginning, but gradually he became a little guilty. What's going on? Why is this guy so fast? Kankuro had no way of controlling the crow to cause effective damage to Shaoli. Instead, Shaoli occasionally hit the crow once, which caused some damage to the internal parts of the puppet. To know, puppets are very delicate tools, and if there's a slight problem with the internal parts, they will be completely unusable. This moment, Kankuro, who was full of confidence just now, also realized that the watermelon-headed idiot in front of him was not so easy to deal with. Is it possible that the heroic words that I have released before cannot be realized? That way, Gaara will definitely be angry. Thinking of Gaara's angry look, Kankuro couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. No, I can't lose. I can't lose to this watermelon-headed idiot. Kankuro is ready to unleash his ultimate move. His crow is not only good at this move, Kankuro is most proud of the black secret skills, until now, only used 2 of them. He has more moves that are useless. Once used, Kankuro is confident that he can defeat this watermelon-headed idiot in front of him. The other side, after Shaoli couldn't attack for a long time, he also retreated a certain distance in an instant. Mr. Guy, I'm going to untie the shackles, he shouted. In the stands, Mike Guy also smiled and said, Shaoli, just do it according to your ideas. Let everyone see the fruits of your hard work. On the field, Shaoli nodded heavily and then untied the weight-bearing straps on his limbs. Cut. What did you think it was? But it turned out to be just a load. 11. Kankuro said disdainfully. Next second, boom, there were loud bangs. The weight put down by Shaoli actually smashed several holes directly on the ground. Kankuro, all genin. No, are you sick? Wearing such a heavy load? Aren't you afraid of breaking your bones? This load, no matter how you look at it, is at least 1,000 caddies, right? This is too messy. Guy, you guys are really good at messing around. Kakashi shook his head and said to Mike Guy beside him, That's right. This is Shaoli's youth. Mike Guy said with a laugh. Kakashi, did you hear what I'm saying? Field. After unloading the weight, Lee showed a much faster speed than before. Before that, Kankuro's crow could keep up with Shaoli's speed and even occasionally posed a certain threat to Shaoli. But now, the crow could no longer keep up with Shaoli's speed. I saw this puppet being beaten back and forth violently by Shaoli. No matter how hard Kankuro tried to control it, it was of no avail. At last, Shaoli directly remembered Shadow Dance Leaf and smashed Kankuro's crow into pieces in midair. No, my crow! Kankuro looked at the puppet fragments scattered all over the sky with a distressed expression. This is his most proud masterpiece. Did not expect. Hateful Konoha watermelon head. Kankuro looked at Shaoli viciously. It turned out that there was no one there at all. What? Kankuro subconsciously felt something was wrong. But in the next second, boom, power prelude. A frontal violent attack sent Kankuro flying in an instant. Hitting the wall heavily, Kankuro smashed out a crack, spewed out a mouthful of blood with a wow, rolled his eyes, and passed out directly. Medical team. Moonlight Gale went off, called the medical team to carry Kankuro away, and announced the result of the game loudly. Rock Lee win. Yay! Shaoli jumped up excitedly, then jumped to the stands, excitedly embraced Mike Guy, and wept bitterly. Niji and Tian, who were just about to congratulate him, also backed away silently, pretending not to know these two guys. Shaoli, not bad. Yisha and Ryosuke looked at Shaoli and Mike Guy, who were hugging each other and crying excitedly, and nodded with a smile. Shaoli didn't meet Gaara, so he avoided the fate of being smashed by Gaara. So, he won't waste so much time on self-cultivation and can continue to exercise to further improve his strength. You know, during the Chunin exam period, Rock Lee's strength was definitely at the forefront among all Konoha Xiaoqian. But after that, because of the injury, Shaoli was unable to practice. I can only lie in bed all day to recuperate, so that the strength was surpassed by other Xiaoqian. The final performance can only be said to be average, not as special as in the Chunin exam, which makes people particularly beautiful. Kankuro, who was carried away, was lucky, because Gaara in the stand was staring at Shaoli over there with murderous eyes. Xiao Li's physical strength has aroused Gaara's interest. Certainly, Gaara's interest is generally to kill the other party. If Kankuro was not carried down at this moment, but walked back, I am afraid that he would be taught a lesson by Gaara, which would be much more miserable than being beaten by Xiao Li and fainted. Next match, Yagami Ryosuke versus Tenten. Ryosuke, the night god who was congratulating Xiao Li just now, was also taken aback when he heard his name at this time. Day by day, my opponent is Tian. People from your own village beat people from your own village? What about the black box operation? In fact, it's not that Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to operate in the dark. It's that the people he can't advance to in the next round are all Konohas. Look at these guys who are making the cut right now. Uchiha Sasuke, Konohas. Rock Lee, Konohas. Hyuga Hinata, the Sleepy Leaf one. There is also Aburame Shino, Narashikamaru in front. These are the ninjas of Konoha. Konoha has already advanced so many people. If more Konoha shinobi are deliberately arranged to advance, other ninja villages will definitely have opinions. So, only in this game will Night God Ryosuke be arranged to fight Tian. In this case, Tian will inevitably be eliminated. Although is still Konoha's ninja who advances, the one who is eliminated is also Konoha's ninja. In this way, people in other villages will not have such opinions. No, my opponent is Ryosuke. Seeing this result every day, I was also speechless. Tian, come on. Xiaoli on the side was still cheering for her loudly. But Tian really couldn't cheer up at all. That's Night God Ryosuke. Joined Umbu Genius right after graduation. Let her fight Night God Ryosuke. Isn't this a steady elimination? Then, listlessly, Tian jumped from the stands to the field, and when he saw the apologetic Yagami Ryosuke on the opposite side, he could only smile a few times. Come on, even if I know I'm going to lose, I won't give up easily. Cheer up every day and change the listless look before. Game start. After Moonlight Gale announced, it left the stage directly. The venue was handed over to the two of them. Ryosuke, I'm going to F***K. Shouted every day. Yishan Ryosuke nodded, did not take the initiative to attack, and planned to let Tian show himself well first, and then go out to the people. Ninjutsu concealed weapon combo. Swipe every day to take out a seal scroll, untie it in an instant, and directly control a large number of hidden weapons inside to shoot towards Night God Ryosuke. Dozens of hidden weapons struck densely. Yishin Ryosuke just dodged casually, avoiding all the hidden weapons of Tian. It's not over yet. Look at my tricks, Ben. Tian instantly threw out 2 seal scrolls, and the scrolls unfolded from one left to the other, surrounding them in all directions. Next second, more hidden weapons are densely packed and shot out from the scroll, and each hidden weapon is connected with a steel wire, controlled by Tian, and can attack back and forth. Ding dang 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 dang. Yishan Ryosuke pulled out the ninja sword at his waist at this time, and knocked out the hidden weapons controlled by Tian with extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged multiple answers. Tian also showed his superb ability to control hidden weapons. But that's all. Seeing that Tian had no other moves, Yishan Ryosuke also instantly slashed the hidden weapons in front of him, and then rushed in, and the tip of the knife was already on Tian's white jade neck in the next second. I lost. Putting down his hands in frustration every day, he said, Brush. Night God Ryosuke then sheathed his sword. Your hidden weapon control is very good, but I suggest that you can learn some other moves, such as swordsmanship or physical skills. Yagami Ryosuke said, Well, I'll give it a try. Tian nodded and humbly accepted Night God Ryosuke's suggestion. At this time, Moonlight Gale also came back and announced the result of the game. Night God Ryosuke win. He glanced at Yagami Ryosuke with a look of jealousy in his eyes. This guy, why do so many girls like him everywhere? But Moonlight Gale was thinking about it and couldn't help but get violently hot again. Heart hurts. Going back to the stand with Tian, Yagami Ryosuke was also hugged by Ino, who ran over. Okay, come down quickly. There are so many people watching. Yagami Ryosuke patted Ino on the back helplessly, letting her get off of him. Hinata next to him is not as unrestrained as Ino. She was too embarrassed to jump directly at Night God Ryosuke in front of so many people. Next match, Gaara versus Kimisumi. 2 players, please come on stage. Moonlight Gale announced the 2 sides of the next match. Almost as soon as his voice fell, a piece of sand gathered on the field to look like Gaara. He stood there with his hands folded coldly, even without any other movements. Just a look, Yuegwang Gaifeng couldn't help but feel terrified. What's the matter with this sand, Shinobi Genin? Why does it give me a terrible feeling? Moonlight Gale looked at Gaara and thought. At this time, Jin Meiching also jumped down from the stands. Let's start quickly, he said coldly. Moonlight Gale took a look at the 2, immediately announced the start of the match, and then directly withdrew to the sidelines. Sand Shinobi Kid, don't worry, it will be over soon, Jin Meicheng said lightly. Opposite, Gaara looked at him indifferently, and after Jin Meicheng's voice fell, Gaara shook his right hand directly. Sandbound coffin. What? Jin Meicheng's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the sand wrapped around his body. He didn't realize when the other party moved the sand to his feet. This kind of attack is completely impossible to defend against. Just when Jin Meicheng wanted to break free from the sand, Gaara on the opposite side yelled, Sandstorm Funeral. Gaara's icy voice fell. With a burst of terrifying power, Jin Meicheng didn't even have time to let out a scream, but was instantly crushed to pieces by the sand that enveloped him. Puff! Blood was wrapped in sand, splashing everywhere in the examination room. After finishing all this, Gaara looked coldly at the chief examiner, Moonlight Gale. The latter couldn't help but get chills down his back, but he still stepped forward and announced the result of the competition. Gaara win. After the results are announced, Gaara directly used the sand to instantly return to the stands. From the beginning to the end, the expression on his face did not change in the slightest. It's as if killing Jin Meicheng is like trampling an ant to death. This made many ninjas in the stands frown at him, especially Konoha ninjas. After all, Jin Meicheng, who was killed by Gaara just now, belonged today. But these people don't know that Jin Maisumi is actually a spy planted in Konoha by Otoshi village. Be the people of Orochimaru. What a scary little devil. Too arrogant. Killing people directly. Say ninjutsu? It's a bit like Kazekage's magnet style. This kid is too lawless. What does he think this is? Many Konoha shinobi players looked at Gaara over there with dissatisfaction. However, Gaara never glanced at these people from the beginning to the end. His eyes are always locked on a Night God Ryosuke and Shaoli, the 2 opponents he has set his sights on. Kill them. Mother will be very happy. Gaara's eyes flickered with mad, killing intent. This terrifying killing intent even made Temari, who was standing next to him, turn pale. What's the matter with this guy named Eira? How dare he kill people here? Ino looked in disbelief at Kimisumi, who was killed just like that. Although she didn't know each other at all, she was still a ninja from a village. Now that she was killed by Sunagekyu's ninja, Ino naturally felt uncomfortable. Not to mention, this Gaara's method is still so cruel. Simply a monster. Hinata, be careful if you meet Gaara in the 3rd exam. 0. Seeking flowers. Night God Ryosuke said at this time. Heard. Hinata also nodded. She was also terrified just now. When has she ever seen that kind of blood-spattering scene? Although from the beginning, I thought this guy named Gaara was scary. But Hinata didn't expect the other party to be so scary. It crushed people to death as soon as it came up. This, Hinata, if you meet that guy, don't distance yourself. That guy's ninjutsu seems to be very suitable for long-distance attacks. Ino also reminded. Hinata nodded and memorized everything. After Gaara, only the last 2 games are left. The first is Haruno Sakura versus Temari. Little Sakura tried very hard to beat Temari. However, the strength gap between the 2 sides is too great. Was quickly defeated by Temari and lost the qualification to participate in the 3rd official game. Subsequently, the last match was Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba. This time Naruto didn't end his opponent with a fart like in the original book. Instead, relying on his martial arts ability, he directly defeated Inuzuka Fong in a frontal battle. Inuzuka used a 720 level ninja as a Yatanjia. Facing Naruto, whose strength is far superior to his own, even if he is not convinced, he can only lose unwillingly. Back in the stands, Inuzuka Fong looked disappointed. Just at this time, Aburame Shino patted him on the shoulder. "Shina, you are still welcome." Tooth looked excited. "You have a good rest? I still have to prepare for the third exam." Unexpectedly, as soon as Aburame Shino opened his mouth, he stabbed Inuzuka Tooth hard in the heart. Inuzuka Tooth felt that the world in front of him had become gray. Lost color. Tired, destroy it. With Naruto and Inuzuka's final match over. Next, it's time for the winner to draw the official group for the third exam. Because Sasuke has been sent to the hospital right now, so it is automatically ranked last, and whoever has a bye will be Sasuke's opponent. I am number 1. Who of you is number 2? I am number 4. Do any of you have number 3? I am number 8. Who is? Night God Ryosuke also looked at the number ball in his hand at this time. There is a number 10 written on it. I am number 10. Hinata, what is your number? Night God Ryosuke looked at Hinata beside him and asked. I'm number 5. On the number ball held in Hinata's hand, the number 5 was written on it. At this moment, another person with the number 6 came over. It was Hyuga Niji. He glanced at the numbered ball in Hinata's hand and then said lightly, "I won't let you." After speaking, Niji turned around and left directly. "Brother Niji." Hinata looked at Niji, who turned to leave, and silently glanced at the numbered ball in his hand. It's a kind of respect for Niji to fight with all your strength. Yagami Ryosuke put his arms around her gently and said, "Well, I'll do my best." Hinata nodded and said seriously. In fact, Hinata's current strength is not lost to Niji at all, and even stronger than Niji. Niji will, Hinata will. While Hinata will, Niji may not. Ryosuke, I found out who number 9 is. At this time, Ino ran over. Number 9 is that sand shinobi ninja named Temari. Ryosuke, you're going to hit a woman again in the third match. Ino said with a smirk. Yagami Ryosuke. On purpose? Is it intentional? First Tion, and now Temari. Why don't you arrange for me to be Hinata? Yagami Ryosuke looked over there, and sure enough, Temari was also looking towards him. The two looked at each other, and Ryosuke's gaze was full of helplessness. But Temari's eyes are a bit complicated. Ryosuke-kun, in another month, we will be enemies. She thought to herself, the second Chunin exam is over. Some people are happy, and some are sad. After returning home, Yagami Ryosuke told his mother Yagami Mizuki the good news that he had advanced to the third exam, and then told his mother that Hinata and the others would come to the house for dinner at night. Hearing that her son's little girlfriends were coming for dinner, Yishinmei hurriedly got ready. After all, it was the first time Hinata and Ino came to the house for dinner. As her future mother-in-law, no matter what she did, she had to make good preparations. Night God Ryosuke originally wanted to help, but after he almost knocked over the bowl for the third time, he was kicked out of the kitchen by his mother, and he was strictly forbidden to enter the kitchen again. Yagami Ryosuke stood outside the kitchen and smiled wryly. God knows if his talent is a bit crooked. Why does he seem to be unable to do anything related to cooking? It feels like a curse. Very incomprehensible. No way. Now that his mother kicked him out of the kitchen, Night God Ryosuke could only do his own thing. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was still daylight, and Ino went to the Night God Ryosuke's house first. Yagami Ryosuke went to open the door for Ino and invited her in. Hi, Annie. I'm Yamanaka Ino. We met before. When Ino saw Yagami Ryosuke's mother, her small mouth also called Aunt Sweetly. Hey, you're good too. Yagami Mizuki looked at her future daughter-in-law with a smile on her face. Did he glance at his son standing aside, feeling very happy in his heart? Her son is promising, so she directly brought back 2 such beautiful daughters-in-law for 320. How could she not be happy? Auntie, is Lou burning mushrooms? Let me help you. As soon as Ino saw a large pile of ingredients in the kitchen, he immediately volunteered to help. Yagami Mizuki saw how she could let her future daughter-in-law cook, so she quickly asked Yagami Ryosuke to take Ino to the living room. But Ino insisted on helping, and Yagami Ryosuke also said that Ino's cooking skills are very good. Yagami Mizuki couldn't hold back these two little guys, so she had to agree to let Ino help in the kitchen. Seeing Ino's skillful way of chopping and serving dishes, Yagami Mizuki also believed what her son said just now, that Ino's cooking skills are very good. Unexpectedly, the eldest lady of the Yamanaka clan was willing to wash her hands and make soup for her son. This surprised Yagami Mizuki. After a while, Hinata and Kuroyuki also arrived. Yuahong saw that Ino was helping to cook in the kitchen, so she also suggested to help herself. Yagami Mizuki looked at Yuahong in front of her eyes, looked at the son who was accompanying Hinata over there, and seemed to ask if this is her daughter-in-law. Knight God Ryosuke didn't expect his mother to be so powerful. It was obvious at a glance, so he nodded furtively at his mother. After Yagami Mizuki got her son's affirmative answer, she also smiled and took Yuahong's hand while slapping her. Yes, although she is a little older, she is beautiful and worthy of her son. Kurinai Yuhi was looked at by Yagami Mizuki a bit strangely. I always feel that the elder sister looks at me as if she is looking at her daughter-in-law. I'm overthinking it, right? Yui Hong thought to herself. Come on, cheers. Let's congratulate Hinata and Ryosuke for qualifying for the third exam. At the dining table, 5 people sat together, and Xia Zi was full of sumptuous dishes. Son, if your father was alive, he would be proud of you. After taking a sip of wine, Mother Yagami Mizuki couldn't help but her eyes turned red. She thought of how hard she had worked so hard to bring up her son, and now that her son has grown up and is capable, this also made her feel that all her efforts over the past few years were worthwhile. Pity, the child's father is gone. Otherwise, seeing his son grow up to be an adult, and he is still better than Blue, he must be very happy, right? Mom, you have worked hard all these years. Yi Shunling took a glass of fruit juice and toasted his mother. Auntie, I also offer you a toast. Ino looked at it, picked up the glass of juice in front of him with a smile, and said with a smile, Auntie, I respect you too. Miss Meiwei, come, let's have a drink too. Yagami Mizuki looked at the 3 daughter-in-laws in front of her with a smile on her face, and happily drank several cups. At first, Yagami Ryosuke was worried about his mother's drinking capacity, but after drinking for a while, he found that even Shihahong looked a little drunk, but his mother didn't seem to be at all. This amount of alcohol, 1,000 cups, are not drunk. It is also the first time for Yagami Ryosuke to know that his mother's wine is so good. This meal didn't end until around 9 o'clock in the evening. Yagami Ryosuke sent Hinata and Ino home first. Then when I got home, I found that my mother was still drinking with Shihahong. It's just that Yuahong was obviously drunk. But Mother Yagami Mizuki's cheeks were only slightly red, and she was extremely awake. Mom, you could drink too much. Yagami Ryosuke shook an empty wine bottle beside him. He and Hinata didn't drink any alcohol during the meal. After all, he is still young. Therefore, these empty wine bottles were all drunk by Yagami Mizuki and Yuahong, and most of them were actually drunk by their mother Yagami Mizuki, and Yuahong only drank a small part. Rao is so. Shihahong had already drank a bit in a daze at the moment. When your mother and I were young, there was a nickname called Wine Princess. Yagami Mizuki looked at her son with a smile and said, 9 princesses? Oh no, it should be the Wine Princess. Yagami Ryosuke looked at his mother dumbfounded. Your sister Hong is drunk. Don't leave tonight. I will tidy up the guest room later. Let her sleep in her house tonight. As the mother said, she also got up and went to tidy up the guest room. And Yuahong was still sitting shaking and shaking, with the empty wine glass in his hand, muttering drunken things like having another glass. Late at night, after cleaning up the guest room, the mother asked Yagami Ryosuke to carry Yuahong to the room to rest. Night God Ryosuke is an obedient child, so he picked up Yuahong, who was already drunk, and went directly to the guest room. Sister Hong, rest well. Yagami Ryosuke put Yuhi Kirin down and covered her with a quilt. I can still drink. Come again. Yui Hong was still muttering. Seeing her like this, Yagami Ryosuke smiled and kissed her on the forehead, then turned and left the room. Outside the door, Mother looked at him with a smile. Mom, why don't you go to rest? Night God Ryosuke is a little embarrassed. Come on, come have a chat with Mom. Yagami Ryosuke. In the living room, Yagami Ryosuke was led by his mother to sit down like a child who did something wrong. Let's talk about it. You are very capable of provoking and killing a girl all at once. Yagami Mizuki looked at her son in front of her with a smile in her eyes. Mom, don't I want to give him a home? Yagami Ryosuke said. You will find such nonsense. Yagami Mizuki gave her son an angry look and then said, Son, Mom has no objection to you finding more wives, but you have to be clear that having too many women is a troublesome thing, especially yours. The two little girlfriends are from big families. Have you ever thought about how to get the parents behind them to agree to you being together? Mom, don't worry about this. I've already thought about it. Yagami Ryosuke nodded and said, Then tell me what you think. Yagami Mizuki obviously planned to ask clearly, so as not to make it difficult for her son to deal with these girlfriends in the future. Evening Red is actually not bad. Yagami Mizuki also knew this Yuhi Jonin, and had seen it a few times when she was at Konoha Hospital. So Yagami Mizuki knew that there was no one else in Yuahong's family. So as long as Yuahong is willing, no one can object. But the situation with Ino and Hinata is different. One of them is the young lady of the Yamanaka clan, and the other is the young lady of the Hyuga clan. Each background is deeper than the other. Yagami Mizuki was also worried that her son could not handle the family problems behind them well. Mom, there's actually something I've wanted to tell you for a long time, but I haven't found a suitable opportunity. Night God Ryosuke said suddenly. Hearing this, Yagami Mizuki also looked at her son curiously. Is there something urgent? She asked. Well, it's more important. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, then took his mother's hand and said, It's not convenient here. I'll take you to another place. Before Yagami Mizuki could understand, she noticed that the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. Then he and his son appeared in an unfamiliar environment. Ryosuke, where is this place? Yagami Mizuki looked around in surprise. In the distance is the sea. Behind is a dense forest. The surrounding area is deserted, filled with a primitive atmosphere. This is the southernmost tip of the Kingdom of Fire. Night God Ryosuke said, Mom, don't you want to know how your son can convince the ninja behind Hinata and the others? If I tell you, your son and I are now invincible in the ninja world, what would you think? Invincible ninja? Yagami Mizuki thinks her son is talking nonsense. Could it be that he drank too much alcohol and had hallucinations? But that's where it is. When she was young, she would drink 5 or 6 times this amount without getting drunk. Is it really old? Yagami Mizuki blinked, looking at her son in front of her with a suspicious expression on her face. Night God Ryosuke also knows that it is difficult for his mother to believe it just by talking with his mouth. So, he will come here with his mother. I just want my mother to see her son's true strength. It's also good to reassure her. Mom, you stay here, don't get too close. Night God Ryosuke exhorted. Mother nodded subconsciously. Then I saw my son jumping up, and an extremely huge chakra in his hand instantly gathered into a ball shining with blue light. Wind style. Uzumaki Shuriken. Yagami Ryosuke condensed a Uzumaki Shuriken in his hand, and then threw it fiercely towards the sea ahead. Uzumaki Shuriken flew thousands of meters away, and the ball hit the sea heavily. Instantly, a dazzling white light flashed, followed by an earth-shattering roar. Yagami Mizuki still felt a gust of wind blowing towards her face thousands of meters away. Brush. Night. The god Ryosuke stood in front of his mother and blocked the shockwave for her. Equipped with Orochimaru's entry, the power of ninjutsu has increased a lot. Night God Ryosuke thought. Originally, the Uzumaki Shuriken exploded in the sea, and the damage caused by it would be much smaller than that on land. But because of its own power, the relationship has been improved. Even if separated by kilometers distance, there was still a violent gust of wind. Even the surrounding trees were blown down. 1.1. Wait until everything is calm. Yagami Mizuki looked at the sea surface that had not been completely filled in the distance with a shocked expression. From here, you can also see a huge Uzumaki spinning over there, with great momentum. Ryosuke, was that just now? She looked up at her son. Mom, that's a ninjutsu I developed myself. Wind-style Uzumaki Shuriken. Isn't it powerful? Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Not bad. Is this good? This is a big break, okay? As a medical chunin, Yagami has never seen such a powerful ninjutsu in his life. Even if it was the tailed beast bomb of Nine Tails back then, it might be at this level, right? My son equals Nine Tails? Yagami Mizuki couldn't help but have this thought in her heart. Ryosuke, is this what you said, the strength of invincible ninja world? Yagami Mizuki looked at her son in surprise and asked, Mom, where is this? You look after yourself. Yagami Ryosuke intends to give his mother a thorough explanation tonight. Apart from the existence of a system, there is nothing that cannot be said about other strengths. Yagami Mizuki looked at him in shock after hearing her son's words. Is this not enough? No. Is the water in the ninja world that deep? Can a ninjutsu of that scale just now be invincible to the ninja world? Yagami Mizuki felt that her worldview had been impacted. Next, Night God Ryosuke showed his mother the various Maruko ninjutsu he had created. From the most basic wind-style spiral shuriken. Then came the burst Rasengan and ice escape Rasengan, which were created almost at the same time. Then there's the earth-style spiral heavy pill developed later. This is Rasengan after adding the refined changes of the earth attribute, mainly focusing on a heavy character. The spiral heavy pill with a diameter of 0.5 meter is as heavy as a mountain. What can stop it from being smashed all at once? And lightning style, spiral Thor spear. Add the nature transformation of the thunder attribute to Rasengan, and use the shape change to transform it into a long and straight shape for throwing. The throwing distance of the spiral Thor spear is also the furthest among many Rasengans. It can be thrown tens of thousands of meters away. After the attack hits the target, it will cause terrible piercing damage, and there will be secondary thunderstorm damage. The resulting thunderstorm can cover and form a thunderstorm cloud with a diameter of several kilometers. Destroying a village with one move is not a problem at all, and it's super long distance to destroy the village. It is a little difficult to aim and need to cooperate with Sharingan and Baiyin. So even if someone else learns this trick, it won't be able to use the effect of Yi Shinjing's hand. One is power. Without the power bonus of the talent entry, there is no way to burst out such an amazing lethality. Another is precision. Sharingan and Baiyin, one cannot be missing. Anything less would be meaningless. With an attack distance of tens of thousands of meters, even if it deviates a little bit, when it reaches the target position, the deviation will be huge. And the entire ninja world can have both Baiyin and Sharingan at the same time. Only Night God Ryosuke. Only this one, nothing else. After showing these meatball ninja, Yagami Mizuki's worldview has collapsed beyond recognition. All kinds of devastating ninjutsu. 08 directly refreshed her cognition of ninjutsu. Turned out to be, ninjutsu also has such terrifying destructive power. It is true that a ninjutsu wiped out a ninja village in 5 major countries. She always thought that it was all bragging among children. Did not expect. One day, it was actually in the hands of her son, and it became the first one. This kind of shock and pride made Yagami Mizuki wonder if she was dreaming. Mom, I've never mentioned this last one to anyone, so you have to keep it a secret for me. Night God Ryosuke suddenly said solemnly. Oh. Yagami Mizuki was stunned for a moment, and then she nodded in response. Son, is there any more terrifying ninjutsu? Mom already believes that you are invincible in the ninja world. It's just that Mom's little heart can't bear it. Otherwise, let's forget it. Yagami Mizuki touched her heart, feeling that if she continues to be so stimulated, there is a high probability that she will suffer from insomnia tonight. No, even if it ends here, she probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Mom, this is the last one. It will be gone after reading it. Yagami Ryosuke said. The point is, it's gone for now, but Yagami Mizuki is still immersed in various shocks at the moment, and she didn't appreciate the words of Yagami Ryosuke for a while. Okay, come on. Yagami Mizuki nodded. Everything has a beginning and an end. And she felt that she had seen so many scary ninjutsu, and she should be able to withstand a more scary one. In the distance, the night god Ryosuke, who was signaled by his mother, also switched to the state of Mangekyo Sharingan instantly. Because of the distance, Yagami Mizuki did not notice the change in her son's eyes. But in the next second, shoo, a gigantic monster with a height of more than 500 meters rises from the ground. The towering giant like a mountain was reflected in Yagami Mizuki's eyes. A moment, Yagami Mizuki almost lost her legs and sat on the ground. Is this the last resort? No, son, you didn't say you wanted to be a big one. Boom. The huge Susan took a step forward, and a huge footprint fell on the ground in an instant. Subsequently, the black flames on Susan's hands were blazing and turned into two huge swords. Susa slash. Boom. The black sword energy instantly split open, revealing the bottom seabed. The sword energy shot out, spreading straight all the way. I don't know how far away it is, and some small islands along the way were directly unlucky, cut in half by the black sword energy instantly. Islands collapse, and rocks sink into the sea. Yagami Mizuki stared blankly at this scene, until Yagami Ryosuke put away the Gundam. Oh no, it's Susan come back to her. She finally recovered. That was just ninjutsu. Yagami Mizuki felt that she still underestimated her son. I thought I was mentally prepared after going through some shocks. But what happened to that mountain-like giant just now? Is that really ninja? Ninetales are not that big. It's not ninjutsu. It's Sharingan's advanced form Mangekyo Sharingan's ultimate pupil technique, Susanoo. Yagami Ryosuke explained to his mother. Sharingan? Wait, Ryosuke, what happened to your eyes? Yagami Mizuki didn't realize until this time that although her son's eyes were still red, they were obviously much redder than usual, and there was a circle like a sickle in the center of the pupil. This is the advanced form of Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan. Yagami Ryosuke explained. But, Ryosuke, why do you have the eyes of the Uchiha clan? Yagami Mizuki asked puzzledly. Actually, I'm not too sure about this. It may be that the ancestors of our Yagami family have some relationship with the Uchiha family, such as my grandfather's generation, or my grandfather's father's 10th generation. Actually, besides Sharingan, I also know its style. As Yagami Ryosuke said, he also personally performed the unique skill of making a small sapling grow into a towering tree tens of meters high in a few seconds. Yagami Mizuki, did the ancestors of the Yishan family still have this kind of background? Uchiha and holding hands? No. Aren't they a blood feud? How do they intermarry? Could it be your father's ancestors married Uchiha, and my ancestors married the Senju clan? Yagami Mizuki suddenly had some ideas. Mom, I remember you didn't have a last name before you married your father, right? Night God Ryosuke said suddenly. Mother nodded. In fact, this is very common in the ninja world. Many civilians only have first names, but no surnames. Some will add a last name to themselves. But it does not have official significance, because neither the country nor the locality will recognize the surname you add casually. So don't look at their Yagami's family as a commoner in Konoha now, but if they go up, they might have been a nobleman before. I heard that most members of the Senju clan were integrated into the village under the instruction of First Hokage. They were all deprived of their original Senju surname. Maybe you have Senju blood in you. Maybe my grandmother was originally from the Senju clan of Yagami Ryosuke said, although he is all nonsense. But it is true that most of the Senju clan merged into Konoha. It was indeed Senju Hashirama, the patriarch at the time, who ordered it. The purpose is to serve as a role model and to deepen the sense of belonging of each ninja to the village. However, Senju Hashirama probably didn't expect that because of his behavior, the strength of the Senju clan was greatly damaged, so that later Senju Tobirama died unexpectedly in battle. And after Sarutobi Hiruzen became third Hokage, he directly attacked the remaining Senju clan up, completely makes Senju a thing of the past. Even in the textbooks, there's no record about the Senju family now. When Konoha's children mentioned first Hokage, they would never think of the name Senju Hashirama. Even if someone mentions it, at most it will be called Master Hashirama. As for what is the last name of Master Hashirama they're talking about, many young ninjas have long been unable to tell. To know, Konoha is only 60 years old now. The village has only been established for 60 years, and the younger generation don't even know the last name of first Hokage. It can be seen how thoroughly Sarutobi Hiruzen has done to de-Senju Konoha. This is if the Senju Hashirama brothers come back from the resurrection. I'm afraid it's time to give a big thank you to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yagami Ryosuke's explanation is nonsense, but Yagami Mizuki thinks the truth should be like this. Otherwise, how to explain the Sharingan and wood style on the sun? Since there is no other reason to explain, then the truth is this. Immediately, Yagami Ryosuke went a mother back home. Yagami Mizuki, whose worldview has been severely reshaped tonight, also said that she is tired and needs a good rest. However, when she went back to the room and lay down on the bed, as soon as she closed her eyes, what came to her mind was the ninjutsu demonstrated by her son before and the mountain-like Susanoo at the end. Father, what kind of child did we have? I originally only wanted Ryosuke to grow up happily, and I didn't even have much hope for him to become a ninja. But now, our son is already invincible in the ninja world. I felt like I was in a dream. Yagami Mizuki tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep, always feeling that all this was too unreal. It's like a wage earner was suddenly told one day that he had a relative who was a billionaire, and then this relative gave him all his billions of wealth to inherit. That kind of dreamlike feeling. Few people can adapt quickly. Next day, Kurenai Yuhi woke up and found that she was sleeping in the night god Ryosuke's house. She quickly lifted the quilt to take a look, then breathed a sigh of relief, then blushed again, cursing herself for not trusting Ryosuke so much. And no matter how bold Ryosuke is, this brat, it also cannot hide the fact that he is still a 12-year-old kid. I was actually worried that a 12-year-old child would treat me. 100 should not be. Shihong thought about it secretly, and then got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. When she went downstairs, she found that Yagami Mizuki had huge dark circles under her eyes, and she looked sleepless. Sister Maywell, what's wrong with you? Yuehong couldn't help asking. It's nothing. It's just that I didn't sleep well last night. Yagami Mizuki didn't sleep well. She obviously didn't fall asleep all night. Until dawn, neither could close their eyes. Fortunately, she rests today. Otherwise, you will definitely make mistakes when you go to work. Where's Ryosuke? Yuehong looked around and asked. He went out after breakfast, probably to practice. Yagami Mizuki said, It's so late now. Only then did Yuehong realize that it was almost noon now. It turned out that she got up so late. I'm preparing lunch. Ryosuke usually doesn't come back to eat at noon. Why don't you stay for a piece of bread? Will this be too intrusive? It's okay. Hong, you can treat this place as your own home. I'll make a bowl of soup, and we can have dinner right away. Let me help. Just when Yagami Mizuki and Yuehong got along very harmoniously. On the other side, Yishin Ryosuke also found the target person he had been looking for a long time outside the backyard wall of a hot spring hotel. A head of long white hair, an orange coat, and that wretched laugh. Can't go wrong. This person is Jiraiya, the mad ghost. Finally found you. Knight God Ryosuke smiled secretly, then walked over lightly. Jiraiya is crouching in the corner watching seriously at this time and laughing lewdly from time to time. Even Ryosuke, the night god, walked behind him, and he didn't even notice it. It's really wretched to laugh. Yagami Ryosuke gave Jiraiya a disdainful look. Peeping in the bathroom or something, the lowest level. With that in mind, I'll take you in. Yagami Ryosuke laughed to himself, then aimed at Jiraiya's and kicked it straight up. Boom! A hole was smashed into the wooden wall in an instant. Unprepared, Jiraiya crashed headfirst into the bathtub. Then, it was a chicken and egg fight. Night God Ryosuke turned around with a smile and left, listening to Jiraiya's screams behind him. He smiled cheerfully. In the bath, a group of old ladies in their 50s and 60s held water ladles and wash basins and beat Jiraiya, who fell in. Jiraiya, who was beaten, also felt distressed. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** D is sneaking up on me from behind. Cursing inwardly, Jiraiya seized an opportunity and ran away. On the other side, in the corner of the bath, a pair of strange eyes are staring at Jiraiya's running back. Can't believe that Jiraiya has already returned to the village? Danzo thought inwardly. That's right. Danzo also took a bath here today, and because she is now a daughter, she cannot enter the men's bath. Konoha's men's baths are all equipped with transformation technique detection devices, which is also a precautionary measure to prevent some ninjas with a habit of transforming titanium from using transformation technique to come to the bath to do things. So, there was no other way. Danzo could only find this shop with mixed baths, but he didn't expect to find a group of old women in their 50s and 60s when they entered. Although these old ladies are actually older than him, Danzo feels shocked when he sees them. She was just about to leave. As a result, this scene happened. Jiraiya returns to the village, and I don't know if Orochimaru's plan can go smoothly. Danzo was a little worried. After all, it's about whether you can sit on the position of Hokage. He couldn't help but care less. But this Jiraiya guy is really getting better and better. It's disgusting to spy on a group of old women. Danzo despised Jiraiya in his heart, and then sneaked out of the bath while no one noticed him. You little devil in front, stop. Jiraiya chased after aggressively and stopped the knight god Ryosuke, who was walking slowly. Grandpa, what's the matter with you? Knight god Ryosuke looked at Jiraiya in front of him and asked lightly, Grandfather? Jiraiya suddenly became more angry. See clearly. He pointed to his hair and said, I'm not that old. My hair has been this color since I was a child. Oh, so old man, are you all right? Yagami Ryosuke nodded, but still called God. Jiraiya's eyes are about to burst into flames. This kid in front of him looks pretty. Why does he speak so annoyingly? Even more irritating than when Orochimaru was a kid. Hey, brat, let me ask you, why did you sneak up on me from behind just now? Jiraiya asked angrily. In the end, what he got in return was the contemptuous eyes of Ryosuke, the night god. You are a voyeur. How dare you come here and ask me this kind of question? I said, Old man, do you want to be ashamed? If it weren't for your special hobbies, I would have arrested you and sent you to Konoha prison a long time ago. Hearing this, Jiraiya, who was looking furious just now, couldn't help but be at a loss for words. Yagami Ryosuke was right. He is a voyeur, so there is really no way to make sense of it. Being attacked by sneak attack deserves it. But Jiraiya is too angry. Besides, Night God Ryosuke said that he has special hobbies. Heaven and earth conscience. It was because the water vapor was too high just now. He didn't see it clearly. He didn't even know that there were a group of old women in their 50s and 60s. Otherwise, even if you kill him, you won't take a second look. Grandpa, if you're fine, let me go. I still have something to do. Yagami Ryosuke said. Speaking of which, he seemed to perceive a familiar chakra fluctuation in the bath just now, which seemed to be Danzo's. Didn't expect Danzo to have such a hobby. Seeing is better than hearing 100 times. Could it be that after becoming a woman, her personality gradually changed? What a sin. Turning around and bypassing Jiraiya in front of him, Night God Ryosuke looked like he was about to leave. Little devil, stop for me. Jiraiya hastily stopped him again. He looked up and down at Night God Ryosuke and made a tisk-tisk sound. Grandpa, what are you doing? Night God Ryosuke asked. You kid is really sharp-tongued. I was almost bypassed by you just now. Jiraiya said, Grandpa, are you a bit of a mess? Do you think I'm a bully because I'm young? Night God Ryosuke rolled up his sleeves and said, Since this is the case, there is nothing I can do. It seems that I can only arrest you and lock you up in Konoha prison for a few days so that you can calm down and calm down. Think about the seriousness of your problem. When Jiraiya heard that the brat still wanted to arrest him and put him in Konoha prison for a few days, he was immediately delighted. Huh, you kid, do you know who I am? Jiraiya said with a smile. I don't care who you are. Look at the fight. Isshin Ryosuke saw that it was almost done, so he just hit him. Slap. Jiraiya reached up and grabbed Night God Ryosuke's fist. While being amazed at the strength of Isshin Ryosuke's fist, he also said angrily, It's not you. Why don't you, kid, not listen to others? I haven't told you who I am yet. I don't need to know. In an instant, Yagami Ryosuke kicked Jiraiya's head with a side kick. Jiraiya also retreated to dodge, but Night God Ryosuke's speed was even faster. As soon as he dodged, Night God Ryosuke's next move came again. The two fought back and forth dozens of times, and Jiraiya found that the brat's physical skills were even stronger than her own. Can't help but be shocked. When did Konoha's imp become so powerful? If you meet someone casually, the physical skill is even stronger than Jiraiya? Does this make sense? So you're still a ninja. Are you a spy from another village? If that's the case, then I'm not going to be polite. Saying that, Yagami Ryosuke directly pulled out the ninja sword from his waist and instantly slashed at it. Hey, why are you still using a knife? As soon as he saw that the Night God Ryosuke had drawn his sword, Jiraiya suddenly became anxious. This isn't a village, and it is impossible for him to use powerful ninjutsu on the ninjas in his own village. The fight in physical arts just now has actually made Jiraiya appreciate this young man. With such a talent for martial arts at such a young age, he will definitely be the mainstay of the village in the future. Jiraiya didn't want to hurt the other party, but Yagami Ryosuke didn't seem to intend to give him a chance to explain the misunderstanding. In an instant, the body of Night God Ryosuke disappeared directly in place. The speed was so fast that even Jiraiya had no time to react, and the back of his neck was cut by the sharp blade. Just like that, he avoided it by instinct. Otherwise, it is possible to be the capital city with a knife. Of course, this is also the reason why Jiraiya didn't expect Night God Ryosuke's speed to be so fast at first. Wait, are you flying Thunder God technique? Jiraiya suddenly realized something, turned around, and pulled his pants, and sure enough, he saw a crescent moon pattern mark on his pants. Although this is not the Flying Thunder God mark of Namake's Minato back then, but Jiraiya is too familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique, so he can see at a glance that the crescent moon pattern is the mark of Flying Thunder God. You're quick to react, but what about next time? Night God Ryosuke didn't strike again immediately. In fact, if Jiraiya didn't react to the knife just now, he would deliberately stop halfway. It would only hurt Jiraiya, not really kill him. After all, he has nothing against Jiraiya. Just want to get a copy of his biological pheromone. No need to kill each other. Wait a minute. I'm Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. Have you heard of Jiraiya? Have you heard of a... Jiraiya was in a hurry this time. This is the Flying Thunder God technique, even if he has torn off the mark on his pants now. But it's not clear whether the other party will directly leave such a mark on him next time. If that's the case, he can't cut off his own flesh, can he? So, Jiraiya quickly shouted out his identity before the other party made a move. Jiraiya? Mad? Ghost Jiraiya? Night God Ryosuke looked skeptical. Yes, it's me. Jiraiya pointed to the word oil on his head and said, Look at my logo. Haven't you heard of it? Me. Toad Sage Jiraiya. Night God Ryosuke shook his head and said, Sorry, I only heard of Jiraiya's name, but I don't know him, so I can't confirm whether you are Jiraiya or not. Of course I am. Jiraiya is dying of anxiety. What can he do to prove that he is himself? Is it possible to call his deceased parents and ask them to issue a certificate for him? When Jiraiya was scratching his head anxiously, Kakashi, who was followed by Naruto and Sasuke, also passed by nearby. Isn't that Ryosuke? He seems to be fighting with someone. It was Naruto, who was sharp-eyed and was the first to spot the night gods Ryosuke and Jiraiya over there. Heard. Kakashi also raised his head and looked away from the little yellow book in his hand. His originally lazy eyes suddenly changed when he saw Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, Kakashi said in surprise. Kakashi? It's Kakashi. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya smiled instantly when he saw Kakashi. He pointed to Kakashi and said, Little devil, you should know this Hatake Kakashi, right? He can prove me Toad Sage Jiraiya identity of. Night God Ryosuke looked at Kakashi. The latter nodded, although he didn't know what was going on at the moment, but he still proved his identity for Jiraiya. Ryosuke, this is Jiraiya-sama, one of the Sannin. Why are you fighting? Kakashi asked, by the way. Are you really Jiraiya? Yagami Ryosuke put away the knife as he spoke and said to Kakashi, I just saw Jiraiya in. Don't say it. Jiraiya ran over instantly and wanted to cover Night Ryosuke's mouth, but was dodged by Night God Ryosuke. Please, I will treat you to dinner next time. Jiraiya turned her back to Kakashi and the others and looked at Night God Ryosuke pleadingly, hoping that he could keep the secret for her. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be if he, an old man who had been away from the village for more than 10 years, went to spy on the women's bathhouse as soon as he returned to the village after being found out? It would be fine if only Kakashi was there, but there are two little ghosts who should be ginning next to him. The little devil's mouth is unguarded. Don't let the whole village know about it by then. So should he lose face of Toad Sage Jiraiya? 10 meals. Yagami Ryosuke gestures with his fingers. Jiraiya glared at the brat who took advantage of the fire. But Night God Ryosuke looked at him without flinching. Half an hour. Finally, Jiraiya threw in the towel. He could only nod his head and agree to this humiliating condition. Ryosuke, what did you just say? Naruto asked curiously. I just said, the one who got Zhao, that I saw Master Jiraiya wandering around the village alone, and he looked suspicious. I thought he was a spy sent by another village. Night God Ryosuke turned his head and said to Naruto and the three of them, Oh, that's how it is. Naruto, who was a bit cute, believed the words of Night God Ryosuke without hesitation. But Kakashi and Sasuke are not so easy to deceive. Both of them looked at him suspiciously, obviously didn't believe what Night God Ryosuke said. Where are you going? Yagami Ryosuke changed the topic and asked. We are going to practice. Naruto laughed and said, Ryosuke, let me tell you, Mr. Kakashi said he found me a very good teacher to teach me. Extraordinary teacher? Could it be that Ebisu? Yagami Ryosuke looked at Kakashi suspiciously. Kakashi turned his head in embarrassment. Looks like Ebisu. Night God Ryosuke saw Kakashi like this and knew he had guessed right. To be honest, Yagami Ryosuke can't understand why Kakashi asked Ebisu to teach Naruto. If it was the previous Naruto, the basics were too poor, then let Ebisu teach it. But now the Naruto foundation is not so bad. Climbing trees and treading water have all been learned. Chakra's control ability is not weak anymore. Also, let Ebisu teach Naruto. What can Ebisu teach Naruto? How do you pretend to be a gentleman? Regarding Kakashi's arrangement with Naruto, Night God Ryosuke didn't say much. No, Jiraiya has already arrived at Konoha, and now I have met with Naruto. With the fate between the two, as long as we meet, there will definitely be sparks. Okay, then you guys go to practice. I have to go beforehand. Night God Ryosuke nodded to several people, then turned and left. Hey, brat, what's your name? Night God Ryosuke. Night God Ryosuke waved his hand without looking back. Then the figure gradually disappeared from the sight of several people. Cut. What a brat. Jiraiya pouted, thinking this guy was just trying to be cool. The little devil is really not cute at all. Little devil, what's your name? Jiraiya suddenly looked at Naruto, who reminded him of his disciple Namake's Minato. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Uncle, are you the Sannin that Mr. Kakashi said? What is Sannin? Is it very powerful? Naruto asked Jiraiya like a curious baby. On Jiraiya's side, after hearing Naruto's name, he was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at Kakashi next to him. The latter nodded slightly. The son of Minato and Kushina. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, who was bluffing in front of him. From his look, he really looks like Kushina in character. They are all short-tempered, and the hair is like Minato. All blondes. Night God Ryosuke did not pay attention to whether Naruto will follow Jiraiya to practice. In the past, Jiraiya didn't know how miserable Naruto was in Konoha. Now that he is back, he must be able to know all this through various channels, whether it's out of guilt or something else. Even if Naruto doesn't go to Jiraiya, Jiraiya will go to Naruto herself. There is no need for Night God Ryosuke to meddle in this matter. What he is most concerned about now is the integration of the 3 entries of the legendary Sannin. Finding a chair to sit down, Night God Ryosuke took out a drop of blood that he got from Jiraiya before and converted it into a talent entry. Legendary Sannin. Purple, one of the legendary Konoha Sannin. If you gather the other 2 legendary Sannin entries, it can be fused into gold. Legendary Sannin entries. Immortal power plus 400%. Creative ability plus 400%, 810. Attached. Mount Mayaboku, Sage Mode, Training Method. The talent entry transformed from Jiraiya increases the power of fairy art. There is also a creative ability, which Ryosuke directly ignored. Sage Mode, not surprisingly, is Mount Mayaboku's Sage Mode practice method. Night God Ryosuke took a look at the entry on the equipment and found that Mount Mayaboku's Sage Mode cultivation method still needs the cooperation of external objects. Otherwise, the difficulty is so high that it is almost impossible to successfully cultivate it. The next step is fusion. To be honest, Night God Ryosuke is still looking forward to it. It is said that the 3 entries of Sannin, their attributes are not bad. It is to increase the power of physical arts and to increase the power of ninjutsu. Now, even the power of immortal arts has been added. If the fused entry is rubbish or not as good as the combination of the 3, then Night God Ryosuke will be really speechless. System, Fusion Photo, Sannin entry. Ding, asterisk. Are you sure about the fusion? After the fusion, the original talent entries will disappear. Confirm. It's all come to this point. There's nothing to hesitate. Just confirm directly, and it's over. After Night God Ryosuke confirmed the fusion, the 3 Legend Sannin entries on his character panel were fused into a golden Legend Sannin entry in a burst of distortion. Don't be a trash. Night God Ryosuke prayed in his heart. Then look at the attributes of this newly fused talent entry. Legend Sannin. Gold, the legendary Konoha Sannin, the inheritor of the 3 holy places in the ninja world, the pioneer of the era, the backbone of the future, and the creator of the legend. Physical arts power plus 800%. Ninjutsu power plus 800%. Immortal arts power plus 800%. Comes with perfect sage mode. Huh. Good entry. When the Night God Ryosuke saw the entry of the fused Golden Legend Sannin, he couldn't help laughing. This entry is a collection of the essence of the 3 legendary Sannin entries: physical power, ninjutsu power, and fairy power. The master builds them among the 10 entries. It is the only Night God Ryosuke has ever seen in his life, and its value is not low. All are 800% bonuses of full 8 times. Not to mention the 2 entry bonuses of Taijutsu and Ninjutsu that Ryosuke has already obtained. Just the 800% increase in the power of the Immortal Technique has already made him overjoyed. Immortal Jutsu is much more powerful than ordinary ninjutsu. Now, there is another 8 times the power bonus. This effect can't be greater than heaven. Just imagine. Some of Ryosuke's existing ninjutsu have been changed from using ordinary chakra as energy drive to using senjutsu chakra as energy drive. Its power and effect have skyrocketed several times at once. Plus, the 800% bonus is 10 times the improvement of the landowner. Those ninjutsu, they're already powerful and amazing. Can't really destroy a small country with ninjutsu now. Sharp. Invincible. Moreover, Zanjutsu is also ninjutsu, and it also enjoys the power bonus of ninjutsu, which is a bug. Night God Ryosuke couldn't help but make a tisk-tisk sound. The entry attribute of Fairy Magic Power bonus should be rare. Because it is different from some other bonuses, the bonus of Immortal Power is calculated by multiplication after the bonus of Ninjutsu Power, not addition. Therefore, its effect is more explosive. Even the owner of the entry Ryosuke, the Night God, feels a bit too changed. I feel a little embarrassed, more or less. Is the hangar that you opened by yourself a bit too big? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. What? Still can't kill a 6 pads level powerhouse? That's all right. It's okay to open it up a little bit. Incorporates entries from the Golden Legend Sannin. The Night God Ryosuke's strength has been further improved. Now his strength is almost at the quasi 6 paths level, except without the power of 6 paths. Night God Ryosuke is basically no different from an ordinary 6 paths level powerhouse in other parts. And the reason why he can reach the 6 paths level in other aspects without the power of 6 paths, to be honest, or the bonus given by the entry is too strong. Make the impossible possible with Night God Ryosuke. Do what others can't. And Night God Ryosuke doesn't have the power of 6 paths, but he is immortal. He also has the undead effect in 6 paths mode. And if you give him 10,000 experience points and ask him to upgrade the entry of the undead body, the effect may be even better than the effect of the undead body in the 6 paths mode. Therefore, it is actually not a big problem to regard the current Night God Ryosuke as a 6 paths level combat power. If you have to be more rigorous, then call it a quasi 6 paths class. This golden legendary Sannin entry is too strong, and the bonus of fairy power is too heaven-defying. The point is, this stuff even directly taught me Sage Mode. The previous 3 Purple Legend Sannin entries all required Night God Ryosuke to learn how to use Sage Mode by himself. But this Golden Legend Sannin entry directly endowed Night God Ryosuke with various experiences and skills of Sage Mode, allowing him to master the movement of Sage Mode directly and perfectly in one step. And it's still perfect Sage Mode. Was perfect Sage Mode. No matter which Sage Mode it is in the 3 holy places, it is not perfect, because these Sage Modes all need a process of absorbing the magic chakra. No matter whether the process is long or short, it just exists. Even Senju Hashirama, who claims to have mastered Sage Mode perfectly, needs a little time to absorb the magic chakra before he can turn on Sage Mode. Certainly, the opening of Senju Hashirama is extremely fast. It really only takes a little time. But the perfect Sage Mode obtained by Night God Ryosuke from the entry does not require him to actively absorb the magic chakra. It will passively absorb the natural power of the ninja world by itself, and then fuse with the chakra of Ryosuke itself to produce Senju Chakra. The resulting Senjutsu Chakra will be stored in the body of the Night God Ryosuke and will never dissipate. Unless consumed by use, the regiment will decrease. Otherwise, it just keeps going up, Cap. That's almost unlimited, just for a while now. It was only a few minutes before and after. The amount of chakra accumulated in Ryosuke's body is already quite large, enough to support him to use more than a dozen ninjutsu, like bursting Rasengan, without completely consuming the sun. It is obviously impossible for Night God Ryosuke to use a dozen ninjutsu like burst Rasengan in a few minutes. Therefore, theoretically, the magic chakra in his body will never decrease, only increase. From now on, he will never lack the magic chakra. Open Sage Mode if you want. You can even drive it for as long as you want. Because, in the state of Sage Mode, the magic chakra consumes less than 1% of his passive generation. Yi Shunjing can completely ignore this waste of fart. Isn't this how long you want to drive? Try my Sage Mode. Night God Ryosuke was also inspired by the hunt, and immediately teleported to the seaside thousands of miles away through the Flying Thunder God technique. This is where he often uses to test some powerful ninjutsu. The sea can contain everything. including those ninjutsu that can destroy the world. It's unlucky for this coastal area. Fortunately, there are no people around here, so it will not be submerged due to the turbulent seawater causing casualties and the like. After the night god Ryosuke came here, he clapped his hands directly, mobilized the strange fairy art chakra in his body, and opened his sage mode. Sage mode open. A moment. A golden fairy chakra burst out from the body of night god Ryosuke, burning like a flame on his body, blowing his already long hair upside down. It looks a bit like a Scion in the Dragon Ball world, turning on Super Saiyan mode. Very cool. At the same time, there is also a fairy tattoo on the forehead of Ryosuke, the night god. The fairy tattoo of the crescent moon is surrounded by vine-like lines. At the same time, night god Ryosuke's original red eyes have also turned into gold. It looks like it has a sacrosanct majesty. Is this my sage mode? Yagami Ryosuke took out a mirror and looked at his current appearance. His sage mode is quite different from other people's sage mode. The first is the golden flames burning all over his body. It's a bit like the feeling of Emperor Guy opening 8 Gate, and it's a bit like the transformation of a Super Saiyan. Although the movement is a bit loud, but I have to say, it is really handsome. It is said that whether you are strong or not is a matter of version, but whether you are handsome or not is a matter of a lifetime. Night god Ryosuke is quite satisfied with his appearance at this time. Handsome, strong, have it both. Besides, there are also very few fairy tattoos on his face, just a fairy tattoo on the center of his eyebrows. Crescent moon. Fairy tattoos aren't like Sharingan. Night god Ryosuke feels that this fairy tattoo is also different from person to person, a bit like the eye of the soul like Sharingan. The eyes also turn golden. I don't know what will happen if I turn on Mangekyo or roll my eyes in this state. Just try it. Night god Ryosuke immediately tried to open the white eyes in Sharingan. First, open the white eyes. No blue veins popped. No white eyes. The eyes are still golden, without any change. Then close your eyes and open Sharingan. This time the eyes have changed a bit. The color is still golden, but the original night god Ryosuke Mangekyo-S pattern appeared in the golden eyes, and the 5 black sickles became silver. It doesn't seem to have any evil feeling at all, but it has a feeling of radiant heavenly power and sacred majesty. It is completely different from the original Mangekyo Sharingan, but there is no change in power. Sage art. Fire style. Burst Rasengan. The ball burning with golden flames was hurled hard by night god Ryosuke. After flying 1,000 meters away, the golden bursting Rasengan exploded in the sky, and the ultra-high temperature fireball formed in an instant directly enveloped an area with a radius of more than 2,000 meters. Boom! The sea surface below was squeezed down, forming a huge depression. The trees on the shore were instantly crushed to pieces. The earth is cracked. A doomsday-like scene. Terrifying. Far away. Night god Ryosuke dodged with the flying thunder god technique to avoid being injured by his own ninjutsu. The range has become larger, and the power is even greater, dozens of times. Night god Ryosuke himself was taken aback. The destructive power of this blow. Even if Uchiha Madara's full-body Susanoo came, it would have to be blown to pieces on the spot. This breaks the proper 6 paths class already. And the Otsutsuki clan could not absorb the magic chakra. Therefore, even if this move is not 6 paths ninjutsu, it can still pose a fatal threat to the Otsutsuki clan. Now, I don't have to worry about the future Otsutsuki clan. Yagami Ryosuke thought with a knowing smile. In fact, since his strength reached Super Kage level, Night God Ryosuke is not too worried about the future 4 battles. What he is more worried about is the crisis of the Otsutsuki clan invading the ninja world in the future. The strength is less than 6 paths level, so it is difficult to deal with the outsiders these days. It's good now. Even though Ryosuke doesn't have the 6 paths level logo yet, the power of 6 paths, but his magic power has reached the 6 paths level. Therefore, Even if people from the Otsutsuki clan came to the ninja world to do things now, Yagami Ryosuke has no fear at all. At worst, let's play a game. Who is afraid of whom? After testing the power of fairy art, Night God Ryosuke is also satisfied and returned to Konoha. I have to say that the perfect sage mode is really strong. It was so powerful that Night God Ryosuke himself was very surprised. But the truly powerful ones are actually those bonuses from talent entries. Without those bonuses, Night God Ryosuke's current strength is actually at the level of Jiraiya, or even worse. After all, there are no such attributes as Sage Body and Pupil bonus obtained by entries. Night God Ryosuke's Mangekyo didn't dare to use it at will. Not like now. It's okay to use it casually, much like the case with Obito. In the words of Sage Mode, there is no magic power bonus and ninjutsu power bonus. That destructive power plummeted hundreds of times. Originally, the destructive power of 6 Paths level has suddenly become the destructive power of S-level ninjutsu. No comparison at all. But these talent entries themselves belong to Night God Ryosuke, and he will not unload all the talent entries foolishly. Therefore, there is no such thing as excluding the entry of talent. It's as if a person's strongest skill is marksmanship, but if you insist on excluding marksmanship, other aspects of him are quite ordinary. Isn't that preposterous? Back to Konoha. Night God Ryosuke felt the emptiness after exiting Sage Mode. Inevitably a little uncomfortable. I am the most powerful me when I am under the pressure. Not even Mangekyo's ultimate power, Susanoo. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself as he walked towards the street with the most leaf hotels. If my Sharingan can evolve to Eternal Mangekyo, it can catch up with my strength in Sage Mode. But Eternal Mangekyo needs the eyes of blood relatives to open its eyes. My Uchiha bloodline is given by the entry. Where did the blood relatives come from? So, the normal eye-opening approach simply didn't work for me. I need to find another way. But, how to find another way? Night God Ryosuke thought about it. It seems that he can't only rely on talent entries. Forget it. The boat will be straight when it reaches the bridge, and my current strength is already at the quasi-6 Paths level, and I'm not bad for this pair of eternal eyes. Yagami Ryosuke shook his head and simply stopped thinking about it. And at this moment, ding! It has been detected that the host has been equipped with 10 golden talent entries, and the system is about to start the second update. Hearing this prompt from the system, Night God Ryosuke also paused as he walked forward. System update? No. Isn't the system's response a bit slow? Yagami Ryosuke smiled, then watched as a golden progress bar appeared in his mind and began to move. 1%, 5%, 10%. The progress bar increases very quickly. Less than a minute. It has reached 100% status. Ding! The system update is complete, and the new function, entry synthesis, is enabled. Hearing the prompt, Night God Ryosuke immediately opened the character panel to check the specific situation of this new function added after the system update this time. It seems that it should be a function of combining multiple entries together, but the specific effect can only be known after seeing it. Soon, Night God Ryosuke found the entrance of this new function, entry synthesis. After clicking in, it is a synthetic interface. There are 3 grids on the interface, 2 on the top and 1 on the bottom. The 2 grids above are white and need to be put into the talent entry to be synthesized, and the grid below is gold. It is where the synthesized talent entries are displayed. And this synthesis function also has the option of accept and not accept. After synthesis, Night God Ryosuke can choose accept the synthesis result or choose not accept the synthesis result. If you choose do not accept, then the system will return the previous 2 talent entries. Certainly, synthesis requires a certain amount of experience points. If you don't accept it, then this experience point will be wasted. But the price is not expensive. Only 100 experience points are charged at a time. It can be said to be very cheap. The effect of synthesis is that there is a certain probability to directly synthesize a talent entry with a higher level. That is to say, combining 2 white talent entries, there is a probability to directly obtain a green talent entry. If 2 golden talent entries are combined, there is a certain probability of obtaining a god-level talent entry. Knight God Ryosuke really doesn't believe in probability, even if his luck is not bad. But as mentioned above, the higher the level of the synthesized talent entry, the lower the rate of synthesizing a higher level talent entry, and the minimum will not be lower than 0.0001%. 1/1,000,000th. Do you dare go any lower? Knight God Ryosuke is almost certain that the combination of golden entries, the probability of successfully synthesizing a god-level entry, is about 1 in a million. Such a low probability, unless the ancestral grave is smoking. Otherwise, in addition to wasting 100 experience points, there seems to be no other results. However, it is not cost-effective to synthesize low-level talent entries. 100 experience points are enough to upgrade a green talent entry directly to blue, so the minimum standard for synthesis should be the blue talent entry. Knight God Ryosuke took a look at these talent entries on himself. The lowest is purple, and among them, there are also useless entries. But in order to increase the number of equipment entries to meet the requirements of the second update, he did not break down these useless entries. However, Knight God Ryosuke did not expect that the trigger condition for the second update would be the need to equip 10 golden talent entries. Fortunately, this time, the legendary Sannin entry was integrated, allowing him to successfully obtain the 10th golden talent entry. Otherwise, no matter how many purple talent entries he equips, it will be useless. There is no way to trigger a second update of the system at all. The 2 talent entries of first-generation Meganabekage and Akamaru's Master are the most useless. I don't need their attributes at all, so I can use them to synthesize them. Try to see if the probability is high or low. Knight God Ryosuke scanned the entries on himself, and then found 2 talent entries that he thought were the most useless. Prepare to try the probability of this synthesis first. Anyway, even if you don't succeed, you can choose not to accept it, and the loss will only be 100 experience points. 0. Seeking Flowers 0. A mere 100 experience points. Knight God Ryosuke can afford to lose. Unload these 2 talent entries directly, then move them to the synthesis interface, and place them in the 2 grids above. At this time, the composite button that was originally gray below, it also lights up. Knight God Ryosuke pressed the synthesis button directly with his mind. 2 golden rays of light are connected from the upper 2 grids to the lower grid. Just a moment later, a new talent entry is born. Ding! Congratulations to host for synthesizing the talent entry. Assassin, purple. Seeing the result prompted by the system, Knight God Ryosuke also shook his head. I knew the success rate would be impressive. The first failure was also expected by Knight God Ryosuke. He glanced at the attributes of this assassin entry and found that it was a bit better than the 2 previously synthesized entries, but it was not good enough. What is added is the bonus of the concealment effect and the damage bonus caused by the sneak attack. The former is very useful, and Ryosuke has a better entry for invisible. The latter is actually not very good, but with Ryosuke's current strength, there is no need to engage in sneak attacks for a long time, so it's actually optional. 0. Then don't. Knight God Ryosuke directly chose the result of not accepting. Immediately, the assassin entry in the lower golden grid disappeared, and the 2 entries in the upper 2 grids were returned. Try again. It's just an attempt. It doesn't explain what's wrong. Knight God Ryosuke wanted to try a few more times. If you can synthesize a golden talent entry after trying it 10 times or 8 times, then it is considered a success. After all, only 100 experience points at a time. Even if it is 10 times, it is only 1,000 experience points. It's only enough to upgrade a blue talent entry to purple. Not enough to upgrade the purple talent entry to gold. Actually, success within 90 times in Ryosuke. It seems that it is all earned. More than 90 times, unless the properties of the synthesized entries are particularly good. Otherwise, it is more or less a loss. Next, Night God Ryosuke synthesized again and again. Second failure. Fail for the third time. Fourth time still failed. Failed 11 times. Including the first one, I failed 12 times. It took Ryosuke 1,200 experience points. The experience value that had already exceeded 5,000 points had fallen back to the early 4,000s now. 8 more times. If you still fail, forget about it today. Night God Ryosuke thought about it and definitely synthesized up to 8 times today, making up 20 times. If it still fails, it means that he is not very lucky today. Wait 2 days, or come back to the synthesis tomorrow to see the situation. The 13th synthesis. Yisha and Ryosuke watched his remaining experience points drop from 4,123 points to 4,023 points, feeling a little bit pained at his heart. After all, this is the experience value he has accumulated with great difficulty. So much money was spent. Can he feel bad? Why is the synthesis effect a little different this time? Night God Ryosuke looked at the composite grid overflowing with golden light. The previous 12 composites did not have such a light effect. Could it be? Ding. Congratulations to host for synthesizing the talent entry. Shadow Swordsman Gold. Withdrawal. It actually paid out. 13 synthesis times cost 1,300 experience points, plus 2 purple talent entries. The total value is nothing more than 3,300 experience points. Did not expect. Actually synthesized a golden talent entry. Night God Ryosuke looked ecstatically, looking at the glittering talent entry on the synthesis interface. I can't be happy. New features awesome. Shadow Swordsman. Golden, you are a world-renowned Shadow Swordsman. Your swordsmanship is superb. Any target you kill will turn into your shadow and be used by you. 1. Swordsmanship power plus 1,000%. Shadow power plus 800%. Comes with Shadow Devouring Sword. Shadow Swordsman. Can you turn the killed target into your own shadow? When Night God Ryosuke saw this entry, the first thing he thought of was the Nara clan of Konoha. Their secret technique is to be able to control their own shadows, and they have created many secret techniques that use shadows. And the talent entry of this Shadow Swordsman has the effect of turning the shadow of the killed target into a used one. As for the specific use of personalization, how is it used for personalization? Night God Ryosuke will have to try it out. The attributes of this entry are also very good. Sword power increased by 1,000%. It also increases the strength of the shadow, although it is not 1,000%, but it has reached 800%, which is very good. I just don't know the strength of this shadow. What is the basis for calculating it? Is it calculated according to the Night God Ryosuke himself? Or is it based on the strength of the target being killed? It is estimated that it should be the latter. Otherwise, killing someone casually and taking away his shadow, wouldn't the effect be exactly the same as killing a strong man and then taking away the shadow of the strong man? Then who would go to those strong men to kill them? Just go find a normal person. How simple. Besides, this entry actually came with a weapon attached. This is the first time that Night God Ryosuke has seen an entry with a real object. He had never seen such an entry before. 6'3", 7-inch. Try it on the equipment. Night God Ryosuke couldn't wait to move the Shadow Swordsman entry from the composition interface to his own character panel, and then directly chose to equip this talent entry. For a moment, Night God Ryosuke understood the previous doubts. The shadow of the slain target given by the Shadow Swordsman entry is indeed calculated according to the strength of the slain target. But because the shadow has no substance, naturally there is no such thing as chakra. Therefore, the strength of the shadow is pure speed. The stronger the shadow, the faster it moves. Moreover, because it is a shadow, most of the attacks are ineffective against it. For example, physical attacks have no effect. Most ninjutsu attacks are also ineffective. But Yin Dun and Yang Dun are exceptions. Moreover, lightning style will also have a certain impact on shadows, but it is not as serious as Yin Yang Dun. Besides, the shadow manipulation secret technique of the Nara family can also be regarded as a nemesis of this ability, because their shadow secret technique can freeze the shadow controlled by night god Ryosuke. And light. In a place where there is no light at all, shadows cannot exist. So there must be light for shadows to exist. From this point of view, the ability to control shadows given by this shadow swordsman still has many limitations. But this cannot conceal the power of this ability. After all, can ignore the shadow of most attacks. You can't hurt it, you can't stop it, you can only run away. Then you can't beat it, it can only be killed. Before the night, god Ryosuke thought that the shadow-devouring sword attached to the entry was a real thing, but it was not. It actually allows night god Ryosuke to attach the shadow devourer to any sword weapon. So, blind weapons have the effect of devouring shadows. The target killed by it, night god Ryosuke, can get their shadow. In addition, night god Ryosuke can also integrate himself into his own shadow when he is holding the shadow-devouring sword, so as to attack the target unexpectedly. The method is that Ryosuke, the night god, blends into the shadow, and then the shadow moves silently to the target, followed by him, and then comes out of the shadow, giving the opponent a fatal blow. Have to say, this ability is quite suitable for ninja use. B. Night god Ryosuke is no longer a ninja in the conventional sense. He didn't need to use such a method to kill the enemy at all. Not to mention that he himself learned the Flying Thunder God technique, which is much more useful than blending into shadows. After all, shadows can still be found. But teleport? How did you find out ahead of time? It just depends on how fast you react. If it's not fast enough, it's basically dead. It's a good entry, and if you can control thousands of shadows, the effect will be quite powerful. Night god Ryosuke is very satisfied with this synthesized golden entry. But as far as an entry is concerned, the entry of this shadow swordsman is already of the highest quality among the golden entries. After all, even the night god Ryosuke only has such an entry. It can also make his strength terrifying and become the nightmare of countless people. There are 11 golden entries. I don't know how many golden entries the system needs for the next update, or is it necessary to obtain a god-level talent entry to activate the 10th updated case? This is not a random guess by Night God Ryosuke. After all, the first update only requires the number of entries, and there is no requirement for the level of the entries themselves. But the second update requires that 10 golden talent words must be equipped. The requirements have been raised by a large margin at once. Then for the third update, it is very likely that god-level talent entries will be needed. But neither does Ryosuke, the Night God. We can only look at the opportunity to see if we can synthesize one. As for leveling up with experience points, forget it. Then we have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. By the way, the on-hook function of the previous update, I wonder if there is any change after this update? Night God Ryosuke suddenly thought of his earlier guess, and quickly looked at the 3 hang-up slots below the character panel. Looking at this, it really made Night God Ryosuke discover the change of this old function. First of all, the number of slots for hanging up has been increased. It was 3 before. The 3 golden talent entries of Son of Destiny, Ashura's Mercy, and Indra's Resentment are respectively placed. And now, the number of idle slots has become 5. There are 2 more empty slots. There are 2 more slots, and the experience points gained from hanging up in a single day have also increased. A look of surprise flashed in Ryosuke's eyes. If the number of slots increases, it can only be regarded as a small surprise. Then the increase of the experience value of on-hook made Ryosuke very excited. The original hang-up function, the golden talent entry, can get 10 experience points a day after hanging up. In this case, if a golden talent entry wants to be upgraded to the god level, it needs to hang up for 10,000 days. More than 27 years. Long time. And now, the experience value added by hanging up has changed from 10 points a day to 10 points an hour. That's 24 times as much as before. The golden talent entry that originally took more than 27 years to upgrade. Now it only takes more than a year to hang up, and you can successfully upgrade to a god-level talent entry. This boost, simply not too big. Moreover, the 3 golden talent entries of Night God Ryosuke have been hung up for more than 2 years. At this moment, thousands of experience points have been accumulated. Calculated according to the current on-hook efficiency, it is equivalent to more than a month. It's only equivalent to more than a month. It's really uncomfortable to think about it. Yagami Ryosuke muttered under his breath. More than 2 years ago is equivalent to more than 1 month now. If the system had been updated earlier, he would already have more than 1 god-level talent entry. Forget it, it's not too late. Night God Ryosuke immediately put 2 new golden talent entries on it. This time he chose the 2 golden talent entries, Legend Sannin and Man Approved by Uchiha Madara, to hang up. Legendary Sannin is mandatory because it has a unique magic power bonus attribute. And the entry, Man Approved by Uchiha Madara, is also very necessary to upgrade earlier. Night God Ryosuke would like to see how far the lossless version of 8 inner gates that comes with the upgrade will reach. Now open 6th gate losslessly. What about after the upgrade? Open 7th gate losslessly? Or open 8th gate losslessly? But no matter what the situation is, it is very fishy. And the other attributes of this entry are also very good. Physical power, recovery, and physical fitness. These 3 attributes are not uncomfortable and useful. Therefore, among the many golden talent entries, Night God Ryosuke chose these 2 to upgrade first. Anyway, it's nothing more than waiting for more than a year. At that time, these 5 golden entries will be upgraded to god-level talent entries. The system estimated that it was time to complete the 3rd update. If that is the case, the on-hook function will definitely increase by 0. Now there are 5 hang-up slots, and there will be at least 7 slots by then, right? There is also the experience value given by hanging up, now 240 points a day, 10 o'clock in 1 hour. In the future, maybe it will be 10 o'clock in a minute. If it's really 10 experience points per minute, then it's 600 points per hour and 14,400 experience points per day. Less than a day. A purple talent entry can be upgraded to gold. In 7 days, a golden talent entry can be upgraded to the god level. With this efficiency, are you afraid that other entries will be upgraded slowly? Certainly. 14,400 experience point a day. That is just the Night God Ryosuke's own good wish for the time being. Can it be realized? That will depend on what happens in the next update. Anyway, think about it and not break the law. Don't you think about it? The door of a hotel. Another Xiong with long red hair and glasses was looking around expectantly, as if waiting for someone to arrive. The second session of the Chunin exam was over yesterday. But why hasn't Mr. Ryosuke come to see me? Yes, Ryosuke-kun must be busy with other things. I can wait, Xianglin, come on. Since Ryosuke-kun said he would come to you, he will definitely come. But it's the second day? Has Ryosuke-kun already forgotten me? No. How could you think that, Xiangrin? Ryosuke-kun is so kind, and he is so handsome. How could he be so talkative? He must be busy with other more important things, so he was delayed. Xianglin has been waiting since yesterday. After waiting for a whole day, she didn't fall asleep much at night, and then started running to the hotel door early in the morning to wait for someone. Hotel owner. I couldn't stand it anymore, and told her that she could go to the room to rest and wait, and if someone came to her, he would notify her. But Xianglin was so stubborn that she had to wait at the door by herself. It seemed that he was afraid that if he didn't wait outside, he would miss something, seeing that the time is already noon. Xiangrin touched Kong's stomach. She is hungry, but Xianglin didn't dare to leave, for fear that Yishan would come looking for her as soon as she left. If only she wasn't there at that time. Are you going to miss it? So Xianglin could only endure the hunger in her stomach and continue to stand on the street in front of the hotel, looking forward to it. After more than half an hour, Xiangrin seemed to see something. Her eyes lit up, and she ran over there in an instant. Mr. Ryosuke. Ryosuke, the night god who had just walked into this street, was thrown into his arms by a red figure. If it wasn't for the fact that the person who came was Xiangrin, he almost dodged it. Whoa, 3.7. Ryosuke-kun, you are finally here. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Xianglin burst into tears. Tears fell on the shoulders of Night God Ryosuke, crackling. People around heard the crying and looked over. I found a young couple hugging over there, so I smiled and walked away. The young couple may not have seen each other for a long time. That's why they are so excited. It's not strange for them to look here. Just leave them alone. Okay, I'm here. Yagami Ryosuke patted Karen on the back lightly and let her get off of him after a while. After crying, Xiangrin still looked a little embarrassed. He secretly wiped the tears off his face, then raised his head to look at Night God Ryosuke and said, Ryosuke, I knew you would come to me, but in fact, if Ryosuke has other reasons, if he has to be busy with important matters, I can wait any longer. Looking at the obedient and sensible Xianglin Yi Shunliang in front of her, she also put her hand on her head with a smile. It's all right, I've dealt with everything. He said, Are you hungry? Let's go, I'll take you to eat something. With Ryosuke by my side, I don't feel hungry even if I don't eat. Xiangrin stared at Night God Ryosuke obsessively. As a result, as soon as she finished speaking, her stomach started growling. For a moment, Xianglin's face flushed red. I was so ashamed that I wanted to dig a hole in the ground and forget it. So embarrassing. It's really not the right time for this belly growl. Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Guest, your face is here. Iris put a bowl of noodles in front of Xiangrin, smiled and glanced at Yagami Ryosuke, who was sitting beside her. Guest, please wait for a while. Your noodles will be ready soon. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, then looked at Xiangrin and said, Eat it, and see if it's as delicious as you heard. It turned out that Yagami Ryosuke originally wanted to talk about going to eat barbecue. But in the end, Xianglin said that she heard that Konoha's Ichiraku ramen was very delicious when she was in Kasanabu village, and she always wanted to try it to see what it tasted like. Now that Xianglin said so, Yagami Ryosuke took her to the Ichiraku ramen restaurant to taste the craft of beating uncle. I'll wait for Ryosuke-kun's ramen to be ready before eating. Xiangrin glanced at Yagami Ryosuke and said, It's okay, you eat first. Mine will be ready soon, and the ramen should be eaten while it's hot. Don't eat porridge when it's cold. Yagami Ryosuke brought over a pair of chopsticks and handed them to her. Let's eat. Xianglin took the chopsticks and glanced at the steaming ramen in front of her, then nodded with red eyes. Woo, it's delicious. After taking a bite of the ramen, Xiangrin couldn't help but shine. Is it really that delicious? Yagami Ryosuke looked as if she had eaten something delicious in the world, and always felt that she was just like Naruto. How could she always eat Ichiraku ramen with such an exaggerated look? But Night God Ryosuke soon understood. It's not how delicious Ichiraku ramen is. It's that Karen is like Naruto. They haven't eaten much of these normal foods before. Naruto is because Konoha's merchants don't sell to him. Nowhere to spend money. And Xiangrin is because of her status in Kusanagi village. She lived in Chao Ninja village as a tool. Back then, Xianglin's mother was killed alive, and now Xianglin is facing almost such a situation. The people in Grass Ninja village didn't treat her as a person at all. So Xianglin used to eat some cold rice, just for the first time. Like Ichiraku ramen, steaming hot, freshly prepared ramen, it was indeed the first time in her life that she ate it. That's why she behaved like this, as if she had eaten something delicious. 08. It's not that Karen and Naruto exaggerated on purpose, but in their cognition, this is indeed a delicacy in the world. If it tastes good, eat more, and if you don't have enough, you can order more. Yagami Ryosuke thought of this, and looked at Xiangrin sitting beside him. His eyes became more and more distressed. How did this girl get through this before? For Naruto, at least there is a Sarutobi Hiruzen who will pretend to favor him in front of him. Care about it once in a while. It can move Naruto so much. What about Kaoru? She is in Grass Ninja Village, and there is really no one who cares about her. When she was younger, her mother was still there, but since her mother died, everyone in the whole village looked at her with malicious eyes. Those so-called companions are just using her as a blood bag. She couldn't even feel the slightest bit of false concern. No wonder. She would show such obsession with the peers who saved her. In fact, it's not that Xianglin is a nympho, but that in the past 10 years of her dark life, a ray of light finally came in, so she tried her best to keep this ray of light. She is scared. Fear of going back to that dark world again. Xianglin, night god Ryosuke, suddenly called her name. Karen, with her mouth full of ramen, raised her head to look at him suspiciously. Let's live in Konoha from now on. Yagami Ryosuke had a smile on his face. I raise you. Slap. The chopsticks in Xianglin's hand fell to the ground. She looked at Yagami Ryosuke in a daze, forgetting to swallow the ramen that was stuffed in her mouth. Gradually, her eyes turned red. Tears flowed down his cheeks like a bank bursting. With a sound of wow, Kaoru cried and hugged Yagami Ryosuke. The Yuzukigami on her mouth was all over Ryosuke's clothes. But Night God Ryosuke didn't care. He hugged the girl distressfully, patted her on the back lightly, and comforted her. At the Ichiraka ramen restaurant, there is not much business today. The boss has just finished making handmade noodles, and his daughter Iris is about to serve Yagami Ryosuke's ramen. As a result, seeing this scene, both of them looked at it without knowing it. Don't know what happened. Xiangrin let go of Yagami Ryosuke after crying for a while. I'm sorry, I made your clothes dirty. I can't do the laundry. I can clean it for you. Xiangrin glanced at the soup stains on Yagami Ryosuke's clothes and looked apologetic. It's fine. Yagami Ryosuke patted her little head with a smile. Eat the noodles, don't let it get cold. He handed Xiangrin a new pair of chopsticks. Xiangli nodded, took the chopsticks, and peeked at him again before lowering her head and continuing to eat noodles. Just eating and eating. There will be a sudden laugh without warning. Yagami Ryosuke couldn't help but rubbed her head with a smile. Delicious, don't always laugh. Xiangli nodded. At this time, Calamus also came over with noodles. She first looked at Xiangrin suspiciously, and then put her face down. Ryosuke-kun, your ramen is ready. I'm sorry, Sister Chongpu. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. He and Calamus and Uncle Hands are considered old acquaintances. After all, in the past 2 years, I have been coming to their place to eat ramen, and as I ate, I became familiar with it. No trouble, you eat slowly, I'll go and fix it first. Iris smiled, then secretly winked at Yagami Ryosuke, then turned and left. Yagami Ryosuke smiled, knowing that Iris had misunderstood something, but he didn't explain either. Misunderstand it. Ziai. Sooner or later. Coming out of the Ichiraka ramen restaurant, Xiangrin's stomach was visibly bulging. She had a satisfied look on her face. She had never run away with food and food like today. Let's go. I'll take you to see where you will live in the future. Yagami Ryosuke took Karen's little hand, looked at her, and said, Ryosuke-kun, want to take me home? Shannon looked at him in surprise. Forget it. I live with my mother now, but I still have a few houses in Konoha. Yagami Ryosuke is going to arrange Karen in one of his houses. Exactly. Those few houses were bought when he had nothing to do, mainly because he had too much money and had no place to spend, so he bought a few houses. They are all bought according to the location, all of which are small buildings on the second floor. As for the apartment building, Yagami Ryosuke didn't like it very much, so I didn't buy it. And he is not short of money. There is no need to buy an apartment building. Now, the night god Ryosuke took Xiangrin to one of his houses. The house is regularly cleaned by ants, so I don't have to worry about hygiene. After Xianglin moved in, as long as she bought some daily necessities, she could live there directly. Anyway, all the furniture is complete. You can check in with your bags. Ryosuke-kun, are you planning to hide your beauty in a golden house? Xianglin said suddenly. Yagami Ryosuke. He finally staggered and fell down. I didn't expect Xianglin to blurt out such words. He looked at Xianglin, who was sticking out his tongue in embarrassment behind him speechlessly. Yes, I am Jinwu Tsangjiao, and you will be the mistress from now on. Yagami Ryosuke said angrily. In the end, when Yagami Ryosuke said that she was his mistress, Xiangrin was not unhappy, but also very happy. If it's Ryosuke-kun, I'd love to be a mistress. Night god Ryosuke looked at this girl dumbfounded. Then what if it's little 4 and little 5? It's all right. Then your request is really not high. He. As long as Ryosuke-kun likes it, I can do it. Okay. I know you are obedient and sensible. The two chatted all the way, and soon arrived at the house of Night God Ryosuke. It's here. I'll take you in and have a look. Yagami Ryosuke took out the key of the house, opened the gate of the yard, and walked in. The house has 2 floors with front and rear gardens. In fact, the size is similar to the one that Night God Ryosuke lives with his mother now. If Xianglin lived alone, it would actually be a bit empty. However, Night God Ryosuke will occasionally come over, so it won't be lonely. He took Xianglin to visit the house, and then Yagami Ryo took her to buy some daily necessities and clothes. It took a long time to buy all these things. Okay, here is the key. You take it. I also have one here if you lose it. Tell me. Yagami Ryosuke handed her the key. Looking at the completed arrangement of Xiang Rin's new home, she felt quite a sense of accomplishment. Will Ryosuke-kun stay tonight? Xianglin hugged his arm with an expectant look on her face. What are you thinking? Yagami Ryosuke poked her finger on the head. You are still young. The most important thing you should do now is to cultivate and improve your strength. Night God Ryosuke said, you are a member of the Uzumaki clan, and your abilities are far beyond that. Develop your blood well, and your future achievements will at least be an elite jonin. Starting tomorrow, I will come to guide you in cultivation. Don't complain when the time comes. When she heard that Night God Ryosuke was not going to stay tonight, Xiang Rin was still a little disappointed, but when she heard that Night God Ryosuke would guide her to practice from tomorrow, immediately I became happy again. As for whether it is suffering or not, as long as she can stay by Night God Ryosuke's side, no matter how hard or tired she is, she will feel very happy. After dealing with Xianglin's matter, Yagami Ryosuke gave some instructions and went home. As a result, I met Hinata and Ino, who came to look for him together on the way. The Night God Ryosuke thought that they had discovered that he was hiding in the golden house outside, and he was shocked at first. But think about it. What is he afraid of? Under his teaching, Hinata and Ino don't care about other women around him at all. These are all things that Yishangliang has been subtly changing their thoughts since they were young, and in addition, there is no strict monogamy in the Jonin world. For example, the big names in various countries have several wives. Certainly, Night God Ryosuke is not a daimyo. But can the daimyo compare with him? What kind of rubbish is that dare to touch a quasi-6 paths level powerhouse? So, garbage, such as daimyo 450, can have several wives. Why? So Night God Ryosuke cannot have? Why did you come together? Night God Ryosuke asked doubtfully. Originally, I came to talk to you about something, and then I met Hinata on the way, so I came together. Ino said. Hinata also nodded. Is there something urgent? Night God Ryosuke asked. It's about the practice for the next month. Ino said, my family heard that I lost to Hinata and didn't advance to the 3rd test. My dad planned to arrange a special training plan for me, so I might not be able to go out for the next one. My side is similar. Hinata nodded and said, my father also said that he would arrange for me to take the 3rd exam after knowing that I had advanced to the 3rd exam, and that my opponent was Brother Niji. Monthly training. Yagami Ryosuke. Hyuga Hayashi arranges a special training for Hinata. He can understand. But what about Yamanaka Hai? How does Yagami Ryosuke feel that this old father-in-law deliberately doesn't want Ino to come out and meet him? But is it so effective? It's useless at all. Ryosuke, I don't want special training, but my dad can't tell. I almost got into an argument with him. Ino had an unhappy expression on his face. Hinata actually doesn't want to stay at home for a month without seeing the Night God Ryosuke. But the father had already given the order to die, and she doesn't want to lose to Hyuga Niji a month later. But Hinata also felt that Ino's father was somewhat vexatious. Obviously, Ino was eliminated. What special training is arranged? It's okay. It's only a month, and it will pass soon. Yagami Ryosuke gently hugged the two of them and comforted them. Hinata, you have to practice hard this month. For Ino, you should try not to make your father angry. I guess Mr. Ishir is just training you at the taping den. Yamanaka Ryosuke said in his heart that there's a high probability that Yamanaka is just using the special training as an excuse. After all, I have never seen him be so strict with Ino before. This time, Ino is lying down. The problem still lies with Ryosuke, the night god. Almost the entire Konoha Jonin circle knew about Hwa. It's no wonder that Yamanaka was so popular for a while. Night god Ryosuke said that he can understand the feelings of an old father. But that doesn't mean he's quitting. After comforting Hinata and Ino and allowing them to practice with peace of mind for the next month, Night god Ryosuke sent them home. I won't be able to see each other again for the next month. In fact, Ryosuke, the night god, is also quite uncomfortable. Before graduation, the three of them were together almost every day. Often night gods Ryosuke and Hinata practiced together, sitting by and watching. And after graduation, although because of the different relationships of the respective teams, there is no way to be together every day. But basically every day or two, we meet each other, have a meal, go shopping, and so on. And now, not seeing each other for a month. Night god Ryosuke is actually quite reluctant. But he also didn't want to make it difficult for Hinata and Ino to have conflicts with his parents because of his boyfriend, and it was only a month anyway. Be patient and pass. Next few days, Yishun Ryosuke took Seongrin to the number 4 training ground to practice during the day. Tell her to climb trees and tread water, the basic skills of these ninjas. After Seongrin became proficient, I asked her to do some ninjutsu. Night god Ryosuke has tested Xianglin's Chakra attribute, which is a dual attribute of water and soil. So most of what he handed over to Xianglin was water style. Next is a defensive earth style ninjutsu, or 2. For example, the mainstream soil flow wall technique. It's the one Kakashi drew the dog's head on. But the dog head is Kakashi's exclusive symbol, and most people don't play like that. So half a month down, Xianglin's strength has also improved rapidly. It only took her 2 days to learn the basic skills of climbing trees and treading water. Afterwards, ninjutsu was basically learned in 4 days. After half a month, Xianglin has learned 2 water styles and 1 earth style. Compared with half a month ago, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. In fact, there are not many chakra in Xianglin. As a member of the Uzumaki family, Karen's chakra is several times more than that of ordinary elite jonin, although not as exaggerated as Naruto. But basically, it also reaches the chakra amount of 6 cards. With the support of such a sufficient amount of chakra, performing some C-level or even B-level ninjutsu could not be easier for Seongrin. The first half month, Yagami Ryosuke arranged for Seongrin mainly to practice ninjutsu. The next half month, what he arranged for Xianglin was a training mode that focused on ninjutsu and supplemented by physical skills. After all, a ninja, you cannot return to ninjutsu, but you can't stop practicing. Even ninjutsu-type ninjas will not learn 1 or 2 hands to avoid situations that require close combat, because Night God Ryosuke uses a knife. So Xianglin also wanted to learn swordsmanship from him. So Night God Ryosuke gave her Konoha Ryu swordsmanship. Konoha Ryu swordsmanship is a series of swordsmanship moves summed up by Second Hokage Senju Tobarama, which borrows a lot of samurai moves from the samurai era. Combined with the ninja's chakra, it can exert a strong power. In fact, the samurai of this era are no longer pure samurai. Those warriors like the Iron Kingdom actually practice chakra. It is not wrong to say that they are ninjas who practice swordsmanship. After all, how can a serious warrior refine chakra? That's ninja stuff. Therefore, during this period, there will inevitably be some intersections between samurai and ninjas. And Senju Tobarama is the Konoha-style swordsmanship summed up in this process. When it comes to swordsmanship among the ninja villages of the 5 great nations, one has to look at Mutu. Don't look at Miss Shinobi has 7 swordsmen. But that's not how powerful their swordsmanship is. It was simply because of those 7 special ninja swords. If you want to talk about swordsmanship, and Konoha's swordsmanship is second to none. After all, it is something summed up by Senju Tobarama. There's a saying in the ninja world. It is called Senju Tobarama. It must be a boutique. But Senju Hashirama generally likes to say this sentence as produced by Senju Tobarama. It must be forbidden. The reason is that as long as there are ninjutsu created by Senju Tobarama, except water style, almost all of them are forbidden technique. Almost 99% of the ninjutsu in Konoha's sealed book came from Senju Tobarama. The rest are some sealing techniques brought back from the Yozua clan. For example, ghouls are banned. The day before the third official match of the Chunin exam, Yagami Ryosuke left Konoha with the accomplished Kiru. He left with Xiang Rin with the Flying Thunder God technique, so no one knew about their departure. After leaving Konoha, Yagami Ryosuke took Hong Kong straight to the direction of Kusanagi village. It took about half a day, and the two finally arrived near Chao Ninja Village. $1% ad. Here, I will protect you in secret, and what you have to do is to pick up the knife and kill everyone you see. Yagami Ryosuke said to Karen in front of him. Xiangli nodded seriously when he heard the words. After a month of practice, her whole person's spirit has changed greatly from a month ago. Xiangren a month ago, no matter how hard she tried to pretend to be strong, she always looked like a poor, injured little beast. And 1 month later, Xianglin radiated with confidence. You can no longer see that humble and weak shadow on her body. Within a month, Xiangren almost experienced earth-shaking changes. And all of this was transformed bit by bit under the personal teaching of Night God Ryosuke, which made Night God Ryosuke feel like he was cultivated. Needless to say, it's quite a sense of accomplishment. Go! Yagami Ryosuke nodded to Karen. I will definitely not disappoint Ryosuke. Xianglin said seriously. Then he turned around and took his ninja knife and quickly flew in the direction of Grass Ninja Village. If you say that Xianglin was a month ago, except for Chakra, her strength was only at Genin level. Then, after a month of teaching by Night God Ryosuke, now she's not inferior to any Chunin in terms of strength. The reason why it has improved so much, it's also because of Xianglin's good foundation and her willingness to endure hardships, which is why she has achieved today's results. Otherwise, if it were another person, even if he trained for a few more months, he would not have made such great progress as Xianglin. To be honest, Karen's surname is Uzumaki. And you? Uchiha? Hyuga? Senju? Water Without Moon? Kagaya? Or Otsutsuki? If not, then you can only spend time honestly. Grass Ninja Village, at the entrance of the village. 2 genins from Kusanagi Village are performing the task of guarding the gate. However, as Ninja Village in a small country, no one would come to Ninja Village to make trouble on weekdays. Those who are capable don't look down on this kind of Ninja Village. Those who have no strength will not come from asking for trouble. Therefore, the work of watching the gate is quite easy. While chatting, the 2 genins casually pay attention to the troubles around them, completely fishing for fish. Counting the days, the joint Chunin exam held by day is coming to the first competition, right? Murata, do you think there is hope for the 6 people sent by our village? Murata. The genin who spoke wondered why the companion did not respond to himself. But when he turned his head and looked, he found that the Murata he was talking about was staring wide-eyed in horror, covering the wound on his neck with both hands. But the blood couldn't stop gushing from the wound, no matter what. Murata! Exclaimed the genin. He just wanted to send over to ring the alarm bell, but in the next second, a sharp blade pierced through the back of his neck. Puff! Pull out the ninja knife, and the blood fountains instantly. Xianglin looked coldly at the 2 Kusanagi who fell on the ground. She recognizes them. One of them had kicked her before, and she was soft. The other, along with others, had also teased her. Xianglin could remember each of these people's faces clearly. Maybe even she fantasized about whether she would be able to find revenge on these people one day in the future. And Xianglin never thought that this day would come so soon. At this time, after killing these 2 enemies with her own hands, Xianglin only felt that the depression that was suppressed in her chest was slightly relieved. Not enough. Xianglin turned her head and looked into the village. Immediately disappeared in place. ground. The two Kusanagi who were not yet dead stared wide-eyed, looking at Xiangrin, who disappeared before their eyes in disbelief. Once upon a time, Xianglin was just a tool in their eyes, a blood bag. It never occurred to them. One day in the future, I will die at the hands of such a person they regard as a tool. Regret? Anger? Unwilling? All kinds of emotions came to my heart, but the world in front of me was quickly swallowed by darkness. There was no time to say goodbye. These two grass ninjas completely lost consciousness. The killing begins. Xianglin, who already has the strength of Chunin, is a completely one-sided massacre to Kusanagi village, where most of the ninjas in the village are only genin, even if there's a Chunin or two occasionally. Also quickly defeated by Karen using water-style ninjutsu. Then kill them with Konoha Ryu swordsmanship. The Chunins of small ninja villages like Chaoran village are obviously inferior to the Chunins of the 5 great nations in terms of strength. In terms of level, it is on par with genin and Chunin. Only those who are a little more powerful can reach the basic standard of the 5 kingdoms Chunin. And Xianglin's strength, even in Konoha's Chunin circle, is relatively powerful. Playing these parallel imports of Chunin is naturally a no-brainer. And Jonin from Kusanagi village? At this moment, Ryosuke, the night god, has picked them out one by one and chopped them all down one by one. The ninja sword attached to the shadow-devouring sword devours their shadows after killing these ninjas. This is the first time that night god Ryosuke has used the power of Shadow Devourer sword. At this time, looking at the dozen or so shadows surrounding him, with a thought, these shadows merged into his own shadow, except that the color of the shadow became slightly darker. Can't see any changes at all. And as long as the night god Ryosuke moves his mind, these shadows will emerge from his shadow instantly, turning into the most terrifying killer in the world to kill any target he assigns to them. Go, find the other Jonin in this village and kill them. Night god Ryosuke gave orders to the dozen or so shadows. People killed by shadows. Night god Ryosuke can also get the shadows of these people. It's like a virus. It will spread infinitely, knowing to kill every immune cell. And now, these ninjas are immune cells, and the shadows controlled by night god Ryosuke are viruses. Brush, brush. A dozen shadows instantly disappeared in front of night god Ryosuke. They move much faster than normal Jonin. Obviously, these shadows have inherited the strength of those ninjas who were killed, except that they don't have cha, nords, carrot, and they can't use ninjutsu. There is no difference in other aspects. Coupled with an 800% bonus, it makes them faster and makes them even more deadly. Next, night god Ryosuke doesn't even need a shot. He only needs to look at Xianglin to make sure she is not in danger, and leave everything else to the shadows. Those grass ninjas hiding in the village were inexplicably killed before they realized what was going on. When each of them died, they didn't know what they were killed by. But this is also a kind of luck. At least there is no pain in death. For people like them, it is already a gift. Half an hour later, Xianglin was standing in an open space in the middle of Kusanagi village. All around her were dead bodies. In the entire Kusanagi village, except for Ryosuke and Xianglin, there are no other living people. It wasn't until this time that Xianglin, who had killed for the first time, began to bend over and vomit belatedly. And at this time, Yagami Ryosuke also appeared beside her, gently patted her on the back. After waiting for a while, Xianglin also finished vomiting, although her face was still pale, but she had a smile of revenge. The whole person looked relieved. Ryosuke, I want to take my mother's bones away, Xianglin said. Night god Ryosuke nodded. The bones must be taken away. After all, if you stay here, you can't be buried with these grass ninjas, right? What is that? Xianglin's mother was buried by Xianglin on a piece of wasteland in Chaonin village. Because of her status, she was not allowed to leave the village, so it can only be buried on the spot. When the bones were dug out, there was only a simple coffin. This coffin was made by the young Xianglin himself with a handful of old kunai, and it looks small and crude. But it was the only coffin she could prepare for her mother at that time. Night, God Ryosuke and Xiangrin paid homage to her mother's bones, and then received the coffin as a servant of the sealed scroll. Ryosuke, let's go. Xiangrin grabs the hand of Night, God Ryosuke. She doesn't want to stay in this place anymore, because this place left her with nothing but pain. Wait a minute, there's one last thing to do. As Yagami Ryosuke said, a piece of sand gathered under his feet and supported him and Xiangrin to fly directly into the sky. Sandstorm Burial. Ryosuke, the night god in the sky, held it with one hand, and in an instant, the ground of Kusanagi village turned into a desert. With the rumbling, sand rolling, the entire Kusanagi village was swallowed by the sand. Those corpses, the buildings of Kusanagi village, and so on. All of them were buried in the sandstorm burial by night god Ryosuke. Xianglin looked at Kusanagi village, which had completely disappeared below, opened her small mouth in surprise, and then looked at night god Ryosuke with eyes full of little stars. Let's go, now is the end. Yagami Ryosuke touched Xianrin's head with a smile, and then led her to disappear in midair in an instant. Wow, a piece of sand falls to the ground. If someone comes here, they will find a large sandy land in a forest, which looks quite strange. And Kusanagi village, which was supposed to be here, it has completely disappeared in the territory of the ninja world. After returning to the village, Yagami Ryosuke first buried her mother's bones with Xiangrin, and at the same time changed a better coffin and erected a tombstone, which is located in Konoha Cemetery. As long as it is a ninja of Konoha, it will be buried here after death. Night God Ryosuke's father is also here. 433, let's go. Come and have a look when you have time later. Yagami Ryosuke said to Karen with a sad face. 1. Xianglin nodded obediently. Mom, you don't have to worry about me anymore. I have now found the person who is worth entrusting my life to, Ryosuke. He is very good to me. You must bless us in Pure Land. Xianglin looked back at her mother's tombstone and then left the cemetery with night god Ryosuke. That night, Yagami Ryosuke did not go home, but stayed with Karen. After all, what happened today had too much impact on Xiangrin. The vengeance was avenged, and the mother also had a better resting place. Night god Ryosuke thought to stay with her tonight, lest the little girl be alone. But, to the surprise of night god Ryosuke, a small body got into his bed just after sleeping in the middle of the night. Ryosuke, I can't sleep. Xiangrin's little head got out from under the quilt, looked at Yagami Ryosuke, and said, I want to hug you to sleep, okay? Xianglin looked at him pitifully. Night Ryosuke has nothing to do with her. He could only promise to let her fall asleep in his arms. But that's all. He doesn't want to make mistakes. After all, they're still young. Even in the ninja world, this age is too young. At least 2 more years to go. This night, Yagami Ryosuke didn't sleep all night. Holding Xianglin in his arms really made him unable to fall asleep no matter what. In addition, he is in good spirits. He usually only sleeps for 2 or 3 hours at night. Occasionally, he does not sleep for a day or two, but it does not affect him at all. But Xianglin slept soundly. Holding the night god Ryosuke in his arms, he fell asleep until the sun was rising before waking up. Woo! I slept so comfortably. Xiangrin stretched her waist and looked at the night god Ryosuke in front of her with a smile. Ryosuke, why did you wake up so early? Yagami Ryosuke pinched the tip of Karen's nose with a smile and then urged her to get up and wash up. Today is the day when the 3rd competition of the Chunin exam is held. The game starts at 9 a.m. It is now 8:32. Ryosuke, can I go to see you for the competition today? In the bathroom, Xianglin, who was brushing her teeth, suddenly poked her head out and asked, Okay, I'll take you in later. Yagami Ryosuke, who had just changed his clothes, nodded and said, I'll cheer you on then. Xianglin laughed. That might be more difficult. Yagami Ryosuke said heartily, because his game was the last one. That is to say, there is a high probability that Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan has already started before his game started. So, Xianglin wanted to cheer him on, but she might not have this chance. After Xianglin finished washing, she changed her clothes. The two set off for the examination room of the Chunin exam. As for breakfast, it's fine on the road. Xianglin hadn't learned to cook before. Not that she didn't want to, but that the people in Chao Ninja Village didn't allow her to leave a certain area at all. She has no chance to learn. Otherwise, it's not like I used to eat those overnight meals, cold steam buns, and the like every day. 8:50 a.m. Yagami Ryosuke led Xiang Rin into this huge arena from the entrance channel. After coming out of the tunnel, Yagami Ryosuke separated from Karen. Ryosuke like oil. Xiang Rin stood on tiptoe and kissed Yagami Ryosuke on the cheek before trotting upstairs to the stands. Yishun Ryosuke also walked over to the other candidates under the curious eyes of others. Ryosuke, who was that girl just now? Hinata came early. She arrived about 20 minutes earlier than Knight God Ryosuke. In fact, except for Naruto, all the candidates have arrived at this moment. Even Sasuke, who was supposed to be late. This time, I arrived here early, waiting for the game to start. That's Xianglin. I met you during the second exam, and I'll introduce you to each other after the country is over. As Yagami Ryosuke said, he also took Hinata's little hand. I haven't seen them for a month, and Ryosuke also misses them very much. Have you had a hard time this month? Yagami Ryosuke asked softly. Actually, it's okay. Although my father is very strict, I feel that my strength has been greatly improved in this month, and I also learned a new trick of gentle fist. Hinata shook her head. In fact, she got up early and stayed late every day for a month, even at night practicing Chunquan in the training ground. The purpose is to narrow the gap between myself and Knight God Ryosuke. But she didn't want to tell Knight God Ryosuke about these things, because Hinata knew that if she said that, Yagami Ryosuke would feel sorry for her, and she didn't want her boyfriend to worry about herself. It's all over, isn't it? Yagami Ryosuke looked at the girl in front of him who didn't cry tired at all, and knew very well in his heart that Hinata must have been cultivating desperately in the past month. This point could be guessed just by looking at the bandages on her hands. Yagami Ryosuke gently rubbed Hinata's little hand in distress. Does it hurt? Ajba. Hinata shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Seeing Hinata like this, Yagami Ryosuke suddenly wanted to learn medical ninjutsu. At least in this way, when Hinata and the others are injured, I can still use medical ninjutsu to treat them. In the past, Ryosuke thought that medical ninjutsu was useless. That's because it's useless to him. But for the people around him, if he has the superb medical ninjutsu ability like Tsunade, once these people around him have an injury or something, he can help them heal quickly. And learning medical ninjutsu was not difficult for Knight God Ryosuke. It only takes a little time to learn medical ninjutsu like healing jutsu. And medical ninjutsu also belongs to the category of ninjutsu. Also enjoy the attribute of ninjutsu power bonus. Therefore, it is also healing jutsu, and the effect used by Knight God Ryosuke may be comparable to Tsunade's ninja art, mitotic regeneration technique. If that's the case, as long as there is still breath. What else can't be cured or revived by Knight God Ryosuke? Hey, why don't you two act like no one else? At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted Ryosuke's thinking. He turned his head and saw that it was Temari who had spoken. Long time no see, I'm Medicine. Yagami Ryosuke greeted with a smile. Temari. Just now, she was a little jealous when she saw how Yagami Ryosuke and Hinata were flirting with each other, so she couldn't help but speak. Unexpectedly, Knight God Ryosuke greeted himself instead. This made Temari feel a little overwhelmed. For a long time, he only uttered hello and then ran behind Gaara to hide in embarrassment. Seeing Temari's embarrassing look, Yagami Ryosuke also secretly laughed, then looked at the surrounding stands and soon found Ino's figure. Ryosuke! Hinata! Ino waved and shouted over there. Knight God Ryosuke and Hinata also responded to her with a smile. After a while, it was almost 9 o'clock. However, Naruto was not there yet. The examiner for the third Chunin exam was originally Moonlight Hate, but now it is Shiranui Genma. As for Moonlight Gale, in the end, the unlucky guy failed to escape his fate and accidentally exposed himself while spying on Baki and Yakushi Kabuto, thus dying at the hands of the two. Ryosuke, the night god, had heard about this news half a month ago. In the past month, he wasn't just talking about Chang Xianglin. He also did a lot of other things at the same time. For example, his would clone help him obtain the biological pheromone of 4th Kazekage Luosha. Night god Ryosuke has converted it into a talent entry half a month ago. Obtained a talent entry called Father of Shura. The attribute of the entry itself is to enhance the power of magnet style, and the bonus has reached 550%. In addition, it comes with a magnet style, and then there is none. Besides, Night God Ryosuke also used one of Karen's hairs to transform a blue entry, then spent 1,000 experience points to upgrade it to purple. It became a new purple talent entry, Uzumaki Orphan Purple. The attribute is to increase chakra by 400% and increase perception by 400% with a Kagura Mind Eye ability. These two talent entries are the biggest gains for Night God Ryosuke in the past month. There are also some green and blue talent entries, but the attributes are too rubbish. Night God Ryosuke didn't bother to use them a craft. In the eyes of Night God Ryosuke, the synthetic function of 100 experience points, once used for talent entries below purple, is a waste. So these useless talent entries were all broken down by him. Gain more than 1,100 experience points. Basically, it offsets the experience value of upgrading the item, Uzumaki Orphans. There's still more than 100 left. Isn't Uzumaki Naruto here yet? If not, he's automatically eliminated. Shiranui Genma glanced at the entrance passage, but he didn't see anyone coming in for a long time, so he was going to announce loudly that Uzumaki Naruto would automatically abstain. But right now, wait for me. Naruto's shout suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a crooked figure falling from the sky. Falling and rolling. It looked like there was no way to stop. What is this guy Naruto doing? Sasuke frowned, a little worried, ready to see if he could catch Naruto. At this time, brush. A figure rushed into the air in an instant, grabbed the falling Naruto, and appeared on the ground in the next second. Flying Thunder God technique. Shiranui Genma recognized Night God Ryosuke at a glance, disappeared from the sky, and then appeared on the ground, using Zungjin 4th Hokage stunt. Flying Thunder God technique. After all, he also served as Namake's Minato's bodyguard back then. Even Namake's Minato taught them the Flying Thunder God technique, but unfortunately, they couldn't learn it. In the end, they just learned 4 different things, and it took 3 people to work together to barely use it. The effect is not as good as that used by Namake's Minato. But, even so, Shiranui Genma's understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique is one of the best in Konoha. Therefore, it is normal to recognize it at a glance. Wow, I was scared to death, Ryosuke. Thanks to you, otherwise I would have fallen badly. Naruto patted his chest and said with a lingering fear on his face, "Why did you run to the sky?" Night God Ryosuke let go of him and asked in puzzlement. Others also looked at Naruto, and they also wanted to know how Naruto went to the sky. Not yet, pervy sage. He said he was going to teach me a very powerful ninjutsu, and I ended up flying to the sky. Naruto said angrily. Pervy sage? It seems that Naruto and Jiraiya became mentors and apprentices in the end. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. During this period of time, he patronized and guided Xianglin, but he didn't pay much attention to Naruto. But, just when catching Naruto, Night God Ryosuke found that the chakra in Naruto's body had increased again. It's almost like 180 calories. Because of the agreement with Nine Tails, Naruto no longer needs to use chakra to help seal Nine Tails. Nine Tails will actively control its own chakra, preventing them from escaping and affecting Naruto. And Nine Tails still seems to be consciously helping Naruto improve his chakra. Have to say, Naruto's mouth is still very powerful. How long have you been with Nine Tails? It's more than a year, right? He even instigated 9 tails to his side. Sharp. Okay, the third exam has already started. You should prepare. Yagami Ryosuke pointed to Naruto's chicken nest head. Hundreds of spectators were watching, and they had to pay more or less attention to the image. The other side, in the stands where the spectators are, Hyuga Hayashi sat with his young daughter Hyuga Hanabi with a dark face. He was in a good mood. The eldest daughter successfully advanced to the 3rd round of the Chunin exam, and the special training in the past month let Yushir Yuding find that he seems to have neglected his eldest daughter these years. Unexpectedly, I haven't tested Hinata's strength for several years, but this time I was surprised to find that Hinata has already learned 8 trigrams, not to mention 128 palms, and also learned Revolving Heaven. This shocked Hyuga Hayashi quite a bit. After all, in the past, Hinata was a ninja with little talent in his eyes. He has already prepared the idea of letting the youngest daughter inherit the clan family when she becomes an adult. As for the eldest daughter, then we can only see if we can get other members of the clan to agree to her marrying out. As long as you marry out, you don't need to engrave the caged bird. This is the only thing Hyuga Hayashi can do to his eldest daughter. But now, after seeing Hinata's true strength, Hyuga Hayashi suddenly realized that he didn't seem to really understand his eldest daughter. Hinata's potential is obviously more convincing than he thought. It's just that he didn't find out in the past. And the one who caused all these changes is that little ghost named Ryosuke Night God. He learned the yellow flashing flying thunder god technique at a young age, and even defeated Umbu's team leader. His strength and potential are enough to be called a super genius. To be honest, if that's all, Hyuga Hayashi is satisfied with his son-in-law. But the problem is, this kid was dating that girl from Yamanaka's house at the same time. 2 boats with 1 foot. What the hell? Even the patriarch of the Hyuga family dare not do this. How dare you, boy? And is Hinata alone not enough for you to love? Are you looking for a second one? Moreover, Hyuga Hayashi has heard some rumors recently, although I don't know if it is true or not. But it is true that there are rumors and rumors. It is said that Ryosuke, a commoner genius night god, has some ambiguous relationship with Jonin Yuahong. The two often go home together. They even stayed overnight at their respective homes. Of course, Hyuga Hayashi is familiar with the name Yuahong, because she is the leader of the Genin Team Jonin, where his eldest daughter belongs to. How could he not be familiar with it? If all this is true, then Hyuga Hayashi is really going to be mad. 2 is not enough. Why do you want 3? So, at this moment, Hyuga Hayashi looked at Ryosuke, the night god who was flirting with Hinata on the field, and it was not pleasing to the eye anyway. Instead, the kid Hyuga Hanabi who was sitting next to him stared at night god Ryosuke with curious eyes. Is this the boy my sister likes? He is really handsome, and he saved that yellow-haired guy just now, so he should be quite powerful. But Dad doesn't seem to like this brother-in-law very much. Should I be on my sister's side? Or should I be on my father's side? Hanabi carefully glanced at his father beside him, and found that his father was looking angry with a dark face, and immediately shrank his neck. I'd better stand by my sister's side. Hanabi thought to himself. However, brother-in-law is really handsome, much better looking than those little kids at school. My sister has such a good eye. The other side, like Hyuga Hayashi, there is also Yamanaka Hai with the same black face. But unlike Hyuga Hayashi today, it's only the audience. Yamanaka Hai is still in charge of maintaining security at the scene. After all, Lu Jiao entrusted him with it, so at this moment he just gave the knight, god Ryosuke, a vicious look, and then continued to perceive the surroundings with spiritual magic case. Keep an eye out for possible accidents. After all, in the second test, Orochimaru, the S-rank rebel, appeared. God knows if this guy will continue to run out and make trouble in the third game. Anyway, there is nothing wrong with your heart. Uzumaki Naruto and Rock Lee stay. The others stepped down first. The chief examiner Shiranui Schwanma said after announcing the rules of the third exam. Naruto, come on. Sasuke patted Naruto on the shoulder, then turned and walked towards the passage. Naruto, you have to fight hard. And of course, Xiao Li has to work hard. Yagami Ryosuke said something to the two of them with a smile, and then a figure flashed, and he appeared in the player's stand above with Hinata in an instant. After everyone else left the field, Sharingan also announced the start of the first match. Brush. He himself also retreated to the outside of the field. On the court, the rest of Naruto and Xiao Li also looked at each other passionately at this time. Naruto, let's have a youthful fight. Xiao Li felt his blood was boiling all over. He had waited too long for this moment. Now, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of spectators from all over the world, his ninja will fully bloom. And Naruto on the opposite side is no better than Xiao Li. He was also very excited and shouted, "I'm going to go." When two guys who are also full of passion meet together, the sparks from the collision almost burn into a sea of flames. From far away, Night God Ryosuke and the others could feel the burning fighting spirit on both of them. Here we go. Yishun Ryosuke looked at the two figures that disappeared at the same time on the field and said something silently. Whether it's Naruto or Xiao Li, their physical skills are almost all taught by Might Guy. The only difference is that Xiao Li is a disciple of Might Guy, while Naruto is just taught by Might Guy. Therefore, in terms of pure physical skills, Naruto can't beat Xiao Li. That is to say, with the physique of the Uzumaki clan and the help of Ninetail's Chakra, Naruto can survive under Xiao Li's repeated attacks. To know, this time, Xiao Li didn't wear any weight at all, and he went all out when he came up. Except the 8 inner gates are not working yet. All other available moves have been used. In the stands, the spectators who were just ordinary people couldn't see the two people on the field at all. They could only hear the sound of bang-bang collision, and a pothole appeared on the ground from time to time, showing that the battle between the two sides was fierce. However, although it is not clear, this does not prevent these viewers from feeling that these two genins are very powerful. After all, the speed is so fast that they can't see it. Isn't it powerful enough? Then, the audience on the field also enthusiastically shouted and cheered. Someone was cheering on Naruto, yelling, "Come on, yellow boy," or something. There were also people cheering for Xiao Li because they shouted, "Come on, watermelon head boy," "Come on, jumpsuit boy," and so on. And those who cheer for Naruto are basically people from other villages. After all, these villagers of Konoha, it's too late for them to hate Naruto. How could it be possible to cheer him on? The physical skills of these two guys are very strong. If I were allowed to go up, I would definitely be defeated in minutes. Ino didn't know when he slipped to the player's stand and looked surprised at the two people in the battle below. How was the effect of your special training this month? 0. Seeking flowers. Night God Ryosuke asked her. Not bad. I feel that my understanding of family secrets has improved a lot. Ino nodded. She actually worked very hard this month. Although my father told her to train her specially at the beginning, it turned out that she was not strict at all and even ran away by himself in the middle. It was very irresponsible to hand her over to her mother for training. But Ino himself also wants to improve some of his strength, although she is not keen on this aspect. But you can't be pulled too far away by Hinata, right? By the way, Ryosuke, Ino suddenly asked, who was that red-haired girl just now? That's Xiangrin. Yagami Ryosuke told Ino again what he said to Hinata before. By the way, I also told the two about Xianglin's life experience. Hearing that Xiangrin had such a miserable life in the past, Tianyi and Hinata immediately had infinite sympathy for this future sister. Even with that, the originally a little uncomfortable mood completely disappeared. Xiangrin is so pitiful. Ryosuke, you must treat her better in the future. Ino secretly wiped away tears. He also told Yishin Ryosuke not to bully Xiangrin in the future. Hinata on the side also held his hand tightly, thinking in her heart that she used to feel that her father was too strict and felt aggrieved. But compared to Xianglin, who never saw her father since she was a child, her mother didn't go so early. Hinata immediately felt that her family was still very happy. Although her father was strict, she could feel that her father still loved her, but it was not too cloudy. And her mother is also very kind to her. Every time her father scolded her, her mother would come to comfort her and give her something to eat. Thinking of this, Hinata felt a little flustered and her nose was sore. Ryosuke, why don't you bring Xiangrin here? We want to get to know her too. Hinata said suddenly. Hearing this, Yagami Ryosuke thought about it. Also nodded. Then he went to the auditorium and brought Xiangrin over. Xiangrin, who followed Yagami Ryosuke, was still very nervous. She knew that Yagami Ryosuke had 2 girlfriends, and she also knew their names. Conscious that he is a latecomer, Hong Kong has always been afraid that these 2 sisters will not accept him. But, after being brought over by Yagami Ryosuke, Xianglin found that both Sister Ino and Sister Hinata treated her very well. The 2 held her hand and spoke softly. This made Xianglin's original worry disappear in an instant. She just feels so happy now. It is the happiness that I have never had in the past so many years. Seeing Hinata and the 3 of them getting along so harmoniously, Night God Ryosuke also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was actually a little worried before that whether Hinata and Ino would really accept Zangren's existence. Fortunately, both Ino and Hinata are good girls with kind hearts. The imaginary Shura field did not happen. While on the other side, Temari looked at the 3 girls over there and couldn't help but look at Night God Ryosuke with aggrieved eyes. She also wanted to be one of them. She also wants to stay by Night God Ryosuke's side and be treated tenderly by him. She can't, because she is a ninja of Sunagakure, daughter of 4th Kazekage. And Sunagakure, this time, is preparing to invade Konoha. They are destined to be enemies in the future. Can't be together at all. Why wasn't I born in Konoha? Temari couldn't help thinking suddenly, although a bit outrageous. But now I look at the 3 girls who get along in harmony over there. Temari is really envious. Field. The battle between Naruto and Xiao Li is still going on stalemate. The 2 sides fought with physical skills, and neither could do anything to the other. Konoha really has a lot of talents. The strength of these 2 genins is no less than that of any chunin, right? Master Hokage is really good at teaching. On the high stands, Orochimaru, pretending to be the 4th Kazekage Luo Sha, spoke at this time, his tone somewhat tinged with yin and yang. It's nothing, Mr. Kazekage. Your Sunagakure ninjas are also good. They are all good. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed and almost had the word satisfaction written on his face. Teacher, you are still the same. Nothing has changed. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was laughing beside him, feeling extremely disgusted in his heart. It wasn't Sarutobi Hiruzen's plots and tricks that he loathed. What he dislikes is Sarutobi Hiruzen's unchanging style of doing things, and the thinking of 2pi. And Orochimaru knows that if his teacher continues, there is a high probability that there will be no possibility of a good death. The new generation of Konoha is growing up, and there is no need for old guys like them to continue to stand on top of their heads. So doomed. These old guys will be replaced. But it's hard to say what this alternative will look like. In order not to make his teacher die ugly, but also to change this unchanging Konoha, Orochimaru planned this Konoha collapse plan. Do you think he is idle? No. This is a gift he has prepared for a long time for his teacher. Let him end in a heroic fashion. In Orochimaru's opinion, this is the best gift he can give his teacher. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is smug, doesn't know yet. The 4th Kazekage, sitting next to him, is his most beloved disciple ever. And this time, his most beloved disciple came to Konoha again, just to kill him. If Sarutobi Hiruzen knew. I'm afraid I can't laugh at all right now. Boom. The 2 figures separated instantly, retreated a certain distance, and stopped. Naruto, your taijutsu has improved again. You really are a genius. 253. Shaoli looked at Naruto in front of him with a complicated face. In terms of the time to practice martial arts, Naruto was several years behind him. On the intensity of cultivation, Shaoli thinks that he will not lose to anyone. Available now. In physical skills, Naruto has gradually caught up with himself. This made Shaoli once again clearly aware of the gap between himself and a real genius. Although Naruto used to be the tail of the crane in school. But his crane tail is obviously not worthy of the name. Obviously a genius ninja. If he practices for 1 or 2 years, he can catch up with himself who has practiced for 6 or 7 years. Isn't that genius? What is it? Shaoli has always wanted to prove himself, even if he proves that he is not a genius. As long as he works hard enough, he can still beat a genius. So he cultivated harder than anyone else. He put all the time that other people spend on eating, playing, and resting on cultivation. He has to use several times more, or even 10 times more effort than others to smooth out the gap in talent. But now, Shaoli suddenly realized that even if he tried 10 times harder, it is also impossible to catch up with these geniuses, because they are working hard too. When a genius starts to work hard, what should a person with no talent like him do to catch up with him? For a while, the mood of the 4 seasons was a little low. He began to wonder whether his efforts in the past few years were meaningful. "I'm not a genius," Naruto said loudly at this time. "I only know that I used to be the bottom of the class. Everyone didn't like me, and I was still playing pranks trying to attract everyone's attention in this way. But then it was Ryosuke who woke me up by letting me know that pranks would only make people hate me more as a person, and that I should be spending that time improving myself. Ryosuke said that people will only agree with you when you become a better version of yourself. So I have been working hard to improve myself for the past 2 years, and now I have gained some people's approval, which shows that my efforts are in the right direction. Literally, isn't it because you have been practicing so hard to prove your forbearance? So what a genius! If I were still the old me who only knew how to play tricks, it would be impossible to stand here now. W. Do you think that this is just the reason for geniuses and ordinary people? If you don't put in hard work and sweat, how can you get the rewards you have now? Naruto's deafening words instantly cheered up Shaoli, who was still depressed just now. Naruto, you are right. I shouldn't have been obsessed with the question of genius or not. I was wrong. Shaoli's eyes were shining, and the blood on his body was boiling again. Efforts can reap rewards. Even a genius, if he doesn't work hard, he can only become a mediocrity. And if I didn't work hard, I wouldn't have the experience I have now. I see, Shaoli said loudly. Naruto, come on. Let's complete the final duel, but this time I will use my last move. If you can't hold on, remember to surrender as soon as possible. I knew, Shaoli, that you still have the last trick. Naruto laughed and said with a happy face, but you're not the only one who still has one. I also have a trick that I have never used. Shaoli, don't be scared. Naruto, Shaoli, I'm going to F ******. **2. 8 inner gates, open. Multiple shadow, clone technique. On the field, hundreds of Naruto appeared. On the other side, Shaoli, who opened the first door, was full of momentum. Biaoyanhua, Naruto combo. Boom, boom. A huge roar resounded throughout the venue. Shaoli, who opened the first door, has greatly improved in terms of speed and strength compared to before opening the door. But this is clearly not enough. So in the next second, Shaoli directly opened 2 doors in succession, opening the door and the life door. A green flame began to burn on the body. It's like transforming into a Super Saiyan. Bloom, Lillian, Shaoli shouted and instantly pulled out a series of afterimages. And Naruto also shouted loudly, and the chakra in his hand gathered to form a blue ball. At the same time, the dozen or so shadow clone around him also performed the same move. Shadow clone, spiral pill, bang, boom. A huge explosion sounded on the field. The entire venue was blown to pieces. Smoke and dust billowed, blocking the sight of many people. In the stands on the players' side, everyone looked at the following scene in surprise. No way. These 2 guys are so strong. Shikamaru opened his mouth wide in surprise, the lazy look on his face from before. Others also looked surprised. Naruto's strength has improved again, but I'm not bad either. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who had cast Rasengan, compared himself in his mind, and found that the strength of the 2 should be about the same. He also learned Chidori Ninjutsu from Kakashi. Combined with his single-eyed and double-hooked jade, It could display an extremely amazing killing experience. No worse than Naruto's Rasengan. And Sasuke will also Shadow Clone. His Shadow Clone can also cast Chidori. It's just that Chakra is not as good as Naruto, and there is no way to spend as much as Naruto. Rasengan, Jiraiya taught Naruto this jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He was a little worried if Jiraiya would tell Naruto about his life experience. I plan to have a good chat with Jiraiya after the exam is over. After all, Naruto's life experience is still not known to him. Otherwise, God knows if Naruto will be upset. He has managed to build a good impression around Naruto these years, and he has reached the point where he is now. He can't let Jiraiya destroy his tall image in Naruto's mind. At this time, the smoke and dust on the field cleared. It also exposed the potholes. The corner of Shinui Ginma's mouth twitched a few times as he stood outside the court, feeling that if he stayed on the court, he might be beaten to death by these two brats. What the hell is this called Genin? In addition to experience these things, purely in terms of destructive power, even some special Jonin are not as good as these two little devils. It's not over yet. 8 inner gates, hurt gate, do gate, open it for me. Shaoli shouted. The arrogance all over his body rose, and the burning became more intense. The entire eyes have turned white, and even the consciousness is a little blurred. Even opening the 5th gate, this is already the limit of what he can achieve. On the other hand, Naruto saw that his aura had become stronger at this time, and even Shaoli, who could crack the surrounding ground just with a burst of chakra, shouted and used multiple shadow clone techniques again. In an instant, hundreds of shadow clones almost filled the audience. Naruto yells, "Shadow clone. Super spiral ball." What kind of scene is it like to use Rasengan with hundreds of shadow clone? Now you can see 300 and dozens of Naruto's shadow clone used Rasengan at the same time, and the densely packed balls rushed towards Shaoli following the shadow clone's fearless charge. And Shaoli, who opened the 5th gate, also knocked out the dozen or so shadow clones in front of him. Even the Rasengan in their hands failed to hit Shaoli and exploded on the spot because of the destruction of shadow clone. Shaoli attacked frantically. The speed was so fast that countless figures of him appeared in the audience. It looks like there are more than the hundreds of shadow clones in Naruto. The stands. The audience was overjoyed. For a few hundred taels of tickets, you can see such a wonderful game. What a bargain. This is just the first game. There are still 4 games to come. Thinking of this, the audience couldn't help cheering enthusiastically. Cheer loudly for the 2 young ninjas on the field. Change to titanium. Are Konoha's Genin all titanium? Kankuro, who was sitting in the audience, looked at the hundreds of Naruto on the field with a pale face. Kankuro couldn't help being afraid when he thought that he had had conflicts with the other party before, and even almost fought. Fortunately, there was no fight that day. Otherwise, his crow would have been scrapped without waiting until the 2nd exam. Even he himself will be beaten to death on the spot, right? Thinking of this, Kankuro couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Konoha is scary. Konoha Genin is even scarier. Little Lee, this 8 inner gates, isn't it the trick he said in the past that he prepared specially for me? In the stands, Hyuganiji was also pale. He suddenly remembered that Shaoli had told him before that in order to defeat him, a genius, he had prepared a special trick for him. At that time, Niji was not much. Take it to heart. After all, Shaoli has always been unable to beat him. Every time he competes, he is the one who wins. But looking at Shaoli on the court now, Niji was really scared. This 8 inner gates is 2 titanium, right? Shao Li's current speed and strength, let alone him, even if he is several times stronger, he can't stop him at all, right? Even his self-taught revolving heaven couldn't bear Shao Li's frantic bombardment in this state. Is this the trick Shao Li prepared to defeat me? No, I just beat you a few times. You don't need to try to kill me, do you? Guy, you guys are too messy. You also taught this forbidden technique to this kid? Kakashi glanced at Might Guy beside him, who was already crying excitedly, shook his head helplessly, and said, Kakashi, you don't understand. This is the child's ninja way. He has put in far more effort than other peers for today's all, so even if he does everything, It is right for Shaoli. It's all worth it. My guy wiped his tears and said while crying, Okay, hurry up and stop crying. There are so many people watching. Kakashi moved a few steps to the side, afraid that Might Guy would hug him suddenly. It's not like he hasn't done this before. That's why Kakashi has a psychological shadow, and he is on guard against this guy in advance. Field. It took a long time for the roar of the battle to stop, and the smoke and dust all over the audience also blocked everyone's sight. At this time, the chief examiner, Shiranuo Shinjian, also formed seals with both hands and used a wind style to blow away the smoke and dust in the audience. Wait until the smoke clears. The large and small potholes all over the audience are also shocking. And in these potholes, there are still two figures lying down, one left and one right. It seems that they can't get up anymore. Is it a draw? I don't know what Shinjin thought. At this time, Naruto in one of the potholes suddenly gritted his teeth and stood up. His strong resilience allowed him to recover his physical strength faster than Shaoli. And his injury wasn't as serious as Shaoli's. After all, there were so many Shadow Clone blocking him in front. But Shaoli is different. Most of his injuries were caused by forcibly opening the fifth gate by himself. Uzumaki Naruto win. After Shinui Ginma checked Lee's situation in the past, he announced that Naruto had won the competition. After all, Naruto was still awake and could even stand up, and Shaoli has completely lost consciousness and passed out. It's clear who wins and loses. At this time, my guy also came to the field in an instant and picked up the unconscious Hut on the ground. Shaoli, you did it. You have done a good job. My guy cried bitterly, and at the same time called the people from the medical team to carry Shaoli down. Mr. Guy, is Shaoli okay? Naruto also ran over and asked. In just a short while, he was able to run and jump again, completely unable to see the half-dead appearance lying on the ground before. This recovery ability made Might Guy look envious. It's okay. Shaoli is just exhausted. The injury on his body is not serious, and he will recover soon. Might Guy wiped away his tears, then patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, Naruto, thank you for allowing Shaoli to show his abilities to the fullest. It's good that Shaoli is fine. Naruto scratched his head as he said, Mr. Guy, I'm also Shaoli's friend, and I almost lost to Shaoli. Shaoli relied on his own strength. You don't have to thank me. Might Guy cried even louder when he heard the words. He simply hugged Naruto and burst into tears. Naruto, teacher Guy, please let me go. Naruto struggled, but his strength was no match for Might Guy's, and he couldn't break free at all. The stands. Kakashi also secretly laughed when he saw Naruto's appearance. Naruto, you have to hold on. Kakashi thought with a smirk. He has also experienced this kind of thing. Can only say, take care of yourself. For the first wonderful game, the direct ticket prize for the audience to watch has been earned back. Subsequently, the second game begins. This one is 09 Shikamaru versus Shino. To be honest, in the end, this so-called joint Chunin exam almost became an exam for the Konoha family. In the second game, Konoha only had the majority. But now it's game 3. Except Temari and Gaara, the two Sand Shinobi ninjas. The remaining 8 are all from Konoha. There are 5 games, each with Konoha's ninja participating. There are also ratios such as Naruto versus Lee, Shikamaru versus Shino, where ninjas compete for a winning position at the same time. As for the scene between Shikamaru and Shino, the visual effect is far less exciting than the previous scene between Naruto and Shaoli. After the field was filled with Earth Style by Konoha's ninjas. Shikamaru and Shino also played one after another. One of the two is fighting with their brains, the other is controlling bugs, and their sense of existence is extremely low. The fight scenes are not grand at all. Before the audience could understand it, the battle was over. In the end, it was Shikamaru who won over Shino. Jinai did not lose to strength, but lost to mind. He was tricked by Shikamaru. But the ordinary audience couldn't understand it, but the ninjas present, especially the Jonins, saw it as wonderful. He also secretly admired that the children of Lugio's family really deserved to have inherited Lugio's IQ. They were really smart. If they are placed in Shino's position, Their strength cannot crush Shikamaru. I am afraid that the person who loses in the end will also be themselves. Shikamaru's mind is really too flexible. Many times they need to think carefully to understand Shikamaru's small actions a few minutes ago. And it was these seemingly inadvertent actions, connected in series, that finally allowed Shikamaru to win the championship. Certainly, Shikamaru also exposed his shortcomings during the battle. That is, the hard power is very average. And there is too little chakra, almost exhausted after the fight. In fact, this is not Shikamaru's shortcoming. The people of the Nara clan are indeed not very good in chakra, so it can only be said to be ordinary. Of course, this is generally compared with other ninjas. If compared with civilians, it is still very good. Match 3. Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Niji. 2 players, please come on stage. Shiranui Ginma was still reminiscing about the battle just now. Compared with the hard power competition between Naruto and Shaoli, he prefers Shikamaru's competition where the weak wins the strong with their brains. As for the reason, of course, it was because of the former that he had absolutely no way of gaining anything from it. Apart from feeling that these two genins were really awesome, he had no other feelings. But after watching Shikamaru's fight, he felt like he learned something from it. And the next game is just a fun game to watch. After all, the 2 ninjas of the Hyuga family must use the gentle fist of the Hyuga family. These foreigners, they can learn a fart. Just watch the excitement. Or for those ninjas who haven't seen Hyuga's gentle fist, take a good look at the way Hyuga ninjas fight. You can also gain some experience from it. At least if I meet a ninja from the Hyuga clan in the future, I won't be beaten so hard. Brush, brush. 2 figures landed on the field. Is everything ready? Shiranui Shinjin asked. Both Hinata and Niji nodded, but their eyes were still fixed on each other. Niji was recalling the past memories in his mind at this time. I remember how those people in the main family treated me, and I remembered how his father gave his life instead of Hyuga Hayashi. All of these made him look at Hinata opposite with a bit of hatred in his eyes. Now that you're ready, let's get started. After Shiranui Ginma announced, a body flicker technique left the field in an instant. The stands. Hyuga Hayashi also said to the little daughter sitting next to him at this time, Hanabi, look carefully. This is a duel between 2 of the best young ninjas in our Hyuga clan. Whether it's your sister or Niji, they are rare geniuses. You have to learn some experience from them, you know? Hyuga Hanabi nodded, watching the battle that had started on the field seriously. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. At the same time, both Hinata and Niji played 8 trigrams palms. 32 palm shadows bombarded the opponent, and they were all in the same position, so the attacks canceled each other out. 8 trigrams. Empty palm. The moment Hinata hit the 32 palms, he jumped back and blasted Niji across the air with 1 palm. Niji dodges and gets blasted into a tank-sized hole by Hinata's 8 trigrams air palm. We all learn the same moves. You can't beat me. Niji shouted with ferocious eyes, and at the same time blasted out a series of attacks with both hands. Brother Niji, I will not lose to you. Hinata dodges, and at the same time, Chakra gathers on the palm and blasts a second 8 trigrams air palm, which instantly catches Niji in a corner. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Sister Shien, you were right, so I rejected this task, but it seems that Lord 3rd Generation is a little unhappy. Yagami Ryosuke said. It's okay, Ryosuke, as long as you don't make mistakes. Even Hokage can't do anything to you. Yuzuki Shien said, suddenly thought of something, and asked worriedly. However, the Danzo who assassinated you last time, will he take this opportunity to attack you again? Danzo? He's probably hiding at home right now. He doesn't dare to go out. He shouldn't have much time to meddle in my affairs. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. The truth, though, is that Yagami Ryosuke doesn't take Danzo seriously at all. It doesn't matter whether he dares to send someone to assassinate him again. If it comes, just kill it. If he didn't come, Yagami Ryosuke wouldn't bother to talk to Naokichi. Let him experience the joy of being a woman first. After Konoha collapses the plan, Danzo is completely useless, so he can just deal with it. Next few days. Yagami Ryosuke still works in Umbu, as usual. The tasks I do every day are patrols and the like. But few people know that Ryosuke, the night god who patrols in the Umbu uniform every day, is actually just a wood clone of him. And he himself had already gone outside the village to practice. Because Shadow Clone was easy to be blown up before, Night God Ryosuke didn't use Shadow Clone to perform Umbu's mission much. But now that there's a more useful wood clone, Yagami Ryosuke will of course not continue to do these boring patrol tasks every day and directly hand over the task to a wood clone. I ran to continue to exercise myself. At the age of 12, 707 is growing up. In the past half a month, Yagami Ryosuke's height has grown by about 2 centimeters. He felt that his height in this life should be around 1.9 meters. After all, he is now 172 at the age of 12. Is it not too much to grow to 190 when you are an adult at the age of 18? Most of the ninjas in the Hokage world are actually quite tall. For example, Kakashi's official height is 1.81 meters, and Killer Bee is 1.92 meters tall. Night God Ryosuke feels that he is also a hunk, and he should not lose to Killer Bee in height. But he is still young now, and he is still tall, so don't worry. Work out every day, or date Hinata and Ino. Occasionally, I have a meal with Shihahong and the others. Another half month passed in a blink of an eye. For half a month, Night God Ryosuke has not encountered any assassination. But the task of their Umbu 7th Squad is completely tied to patrolling. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to be deliberately trying to find something for Night God Ryosuke to do, and assigns them a heavy patrol task every day on the 7th Squad. However, the above reasons are still very good, saying that the Chunin exam is coming soon, and we have to start preparing. Look, what a good reason. Night God Ryosuke doesn't care anyway. It's just one of his wood clone patrolling. He has been practicing on his own body, and he has hundreds of shadow clones to assist him. Every day I can feel my strength improving. This day, Night God Ryosuke's wood clone is patrolling the village with members of Umbu's 7th Squad. Today's task is to investigate whether there are spies from other countries in the village. Although such tasks have always been performed by Umbu, but it is almost impossible to catch spies from other countries. You caught a few today, and a few new ones will come tomorrow. So such a task can be performed almost repeatedly, and it is one of Umbu's long-term tasks. At this moment, Wood Clone, who was on a roof, suddenly saw Naruto running with a big burden on the road. Strange, aren't Naruto and the others doing those D-level missions today? Wood Clone thought to himself. Tion sure also kept an eye out. Not long, he saw several other members of the 7th class near the entrance of the village. Sasuke, little Sakura, and Kakashi. There was an old man standing beside him, drinking all the time. Excuse me. At this time, Naruto also ran over with that big burden on his back. Naruto, do you know you're late? Little Sakura shouted angrily. Are you late? Naruto scratched his head in surprise. At this time, Kakashi, who was next to Naruto, helped Naruto out and said, Okay, the time is just right, since everyone has arrived. Let's go. Yeah, I'm finally going out of the village to perform the mission. Naruto jumped up happily, a look of excitement. But Naruto, what is this on your back? Kakashi suddenly looked at the big bag Naruto was carrying and asked. It's just some change of clothes and the like, as well as iron pots, bowls, and so on. Naruto snapped his fingers and said, How can anyone go out of the village to carry out a mission with a pot? It seems that there is no such thing as nothing. Naruto, you don't need to bring these things. Put them down. Kakashi said speechlessly. Don't you need to bring it? Naruto had no choice but to put down the equipment that he had finally bundled into a big bag. Let's store it here at the entrance of the village for now. We don't have time for you to put things at home. Kakashi said, Will be stolen? Naruto was a little worried about his babies. Don't worry, no one will steal your junk. Little Sakura said with a twitch. Naruto, these things are not broken. They're all my treasures. Naruto lowered his head and muttered softly. Sasuke looked at him, walked over and said, Let me help you. Woo, you are the best, Sasuke. Naruto looked like he was about to cry. Sasuke took a step back with a look of disgust. If you dare to put snot on me, let me tell you, I will definitely kill you, he said viciously. Naruto giggled, and then the two of them went over together and deposited Naruto's big bag in the sentry box at the entrance of the village. Don't worry, we will take care of these things of yours, Gang Ziti said with a smile. Then I'm counting on you, Uncle. Naruto also laughed. Big Uncle? The smile on Gang Ziti's face froze instantly. However, Naruto has been urged away by Sasuke at this moment, and he didn't see Gang Zijian's secretly hurt expression at all. I'm only in my 20s. Why would a 12-year-old kid call me uncle? Do I look very old? Gang Ziti felt a touch of sadness. Is this why I can't find a girlfriend? Because of being too old? Not to mention Gang Ziti, who doubted life over there. Naruto's 7th squad also set off with the target they need to protect this time. Inwood Clone, who saw all this in his eyes, also found an excuse to leave first, and then secretly separated a Shadow Clone, told the Shadow Clone about this situation, and let the Shadow Clone dissipate by itself. Somewhere in the Land of Fire, under a huge waterfall, in the rumbling water, Yagami Ryosuke was carrying a huge boulder weighing about 40 tons and was doing squats under the washing of the waterfall. He stepped on the swift water. While exercising, I am also improving my ability to control chakra. Although Night God Ryosuke is already very good in this respect, but it is still far from the effect that Night God Ryosuke wants. Phew! Now he still has most of the ninjutsu that he can't release directly without making seals. There are only a small number of low-level ninjutsu, like 3 body technique or some sea-level escape techniques, in order to save this process of printing, and others still can't do it for the time being.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.